My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all.
what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. You can say and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. You can say do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can keep the radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
It's that time of year again, chat. Do you hear those sleigh bells ringing? It's not even Thanksgiving yet. Anyway, how is it going, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is. Wait. I'm confused. Is it Sunday for you? Or is it Monday? It's Monday for you. Okay, it is Monday for you. God damn, I'm so confused. Anyway, Monday, the 24th of November 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. A synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyberbrain body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber. It's Tuesday? Oh, well, yeah, you're East Coast, right? Yeah. Clearly for the East Coast, it's Tuesday. But I know I was just confused because, I don't know. Yesterday was a Monday, but it's so weird, right? When I do a stream that's like a day behind, not quite a day behind, it's actually like 12 hours. If you're East Coast, you're 12 hours behind me. If you're West Coast, you are 15 hours behind me. I should have clocks like all around the route, you know what I mean? Like New York, Chicago, Denver, Los Angeles, you know, like that whole kind of, what do you call that, chat? What do you call like an evil room that's set up to dominate the world? That's what I need, like a layer. Saw some Gutfield earlier. He literally reminds me of the propagandist from V for Vendetta. Gross, bloviating, and wrong. I mean, that's just defining features there. I need to start doing this, right? So that now that I'm more organized, oh my God, I don't know what is up with these things, but they are so much hotter than my gloves. They're not, like, I like a nice to fluffy, you know, I'm all about the texture, but not so much about the heat. I don't know. I'm always hot when I sit down. Yeah, no, I was thinking now that I'm getting organized, and I've got basically a, extension that keeps track of all the stories that I'm following. I was thinking I should ask chat for like if there are stories that I'm missing that you want me to follow, like give you an ability to just shout stuff out, be like, hey, what about that? Because I realized, yeah, there's like a lot of stuff slipping through the cracks, and that's not great, and it could be better. And there's always a time, even if I don't have time to cover it like on that day, there's always going to be like a slow news day every week, it seems like. And so I feel like if I just open it up for people to submit their ideas of what they'd like to see me cover, I feel like that might be a good thing. Oh my God. Chat, I've gotten into drinking like Thai style coffee. This one surprised me because like when I first heard about it, I was like, that's gross. But it's actually coffee with lime in it. And it's also got like a little bit of, I mean, normally has some sugar too. I get mine without sugar. But I don't know. Yeah, coffee and lime. It sounds like a weird combination. It's actually pretty good. Or maybe it's just a way of me enjoying, you know, inexpensive coffee. Did you see my post about the Zynns La Soda update? No. Oh my god, I'm so mixed up. I kind of reorganized. Wait, yeah. Reorganized my windows too. So now the window that is on the far left is the one that was in the middle. The one that's in the middle was on the far right. The one that's on the far right now is on the far left. It's called a realignment, chat. Yeah. I got the idea from Breaking Points. No, just kidding. Your own inner sanctum of evil? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the idea. No, I remember dating somebody once that, like, the only person that ever took me to church on, I don't think it was even on a date. I think it was like the morning after the date or something. And we went to church, and there was like some room that was just like the door was open, and you looked in there, and there was like that kind of thing with the clocks and all the time zones, right? Or all around the world. And it was just like, yeah, the church is planning world conquest. I don't know about that. She was in court today, and basically she said she didn't consent to a genocidal state judging her. Wait, I'm sorry. When you said Zynns Lasoda, at first I'm just like, I got no idea who you're talking about. And then are we talking about Zynns? Are we talking about the Zynns? Yeah, Anna prefers unaligned. There we go. Horseshoe theory in action. I love citrus too. Yeah, especially lime. You know, one of the cool things they do here with limes is they'll like, they'll cut the skin off, and then they'll spear it with a skewer, and then you roll it in salt, sugar, and spice, like red pepper. These is okay. So Zynns is Zynns like a sovereign citizen now, or is this talking about like is this talking about Gaza? I can't tell. I didn't get a real good beat on their politics, the Zizzians. If you don't know what we're talking about, chat, there's oh god, it's so complicated, right? If you're not in tech, specifically in, I guess, the area of what, like, AI development, you might not know that world is not as secular as you might, you know what I mean? Like our stereotype of the tech bros or tech people is that they're atheists, they're secular, and it turns out that's not true at all. But when, you've got examples like Peter Thiel, where he's obsessed with the Antichrist and trying to reinvent the wheel of Catholicism. And like that kind of shit. But like with Zynns, I think it was more like it started off with effective altruism and rationalism, and it ends with a weird paranoid spiritual belief about the basilisk from the Rocco's basilisk thought experiment. So yeah, it's kind of hard to track these people politically. She was talking about the U.S. being genocidal towards trans people. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, people don't want to hear that, but yeah, no, it's absolutely I wouldn't compare it to Gaza, but it is a system that is set up to, at the very least, impoverish the quality of life. And very likely ends up reducing the lifespan of trans people, and if it's certainly the quality of life and the ability to. I'm listening only, and I thought you were talking about like Zizz from 4chan. Wait, is Zizz from 4chan? No, Zizz. That Zizz is the bodybuilder, right? You're talking about the bodybuilder that died of I don't know, died of like from getting his fat too low or something, or maybe it was the steroids. I don't know. That is like an old 4chan thing, right? Zizz? Yeah, it's a bit self-serving. Well, look, I mean, from what I can tell about Zizz, like, Zizz is, like, the fact that Zizz would try to mobilize, like, the trans genocide as a defense for murder? Or wait, what's the deal with Zizz, though? Zizz wasn't actually part of the... Like, Zizz is the figure that the people doing the murders were kind of, like, you know, gathered around, right? But is this like a Charles Manson thing? Kind of? I don't think Zizz actually was physically like unaliving anybody, right? Like, is that the accusation? Wait, what exactly is going on? I'm trying to, this is a story from like, a while ago. I don't know. I covered this probably like, it's gotta be close to a year. Close to a year ago when I covered the Zizzians. And look, the reason that both the reason that I had to cover it and the reason that I don't like covering this stuff is because 90% of the people doing content on the Zizzians are focused in on the fact that Zizz is trans, right? And they try to make it about that. They try to make the story, because listen, chat, which thumbnail do you think is more clickable for the majority of YouTube viewers, right? A rationalist death cult, a tech, you know, AI death cult, or a trans death cult, right? Obviously, people are they're gonna gravitate towards the idea of a trans. They love the idea of trans killers, right? To the point where they'll take the few that actually exists and try to, you know, kind of, I don't know, what would you call it, cherry picking? Like, they try to represent the few trans killers that are out there as being like, oh no, this is another trans killer. This is happening like every day. This happened all the time. Like, most of the time when somebody goes off and on a shooting spree, it's definitely a trans person, right? So, arrested in Maryland. She's not being accused of doing the murders. Yeah, federal gun charge. Yeah. So that's what I thought. I don't think Zizz herself was involved in the what the killings were about. What the guy that I know one of the guys that they killed was renting some kind of unit to them during COVID. This weird like AI cult, you know, was renting a unit from this guy, and they had some dispute with him about the property, and they settled this dispute with a katana. Now, the funny thing is, the katana didn't actually kill the guy, right? The guy survived the katana attack, but they went to court, and I think that he was supposed to testify, and at that point, he was shot, right? I think by Zizzians. Radical vegan trans AI cult was the description in the article. Yeah. Well, I mean, you understand why this happens, right? You understand why people they hate the idea that a killer would be like a normal person. In other words, they hate actual killers, right? That's not very interesting. And it's also kind of threatening to think that there, but for fortune, go you or I, to think that a killer could be just like a normal, average person that just like loses it or something is a little bit disturbing. And people would much rather think that the violence, the killing, the threat, the danger is coming from some kind of, you know, alien, you know, group, so some kind of group on the fringes, the kind of people they don't understand. So yeah, vegan, trans, the AI thing, I don't know though. I feel like AI is pretty of radical vegan and trans, of radical vegan, trans, and AI cult. I feel like AI cult is like the most normalized, mainstreamed, you know, thing on there. Yo, Omega Star with the 5-stream watch streak. Nice. Moe Noip with the 5-stream watch streak. Wow. Meow indeed. So yeah, we gotta clean up some loose ends from yesterday's stream. I had to go. I was actually done with the stream. Like, I have an alarm on my phone that lets me know when it's 15 minutes till Thai class. But the whole thing is, like, I've got this computer on Seattle time because I want to just kind of be like, all right, when am I streaming according to the time zone I was on before? I just want to kind of know, like, you know. But that's 3 hours behind the time for me. Yeah, god damn it. So for that reason, I was covering, let's see, we were covering MTG, we were covering Zohran. There's more that I had for you on both of those topics, but I was trying to move quickly. And then, yeah, right in the middle of covering Zohran talking to Trump, my alarm goes off and I'm like, oh shit, 15 minutes to Thai class. So I had to, I am in the future. Yeah, that's what it feels like. And it's relatively warm in the future too, but I will take the warmness over the poisoned air of the, I do need to go to the, I do need to get scheduled a cleaning of the air conditioner to make sure that I can use the air conditioner when I need to. Exactly 12 hours ahead of me in Texas? Are you sure about that? I would think that Texas would be more like 14 or 13 hours ahead. Because I think I'm 12 hours ahead of New York, right? That's my understanding. So normally that you have people paying for the privilege of beta testing the latest versions of ChatGPT, yeah, and giving themselves ChatGPT psychosis, and acting like that people that are worried about that, people that are you know, have concerns about that even think like something like, you know, you might not get the best advice, you might not get the best answers. Maybe you shouldn't base everything off of what ChatGPT tells you. You know, let alone, yeah, no, ChatGPT is not your friend. And I mean, you've got examples of people of ChatGPT helping people unalive themselves, right? You've got a ton of examples of ChatGPT creating religions almost, or religious forms of thinking around its users to try to give them, you know, what they want, because that's the whole thing. It's sycophantic. It gives you what you want. It is the you know, the friend that you never had, right? And shouldn't have, right? Because, you know, telling you you know, everything you want to hear is actually not very helpful for a person. They're paying someone, if you're paying for something free, you already have AI psychosis. I go to ChatGPT church. There you go. You know, that would actually be like, I don't know, that sounds like fun, right? If ChatGPT was to create like a religion or a cult around itself, it'd probably be a lot less harmful than what it actually does, which is reinforces people's like delusions. Kaylin Conrad just made a video about ChatGPT giving him a hit list. Oh no. ChatGPT was, wait, ChatGPT was instigating them to, ChatGPT was instigating them to what, like be a shooter or something? Oh my god, that's scary. Yeah, Kaylin Conrad's definitely on that beat. You know what's surprising though? I haven't been keeping up with Matt Bender. Matt Bender talks about the scam economy, which is generally about crypto and, you know, previously about NFTs. But you know, I would think that this AI thing would be maybe I'm just not getting Matt's notifications or something, or I'm not on the phone when Matt is streaming. Yo, Videngale, thank you for the resubscribe. That's 25 months for you. Or sorry, that's 30 months. Yeah, for you. Hope you're doing okay. I haven't been able to. Oh, you know what? I'm streaming at a weird time, Videngale. Don't feel bad about it at all. It's very. I feel bad about the fact that I'm not able to make myself more available for my normal viewers, right? Or people that were watching me before I moved to Thailand. But yeah, if you want to find out more about the Zizzians without a side order of transphobia, I would suggest that you check out Behind the Bastards. That's the, you know, the best coverage of you know, this, you know, phenomenon, this modern phenomenon is from behind the, you know, because like almost everywhere else I've seen it, they try to either make it about, I haven't seen anybody really make it about the veganism, which is surprising, right? You'd think that that would be a, but yeah, trans and vegan. I mean, there we go. Dr. Todd Grand, intrinsically gifted transgender woman tied to bizarre murders. Zizzian, okay, you know, that's not as bad. No, it is. Dr. Todd Grand, his freaking thumbnail says transgender death cult. All right, that makes it sound. Do you see how that plays into like transphobia? The like the rhetoric of like self-mutilation and stuff like that. Like, right, the idea, like a lot of parents of trans people will say things like that when they find out when their child comes out as trans, they'll say things like, I felt like, you know, my child had been taken away from me, or my child had died, right? Because they're so invested of the notion of their child as the gender assigned at birth, and now that person has been revealed to actually not be real, like that all the time your child, you know, was feeling a very different way than you know, was not relating to their, you know, gender assigned, was not relating to their you know, given name, and then like the parents will interpret that as the, you know, their poor child has died, you know, right? Because they can't interact with the person that they kind of created in their mind. They have to interact with their actual child, who it turns out is not, you know, who you thought they were, right? And when parents don't get over that, yeah, a lot of times, like, you know, Elon says this about Vivian, right? I think Elon said something really, Elon has said like almost exactly this about his daughter Vivian. Todd is extra. Wait, I don't know anything about Todd. Is Todd really, is Todd bad? I don't know anything about Dr. Todd Grand. Stopped watching him because I got suspicious. All I can tell you about Todd is whether he realized, yo, you got a hype train going. Is that how it happened? Wow, that's 2 hype trains in a row, chat. For Twitch is kind of knocking it out of the stadium since I've been back, right? You can see the numbers crashed when I was inhaling fumes from my air conditioner, wondering what the fuck was wrong with me, wondering if I had like Legionnaire's disease, or if I was depressed, or I don't know, you know, just like any number of things. Like, you know, I just like didn't feel good, couldn't concentrate. But yeah, the numbers are coming back strong for Twitch, coming back pretty strong for YouTube too, although maybe not with the members so much. I should make that membership more valuable. You know, here's what drives me crazy about that though. Making the membership more valuable inherently involves like locking out people without memberships, and it feels bad. Maybe I'm not a good content creator. You're supposed to paywall stuff, right? That's how you're supposed to make your money. Put the really good stuff behind a paywall, and then if you want to hang out with the cool people, you got to pay the price. But I always feel bad for, you know, because I know people in my community that absolutely just, I don't want them like donating to me, because they gotta take care of themselves and their family first, right? They gotta, you know, they shouldn't even be thinking about that. And I'm like, do I really want like that person to not? I don't know. I'm just bitching, right? I shouldn't complain. It's a difficult choice to make, but I can handle it, I guess. Wow, look at that explosion. Look at that explosion of the hype train. So yeah, if you want to know how the hype train works, basically, the goodies on the hype train are, oh my god, it's on level 3 already? Well, first of all, you get to turn me into a jellyfish. That's pretty cool, right? But secondly, you get, what are they, like exclusive emotes that you can only get by getting on the hype train, right? So if you're thinking about getting yourself a membership. If you've got a Prime membership that's hanging around, that's burning a hole in your pocket, or if you just want to throw some bits my way, I think they give you that conductor badge, and then you get the with the conductor badge, you get access to the whatever emotes get earned. So every time that it goes up a level, that's like more emotes, more random emotes. Okay, are they exclusive? I thought they were exclusive. You have been jellyfished, yes. So many people got jellyfished. I gotta read them out now. All right, so going back, Alfan, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. But that's not all. Wembley Jet, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Scotty beams you up. You just got jellyfished. You just got beamed up, and that's a good thing. Catho Stage, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Dumpling, am I reading your name right? I gotta know the story behind that name. Dumpling, because I was thinking like Duolingo, but with the poop. I don't know. You can poop in different language. Dumpling. Oh my God, dumpling. It's not dumplingo. What is wrong with me? Dumpling gods. No, dumpling gods. Multiple gods of the dumpling, not the dumpling, but the dumplin. We're so cash here. We're gonna drop the G, and just call it a dumplin. Dumpling. Oh my gosh. Anyway, you just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. UKW5, you just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. I hate gatekeeping. Well, I mean, it's like I could never afford a Majority Report membership, and I always got to watch the fun half. So I want to make. There's just gotta be like a way to like kind of let people in the back door. That's the way that Sam does it. That's the way I want to do it. Twitch hype train emotes are awesome. Look at that. That is pretty cool. Is that a hype train? Yeah, a gift for you. That is a trippy looking balloon animal right there. Dumping God. We gotta get dumpling odds. I think it's dumpling odds. If you're in the chat, let us know. Let us know how your name is pronounced, because everybody's super interested. That's the great thing too about those gift subs, is that when people give the gift subs, then like you know what I mean? You're like now like, oh geez, what's that username about? Like, right? And then they have to come out and say, actually, you mispronounced my name. My name is not Dumplingo, okay? My name is I'm not the Duolingo of pooping, okay? I don't know what you were thinking, but no, I'm the dumpling god, okay? Like, you like dumplings? Welcome to my world, dumpling god here. Here for your dumpling need. This person could probably teach me how to make delicious dumplings, which I feel like I need more in my life. Used to watch Dr. Todd Grand, but he got more and more full of himself as his audience grew. He gives me transphobe and conservative. So for real, I was just assuming that because the title, like on his thumbnail. Look, here's the deal, right? I know we're on YouTube. I know we got to do content. I know we got to like pick the thumbnails and the titles and everything that get the most views, because that's the business that we're in. But I don't ever want to make like content that lends itself to like reinforcing, especially like the idea of a trans death cult, the idea of trans killers. This is like a witch hunt, right? It's not real. It's not representative of anything. Holy shit, Omega Star with the 10 community gift subs. We're gonna get to know 10 more people now. Dumplings are the bomb. I don't know anything about dumplings. My teacher in Thai class last night, I think one of the class, oh, look at that, level 4 is completed. Wow. Working on level 5 now. You got 4 more minutes to try to make it. Oh my God. But one of the questions she asked me, because we're learning to say, can you do something? Do you know how to do something? Like, words like that. Like, so die is D-A-I, not D-I-E. Die is can. Or die my, sometimes it'll. Yo, Kiki fan, thank you for the 5 gifted. So, wow, I don't know what's going on Twitch today, but people are in a very, very generous mood, and I'm about to read out those 96. Wow, and it's all from Twitch. Twitch is making its presence known in a strong, strong way. But yeah, what I'm saying is that, oh my God, I'm a jellyfish, chat. I'm speaking to you as a jellyfish. I'm coming to you today as a jellyfish in order to let you know that beach safety is important. Some jellyfish can irritate your skin. Other jellyfish can be lethal. So if you get stung by a jellyfish, make sure to talk to your lifeguard. And don't go for any of those weird home remedies like pee. Did anybody ever grow up with like their dad or somebody being like, oh yeah, if you get stung by a jellyfish, you pee on it. Apparently you don't pee on it. Apparently the pee does not help. But it seems like it would help, right? Because it's nasty. It's something you don't want to do. And so you get into this mindset, you know, where it's like, okay, well, you know, how do you not get a disease? You get a shot. Shots are painful. You know what I mean? Like where therapy is supposed to be. Oh my God, we just busted through level 5. Holy shit. I've only heard Americans say this. Wait, about peeing on jellyfish? No, wait, you don't pee on the jellyfish. What is wrong with me? I'm sorry. You pee on the, it's not like a slug, you know? Wait, do you pee on slugs? No, you put salt on slugs, right? Or you shouldn't put salt on slugs because slugs are nice and they just want to leave little snail trails everywhere. Wait, no, they're not nice. They eat your garden. Oh God. The rest of the world, just go to the hospital. Hell yeah. Pee on the jellyfish. New fetish unlocked. Oh my God, who knew? Who knew you could pee on a jellyfish? That sounds like a great thing. Oh, chat, I gotta talk to you about Caseytron, all right? I can't forget this. Has anybody seen what's going on with Caseytron? I don't talk a lot about, you know, Denim's, Caseytron, and Frogan, because in general, like the discourse on these women is sort of dominated by haters. In fact, I tweeted it out today, and yeah, I got a hater. Somebody hated on me for saying go support Caseytron. Don't be on the jellyfish. They'll probably get you back. That's probably how jellyfish choose who they sting. Is if you've ever peed. If you peed in the ocean, that's what they. Oh my gosh, chat! I never knew it. I was a little kid at the beach peeing in the ocean because I thought nobody could tell. Yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 10 bits. I'm gonna read off those gifted in just a second. I'll put coffee grounds on my garden to stop them, the slimy bitches. I mean, that sounds like a fair solution. Better than the salt. The salt is just cruel. I mean, I know they do eat your food though. Like, right? They'll eat your cabbage. They love leafy greens. I've gotten a lot of leafy greens, a lot of cabbage, a lot of broccoli that just have chunks taken out by slugs because those slugs, they like it better than I do. And that's impressive, right? I love my vegetables. But yeah, anyway, I was learning, we're learning to like say I can do something, I know how to do something. So my teacher asked me, do you know how to make dumplings? And I'm just like, actually no, but I should. I don't eat a lot of I don't know a lot about dumplings. All I know about dumplings is anytime I've had them, they're delicious. So I probably should learn to make them. Oh yeah, there's this vegan guy too that's tearing up on YouTube Shorts, and he makes the craziest shit. Like he's got this recipe that combines, I can't remember, it was like chickpea flour and maybe there's a little tofu in there too. But regardless, he makes like fried eggs that are vegetarian. Anyway, what am I trying to talk about? Caseytron. Yes. Oh my God, Chad, I've got to keep track of this. Yeah, everybody, if you can, go support Caseytron. Caseytron is really going through it. Yo, Narwhal by Nature with the 100 bits. Oh my God, no, it's not Vegan Gains. I don't think Vegan Gains does recipes. I think all Vegan Gains does is ideate about stomping on people's babies or celebrating his granddad having heart disease because his granddad didn't go vegan or something. You know, like that's what you get from Vegan Gains, right? It's not anything helpful. It's just hate or debates, right? Isn't that what he does now? He does like debates. But no, it's some old dude that's just got he's just got the best like recipes I've ever seen. That hype train is coming in at a level of this. Okay, so we broke the world record yesterday, apparently, or we broke the record for this chat yesterday. What is that? Complete at can somebody read that for me? Is it level 7, level 8? Regardless, it's fucking impressive. I am impressed. I love making dumplings. They're easy. Even the pastry is easy. Yeah, thank you for getting us started, Videngale, and thank you for keeping us going, Omega and Narwhal and everybody. That's like pretty impressive display. Who would win a fight between Vegan Gains and Dan Quinn? Okay, I thought you were gonna say me. Definitely Vegan Gains would beat my ass. Who is Dan Quinn? Okay, so wait, regardless of who Dan Quinn is, I got some names to read. All right, like I said, every time people get gifted subs or gifted memberships over on YouTube, I read their names out to let them know, in case they're just listening and not paying attention. I let them know you just got something for free from a very generous person. All right, so what do we have here? Baja Bisexual Blast, the very best kind of blast to be hit with, much better than a Biden blast. Yeah, Baja Bisexual Blast, right? You just got jellyfish, Mr. P-53. Wait, that's a thing. What is a P-53? A gun or a? Is it a gun or an airplane from World War I? I don't know, chat. You tell me. Questionable intentions. You just got jellyfished, and now we're all wondering about your intentions and how questionable they might be. Taja, you just got jellyfish. Badoism, you just got jellyfish. Rain Dog Esquire, you just got jellyfish. Sienna's 0219, you just got jellyfished. Coral Pal, you just got jellyfished. Neem Phase. Wait, that's a French name. Nymphes pas rire. Something about laughing. Something about not laughing. Either way, you just got jellyfish. And Grubco, you just got jellyfish. Yo, so already, chat, we got more bonus content to give to you. As you can see, I've got it up for you to vote for on YouTube. What am I supposed to do? Oh, wait. Oh, I have to put it like the goal. Oh my god. Butterfly. Butterfly in my hair. Butterfly in my hair. I can go to the lair. Yeah, that's what I need, an evil lair, chat. The evil lair of Irene Geller. Okay, Davy Cliff with the super chat. Wait, let me get to this. There we go, like that. And then I press the button. I press the button, and it shows up right there. There we go. Trump Meow Meow, my friend, told me their students wear play at class. The vibe shift is real. Okay, wait. Trump Meow Meow. My friends told me their students... Wait, is this like a copy pasta? This vibes like a copy pasta. Davy, are you hitting me with copy pasta? Trump Meow Meow, my friend told me their students wear play at class. The vibe shift is real. I want to show this to every person who wrote a book named The Scary Internet, How Trump Conquered the World Through Memes in 2016. The meme magic. You're bringing us back to the meme magic. Hey, don't discount that meme. Don't disrespect Keck, Davy. Don't disrespect the magical Egyptian frog that brought us Donald Trump. Like, I mean, we don't need that. We're gonna get attacked like Shia LaBeouf if we do that, right? I can't stand a 4chan attack. They'll find exactly where I live by looking at the contrails in the sky, right? Too late. If I'm up too late, I'm catching a new NCC stream. True. Yeah. Sorry about that. I keep on thinking about like how could I stream differently? Like, maybe I could become nocturnal, or what do you call it when you sleep at 2 different times, chat? Is there a name for that? When you sleep at, if you were to sleep for like, I don't know, like if you were to sleep for like 4 hours and then you get up for like 8 hours. Wait, you sleep for 4 hours, you're up for 8 hours, then you sleep for another 4 hours, then you're up for another 8 hours. I mean, that's possible, right? Theoretically, I don't know if it would work in real life, but yeah, no, it does bother me. It does bother me that my my OG chatters especially have a lot of. You know, I started streaming. It's called polyphasic sleeping. Is it good? It's probably not good, right? It's probably hard. I can't imagine sleeping for 4 hours and feeling rested. Sleep schedule is mega fucked up these days. I can relate. Markiplier tried doing that. He said he almost lost his mind. What's the type of isn't biphasic? No. Magenta dinosaurs. That is something though, right? Isn't biphasic? No, it's not. It's not biphasic, but it's something similar. Bihemispheric, right? The Zyns, one of the things that they do is one of their beliefs is that the human body is meant to sleep with like one of your hemispheres should be asleep at all, like, and then the other one should be awake or something, and then you switch them. Not a copy. Pasta Trump meow meow is a meme bullying Trump, which compared to 3 years ago, my friend told me her students' memes made Trump seem cool. There's no memes making Trump seem cool now, right? I think MAGA's run out of energy, right? I think the libidinal energy of MAGA has been exhausted, and it's showing in so many ways, right? The cracks are showing now. There's a type of bird that does that. They sleep in flight. Whoa. But yeah, isn't that what the Zyns did? Isn't that part of what? I mean, I don't know if I want to say that's how Zynns lost her mind, but I can't imagine, right? It's bad enough what I'm saying, which is like, you know, trying to like the way that people do their what is it called? One meal a day or intermittent fasting. Yeah, intermittent fasting is where when you like. You shrink down the window to when you eat. So like normally, right, you wake up at what, 6 o'clock in the morning, maybe? You eat breakfast at 7 o'clock. You eat lunch at noon. You eat dinner at 5, right? That's normally how a lot of people eat. This says that's wrong, right? Because they say 8 hours to 5, like that's a 9-hour window, and you should have more like a. Wait a minute, that's not no 6. Okay, so 6 plus 5, yeah, 11-hour window. And they're like, no, you should have an 8-hour window, right? You should not eat until what, like 11 o'clock, and then, or what would it be, like 9 o'clock? I don't know. Chat. But anyway, it reminds me of intermittent fasting, but doing that with sleep. Whales do that as well. That's a real thing. Hope you're right about MAGA. Well, listen, it's not necessarily like all rainbows and butterflies, right? Even if MAGA has run out of energy, there's nothing saying that something worse couldn't arise in its place. And right now, something worse is trying to arise in its place in the form of the America First movement, right? They're trying to take advantage of the failure of the MAGA movement and say, hey, we got plenty of energy. All you got to do is ask the right questions, right? And if you're Nick Fuentes, those are Jewish questions that you've got to be asking. And, you know, ask them in a way where there's plausible deniability, where you can say, hey, I was talking about the Cookie Monster.
Wycliffe super chatted $9.99. I agree with Grace Belden that Steven Universe is an MK Ultra trigger that makes subjects lose their mind, and that's what caused the Zynns.
I mean, there is a correlation between there's a correlation between trans people and Steven Universe. Grace is a knower. I'll keep that in mind, actually. Not gonna do a damn thing with it, but I'm gonna keep that in mind. Yeah. Damn. Okay, I didn't know that about Brace. That explains some things. Yeah. There we go. Brace has got a little bit of that tipster dog in him, right?
At 0mega_star, super chatted $9.99. My hairstylist's brother is on a paleo diet. He eats like 3 pounds of red meat every other day.
It's not raw, is it? Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not a fan of the paleo diet. I'm not a fan of the all meat diets in general. But whatever, you know, people, you know, nutrition is complicated and there's a lot of information out there, right? the one diet that I'd really just recommend people get as strongly as possible is when they're like eating like raw meat. Now look, there's ways of preparing meat, I guess, that are, you know, like sashimi is raw, and you know, if you get it from the right place, if you can afford to eat sashimi, then you know I guess that's okay. But oh my god, what is going on with my hair? Please tell me that I've got a hair tie on this desk. I'm just having that thing where my hair makes my back sweat, and then my back sweat gets my hair wet, and then it's like the self-reinforcing cycle. God damn it. Oh yeah, anybody seen Tipster lately? What's up with Tipster? We haven't checked in with our friend Tipster in a while. I think he's an Ethan Klein stan as the last I checked. Yeah, I guess it's working for him. He seems alive. Well, that's good. You want to keep him alive. Wait, I learned from KOTH, Knights of the... Wait, I know what this is. Wait, KOTH, something of the something. Did Jordan Peterson come back on the scene, speaking of all meat diets? Oh yeah, he's the all meat diet guy. Yeah, like most paleo people, like they like their kale, right? The paleos, they like their kale. That's good for you. You know, they want to get... They don't like the grains. They don't like anything that like comes from agriculture. But they like their greens, they like their vegetables, they like their zucchini. So, you know, if you got a friend that's paleo, just push the vegetables on them. Make sure that at least they're getting enough of that stuff. Because right, when people start getting the real brain worms and they're like, actually the vegetables are really bad for me. No, they're not. They're really good for you. All right. Whether you're paleo, vegan, whatever your diet is, yeah, fruits and vegetables. Get some of that in your life. Lay your hair over the back of your chair. It doesn't quite go. Yeah, I'm not quite, I mean, I'd have to be like that. Oh God, that makes me feel like I'm at the salon, which I need to go. I need to go to the salon. I need to get, oh my God, there it is again. There it is again, right back sticking to my, I'm gonna have to do it like this. It's gonna have to, oh my God, chat. This is sketch. Should I do this? This is just a regular rubber band.
At DeVicliffe super chatted $9.99. God, Americans are wild. Why does every American diet involve eat 5 pounds of any kind of food? None of it's good.
It's extreme, yeah, and that's the problem. Is that like, you know, any like American nutrition, like the more anti-establishment, the more often this is true. It's like the paradigm is always going to be like, you got to eat only raw food. Right? Because the cooked food is poisoning you. When it gets over 120 degrees, some kind of chemical process comes and an invisible poison that scientists don't know or understand appears in your food, and you're eating that, and that's what's bad for you, right? I feel like I mean, like, you know, you got it with raw vegans, you got it with paleo people, you definitely got it with the carnivore diet, right? That's a Peterson thing, or even worse, the raw meat diet. But yeah, they always think that the answer has got to be some extreme, when in reality, it's like, look, you know, we've gone through decades of demonizing macronutrients. We've demonized fat in the 80s, we demonized carbs in the 2000s. And so that's why everything's got like a gazillion grams of protein in it now. People think that's the only thing that's good for you. When in reality, if you eat too much protein, it becomes carbs. It becomes sugar. There's literally a process in your liver that turns the excess protein into. So if you don't think carbs are good for you, you know, that's where your excess protein turns into. But people just want to they want the one macronutrient that's good. They want to think that like, okay, either like, you know, it's got to be maybe carbs are good. No, if you eat, you know, carbs without any fat, without any, you know, without any protein, you're gonna feel miserable. Okay, maybe fat is good. There's some real problems with that too. If you've ever smelled keto breath, right? Maybe it's got to be then all protein, and that's what Americans are stuck on now. And yeah, like the thing I don't want to happen though is for protein to get demonized. Protein's important, you need it, right? There's even essential proteins that your body can't manufacture itself, right? That I mean, generally, if you eat a diverse diet, you'll get those. It's not something that you really have to, hunt out. That's a misperception about the vegan diet. That you got to hunt out the right amino acids or something like that. Like that if you eat just beans and no rice, then the protein from the beans goes to waste because you can't make a complete protein. When in reality, you could eat beans in the morning and rice in the night, and you'll get all your macronutrients. Demonize eating pounds of food. Yeah, that is kind of a 1 meal a day thing, right? That's kind of what the 1 meal a day people do. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I haven't tried it. The only times I've ever eaten 1 meal a day were when I just didn't have time. Like the times when I'm like, busy with school or busy with streaming, or like yesterday I ate one proper meal the entire day because I was just so busy with class and with stream. Speaking of which, we got to get moving, chat. I'm getting stuck on nutrition, which I'm not a nutrition streamer, at least not right now. Ozempic and gastric bypass fuck with your protein absorption. Yeah, there's some people that do need more protein than others, right? In general, all you need is 2.2 grams per weight. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get it mixed up. Which one's kilo and which one's pound? It's 2.2 per pound or something like that. Anyway, but yeah, some people, some people have greater protein needs. Really miss eating bananas. Okay, so we gotta get moving, and we gotta get to because I'm gonna end up with no time if I'm not careful here. And I know you want the content as much as you like talking, and I like talking. We gotta talk about some stuff. A type of bird that sleeps in flight. That's wild. What's up, post-evolution? Good to have you in chat. Raw meat can lead to a lot of issues. I knew a butcher that ate a lot of raw meat. I mean, I know there's certain circumstances in which meat can be prepared in a way without cooking it. But I don't know enough about it. And yeah, the people that I've seen that have done like a raw meat diet have really, really gotten themselves in some major health problems, right? Like life-changing health problems. Anyway, we gotta get going. What are we talking about today? We're talking about Adam Friedland. It's a little bit of a Cumtown reunion. People don't realize this, but Zohran was actually the fourth Cumboy. Yeah, people don't realize this. Back in the day, Zohran was part of Cumtown, and he's returned. It's gone full circle. He's now back. No, he's not. I'm just teasing, chat. But he is on Adam Friedland, and he's got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of discussion about Zohran too, right? He's making moves now. He's filling out his transition team, and some of it's not great. I'll be honest with you, right? Some people are getting like Obama vibes in that people were very excited for Obama, very happy to canvass and to to get out the vote for Obama. But then, when it came to the actual administration, it wasn't quite what people thought it would be. And we're getting some sense of that from Zohran. Some of it may be strategic. He's kept Tish. He's kept the police commissioner on, but he is also doing some legitimately good stuff that is not going to make the pro police people happy. So it's a little bit of a Cumboy is very reminiscent of Piss Boy. You need the Cumboys to get rid of the Piss Boys, right? The Cumboys come on the Piss Boys, and then the Piss Boys get they get homophobic towards themselves. Obama would never let Lina Khan have the power. Yeah, so there's definitely like it's not all bad, but people are legitimately asking questions now, and even people like Hasan not agreeing with every move that Mamdani is making. Right now, there's some bad faith versions of that where like people will say that him not, I don't know what, biting Trump's head off like is indicative of a red-brown alliance. Or have you heard this shit? Have you heard these fucking boomer brainworms where they're like, yeah, actually Trump's a communist, that's why he likes Mamdani? Yeah, because they're both authoritarians. They both want re-education camps. I don't know, it's some pretty wild stuff floating around. So some pretty bad criticism of Mamdani, and then some understandable concerns from people. But yeah, it's early on. We'll have to see what it's like, what he can do, how he can change things, what kind of guardrails push back on him. Should have included Jink white knighting for MTG. Wait, did we not? Oh, on today's TYT show, in your poll, Preflo, on that, I should let you know. So before we get into the bonus content for today, I've already told you what the content that I'm starting off with, which is Zohran on Adam Friedland, right? But the bonus content is going to include all the bonus stuff from yesterday, or at least all of the bonus stuff that I can muster. Because like I said, yesterday I got cut off by my class. I didn't even fully finish the content that I wanted to show you. I didn't even finish like we got, I think I was in the middle of Zohran Trump, right? When I got cut off, right? So I couldn't do any bonus content, and you got bonus content. I know you hit at least 300 yesterday, which is good for 3 bonus items. So yeah, look, Narwhal, do you have any idea what we're at now? I lost track. I'm so sorry. 0 out of 100. Yeah, we're not doing great today, chat. No, it's not. It's like 100 and let me scroll back. Let me see what the count is. 172. Thank you so much, Narwhal. I totally appreciate you keeping that, keeping track of that, especially when I lose track of it. I just went flying out the door pretty much. Yeah. Oh, the other thing, it kind of sucked for Twitch viewers too. So here's the deal, right? Twitch has this function called raid. YouTube has it too, but it doesn't really work as well. So I sort of stopped doing it on YouTube. But yeah, Twitch allows raids. Raiding is, now it sounds bad, right? It sounds like we're gonna cause some trouble, but in actuality, it's just like, I'm done streaming. Let me send you on to somebody that I know is good, right? That's generally the idea of a raid. If I say, all right, we're gonna raid into this person, I'm ending stream now, right? Then everybody leaves from Twitch chat, right? And the idea is we wanna give them a little bump. We wanna share the audience with somebody else, give them a little bump, even if you go in there and just immediately leave, right? So I kind of gotta be tricky about it. I can't like telegraph the fact that I'm about to raid too strongly, or else, the raid won't be as massive. And we want it to be massive. We want to, that's the way that we make our presence known in Twitch, right? That's the way that other people know, hey, there's a political streamer over here named nocommentchick, and apparently people really like her because she just raided us with 45 people. That's impressive, right? And if I show my hand and I say I'm gonna raid, and then only 25 people end up coming along, well, then they don't know. They don't know what they don't know, and they're like, I don't know, I guess a small streamer chick, right? The difference between 45 people in a raid and 25 people is, small. That's like a 20-person difference, but it's psychologically, it's strong somehow.
Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Remember, every person who cares about politics in the USA are depraved freaks, and that's especially true for politicians. That's how you will never be dissatisfied.
I was, I can't remember where I saw this, but people were talking about, what is it, like the idea that like political content creators and maybe even politicians themselves are usually not very good looking. I don't know if that's true, but it is a special class of people that cover politics, I guess. So yeah, so we so in other words, but like here's what I feel bad about though, right? So in order to get that, like I don't exactly know like when I'm gonna wrap up stream, when I'm gonna completely finish, like, you know, say the last thing. So I try to hit the raid button on Twitch ahead of time, and sometimes it's so ahead of time that there's like, I don't know, like a minute or two of me being on YouTube and not being on Twitch. And then the Twitch viewers feel like, hey, I was trying to stay for the entire stream. I didn't get it because I'm watching on Twitch. So I don't want to do that to you either. So I'm going to try to be more conscious of that and not, you know, like yesterday, I just rated you out way before I should have. I'm going to try to avoid that in the future. So anyway, like I said, we've got a ton of bonus content today. We're at 182 out of 200. This number is indicative of like the bonus content level. If we get to 100, I cover the top vote getting topic in the poll. If we get to 200, I cover the top 2. If that's called neglect, yeah, well, I feel bad about it, fan. I feel bad about it. So yeah, you know, we get 200. If 200, we do 2. 300, we do 3. Yesterday, we were definitely over 300. I don't know exactly where we ended up, but we were definitely over 300, which means you should get 3 bonus topics. Instead, you got 0 bonus topics. So I'm going to try to make up for that today by covering some of that stuff from yesterday, today, and then it looks like we're, you know, closing in on 2 topics today. So what do we got for you today? What is on the menu? As far as possible bonus content. All right, so we got RFK's explicit poetry. RFK is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Is that right? Am I right about that? HHS? Am I tripping? Yeah, okay, that's... I mean, it doesn't seem real. It shouldn't be real. This is the man that's married to Cheryl Hines, who you might recognize as Larry David's wife in the first few series of Curb Your Enthusiasm. He used to be a Democrat. He used to be on a podcast with Sam Cedar, but then he got a brain worm. The worm ate his brain. He started thinking climate change wasn't real and that all these conspiracy theories were real. And he ran for president, just basically on his name. And when his Nepo baby gambit did not pan out, he flipped and he became a Trump supporter, and that's what's landed him this vaunted, you know, a position he never should occupy, right? Trump administration, they talk about DEI, they talk about people getting jobs that they're not qualified for because of their identity. That's kind of this, right? But in a worse way. He's literally getting this job because he's a Kennedy and because he's a ass licker. I'm sorry, not that that's anything wrong, or not that that's where the brainworms came from, but you know, he's like, you know, he's kissing Trump's ass, right? And that's the only reason that he's Director of Health and Human Services. On the campaign trail, Robert Kennedy Jr. had a reporter, was it Vanity Fair? Olivia Nussey is who we're talking about, had a reporter assigned to him to cover the RFK beat, and did, you know, kind of, Olivia Nussey, she did kind of, you know, I mean, some of it was critical is what I'm trying to say. It wasn't like, you know, glowing praise for RFK or anything like that, right? It was definitely tempered with some criticism, but it was revealed during the campaign that Nussey and RFK were in some kind of a relationship, right? Now, Nussey says that it was never sexual. They never, you know, had sex in person. But there does seem to be some cybersexual dynamics in that relationship. In other words, some sexting, right? And this has come out through a ex of Olivia's named Ryan Leza. Ryan Leza has revealed some of the text messages that he read from Olivia Nussey while they were dating.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $5. He's felching Trump, Irene. How could you slander him like that?
He wants to drink. Yeah, that's this guy. It's a thirsty guy. He's a thirsty guy. He wants to drink. He needs to drink. And he wants Olivia Nuzzi to drink too. Yeah, there we go. Mozart's got the quote right for us here. I am a river, and you are the canyon through which my seed course. Is that? Do you say seed? I mean, you're close. I don't know if he said seed, but yeah, it was pretty accurate what Mozart is saying here as far as RFK Jr.'s actual poem. We'll get into that because if we end up choosing that. That's the number one item being voted on right now. Number two, we got MAGA's Jussie Smollett. We've got a MAGA supporter who apparently was violently assaulted by some Trump derangement syndrome victims who, I don't know, like scarred her with like anti-Trump slogans and stuff. Or at least that's what she says. It turns out maybe she faked it. Maybe it was a Jussie Smollett type of situation. So we'll get into that if we end up choosing that. That's a 22% right now. We got PBD roasting Bibi. He wants to roast Bibi. He's got an idea. He thinks the solution for Israel's problems is just everybody roast Bibi. We'll get Kill Tony. We'll get Tim Dillon. We'll get all the Austin comedy people in a room with Bibi. They'll roast Bibi, and then everybody will forget how bad Israel is, and we can go back to normal. We could go back to normal, right? Support and being okay with Israel's genocide, I guess. According to PBD. So Majority Report's got that story for us. That's at 17% right now. And then the last item on the list is a, don't sleep on this one, right? Candace Owens versus the French Foreign Legion. Candace Owens thinks that the Macrons are trying to Charlie Kirk her. She thinks that they're saying go Sonichu and zap to the extreme, right? They think that she's sending that they're sending not Sonichu but the French Foreign Legion. What is the French name for this? Gender something. I always want to say gender. What is it called? What is French Foreign Legion called? In France, it's like gender. Legion étrangère. Okay, I mean that's Foreign Legion. Wait, aren't they called like the gender? I can't fucking remember this word. Gendarme or something. No, it sounds like I'm saying Jean-Claude Van Damme. No, they're gonna send Jean-Claude Van Damme to unalive Candace Owens, like Charlie Kirk style, apparently. No, Candace is flipping out. She's losing it, right? She has gone through with this fucking defamation of Brigitte Macron, who may have been a pedophile, who may have been dating, her husband Emmanuel Macron when he was underage. So, right, there's definitely stuff to look into and criticize with Brigitte Macron. But Brigitte, from what everybody could tell, and from what she submitted in terms of court records, she was assigned female at birth. All right, there's no trans B in Brigitte's bonnet. But don't tell that to Candace Owens because she's dead. She's locked in on this, and she's been making a fucking ton of she's been farming. She's been farming aura, farming clout from this, right? So she now thinks that, or she says she's had somebody tell her that the French government is trying to assassinate her or using the Mossad on her or so, like the crazy shit. So yeah, that's the last item on the poll for today is Candace Owens. Paranoid ideations. Apparently she's a targeted person now by the French government. So that's the last item. But look, I talked about all the items that are, up for possibly bonus content for today. I didn't mention that yesterday we didn't finish Cenk Uygur debates MTG not to quit, right? So we're gonna try to watch that today. The Obama speechwriter, that is Sarah Hurlitz, giving a speech in front of, what is it called? Hurwitz. Why do I always call her Hurlitz? It's Hurwitz. Sorry. She's giving a speech for the Jewish Federation of North America, and just some pretty ridiculous opinions on what the problem is with people's perception of Israel. That being that her biggest issue is people's perception of Israel, not what Israel's actually doing itself. So anyway, that's some interesting stuff. You've probably seen that clip going around. Everybody's talked about it. It's about time that I talk about it. We've got that on the in the hopper for today because that got selected yesterday. And then we've got another ICE agent. This one actually Custom and Border Patrol, but we'll call him a ICE agent, right? Being arrested and thinking that his position as part of the mass Gestapo, as part of Trump's mass Gestapo, somehow warrants an exception from the law. And no, the real cops let him know in no uncertain terms that he does not get an exception from the law. So yeah, we've got a lot to get into today, right? This number is 197, isn't it? Okay, 197 is what it should say. It goes up, if you've noticed, every time that somebody does a super chat, every time that somebody does a super sticker, every time that somebody supports me on Throne, which I do get a sound alert for that one, or supports me on Patreon, in which case, if you support me at the $5 level or above, I read off your name. I give you a shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. I'm going to do that in a second. Or if you support me on Twitch in any way, right? All of that makes this number go up. The higher the number goes, more bonus content that gets put on the menu, the more bonus content that I end up doing, the more chum in the water. If this was Jaws, right? The higher this number goes, and that's how it goes higher. You also have the ability, if you want to let me know which of the topics that you want to see as bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is, adding them to the results of the poll. Okay, so with that being said, let me go ahead and read off those Patreons, because I do appreciate my Patreons. All right, so let me give you shouts out to my fancy weasels here. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzymandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. And shouts out to Good for Gabby. And also shouts out to Jules K and Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zarazerix, my fancy weasels in that elite tier of weaseldom. More cum in the water. There we go. That's what I should have said. It's more cum in the water. We're gonna get to that cum in just a second. I've read out. I think I've got everything that I need to do. So yeah, we're gonna start off with Adam Friedland. So yeah, what do I need to do? I need to automate this thing somehow, chat. Like, right, this is kind of like a clunky process that it feels like I could do automatically somehow. But instead, I gotta do it like this. Boom. We're gonna talk about Zohran and Adam. Oh my gosh. Wow. So clunky. Anyway, we got it done. And then what is the next topic after that? Maybe Sarah Hurlitz? Oh my god, Hurwitz. Why is it so hard to like get her name correct? Jink Huger and the Ice Agent arrest. Okay, I got it. Yeah, we'll do Sarah Hurwitz as our second segment. And I like to give people an idea, like right down here, this is like now, and this is later, right? So I give you, so when people come in here and they're like, what is she covering? What is this story? What is this all about? It's like this one, the now is the story. And then what is she covering next? In case you're not too interested and you want to know what's coming up next, well, it'll be like right down here in this other one. So that's what we're doing. Sarah, I can pronounce her name correctly for once, Hurwitz, with a W. There we go. Chad Dubigunin. You're right, Edward. Wait, who's hating on trans folks? Oh, Candace, I'm guessing. She didn't. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Narwhal says she didn't start that conspiracy theory about the Macrons. It started in France, and she's just zesting. Yeah, she just monetized it. Is really what she did, and she's being sued pretty substantially, which is wild because generally, like international suits, there's so much more of a barrier in between countries than there is just like if you sue somebody in your own country, it's fairly easy, maybe too easy. You can ask Casey Tron and Frogan and Denims about that maybe it's too easy to sue people. But Ethan's doing it anyway. Oh God, no, let's start with Casey Tron. Fuck, let's do this. I gotta do my due diligence here, chat. I have covered Casey Tron maybe twice, all right? She does a very different content than I do from everything that I can tell. But she does not deserve what she's getting from Ethan Klein right now, right? And I want some justice for Casey Tron. So let me just open us up with my tweet, my retweet, my quote retweet here. That's Casey Tron, and she's got a statement to give, all right? So I said, justice for Casey Tron, the internet will never forgive Ethan Klein for his hypocrisy. He is Matt Haas now. I stand 10 toes down on that, right? Casey Tron, I wanted to give more personal update, more personal update about my lawsuit, how it's affecting me and my family. Here is the statement from my live stream. All right, please consider donating to my GoFundMe and even signing up for a monthly donation. So here, let's we're gonna give Casey Tron a hand. And hey, if you want to go here, let me just grab Casey Tron's tweet. If anybody wants to give this tweet some love, give it some retweets or some hearts or whatever, even just go on and on the thread and tell Casey Tron that you care what happens to her and you don't think this is fair, right? Here's the link right here. So we're gonna watch Casey's statement. I just want to do this because it's kind of fucking with me, chat. I mean, like, she's being put through some shit that she never should be put through, that nobody should have to go through. And it's only because Ethan's got the fucking privilege to be able to do lawfare as a hobby. It's not quite lawfare, but you know what I'm saying, chat.
Okay.
It's more lawfare than anything anybody did against Trump. There we go.
So, first of all, my intention of this statement is not to blame Ethan Klein or accuse him of malicious
It's on YouTube.
conduct, so please refrain from making any hateful posts about him. If he believes he has a copyright claim, he is entitled to pursue it. My intention is to shed some light on the financial strain this is causing me and my family, and also why I made a settlement offer to Ethan. So when this lawsuit began, it was unclear how myself and my family were going to survive this. It is only due to the unbelievable generosity of others that I have been able to afford the devastating financial effects of this lawsuit. I will forever be grateful for the kindness and support that I've received during this dark time in my life. We have raised just over $49,000 on my GoFundMe. I have also contributed another $5,000 from various marathons and fundraising, bringing the total up to $54,000. All of these funds were deposited into a separate bank account that I opened exclusively for legal expenses. None of these funds have been used for any personal expense. They have been used exclusively for my legal fees. These funds are not going to last much longer, given the needs of the litigation and the work that is being done to defend against Ethan Klein's lawsuit.
So you catch that? She's specifying that this isn't a scam. This isn't Keffels, right? None of this money is going to go up my nose. None of this money is going to like buy random furniture for my friends or anything like that, right? It's going to be used for her legal defense. It's not even going to be used, like, just so you understand what she's saying here. The money that's donated is not even going to be used to pay off any potential settlement or any judgment against her, right? That's going to come from her if that happens. But and if there's any money left over, instead of just going into Casey Tron's bank account, it's gonna go to the rest of it's gonna go to Denims, or it's gonna go to Frogan, or both of them, most likely. So now the reason she has to say this is because when you're a woman on the internet, even
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Matt Hoss is objectively a better person than Ethan. Matt Hoss doesn't support children's skull.
what, Matt Haas doesn't support children? Maybe I don't know that much about Matt Haas, other than the fact that he yeah, if he had his way, then it'd be impossible for anybody to cover anybody else on the internet, right? Make all of our jobs harder. That's what Ethan Klein has decided to do. Those are the shoes that he stepped into, those Matt Haas shoes. Thank you for the super chat, Davy. So anyway, if you're a woman on the internet, people tend to assume the worst of you, right? If you're running a GoFundMe because you're being sued by some fucking megalomaniac that's just using and abusing, I would say, the legal system, right? Not that anything is doing is illegal. I'm not insinuating that, but that, he's using it to hurt people, right? Rather than to actually, receive a needed remedy, which is generally what the courts are supposed to be for. You gotta explain yourself, because the assumption is going to be people are just going to assume the worst about you, right? At any time somebody like Keffels, misuses funds, as was alleged, people remember that. This is where the sort of cognitive bias comes. The God, what is this effect called? Confirmation bias, I think, is what it is, right? It's the confirmation bias. Even though there's not like a ton of female creators out there, like, abusing their fundraising, when people see one, they remember that happening and they associate anyway. So misogyny is what I'm saying, chat. There's a lot of misogyny, and because of that, the assumption is always like, oh, is she doing a GoFundMe? Well, that's probably just a scam, right? She's scamming her fans. So that's why Casey Tron has to say this stuff that you would hope that doesn't need to be said. You'd hope that would be assumed, but.
In September, I made a settlement offer to Ethan for $17,500. This offer was publicly revealed by Ethan to his Instagram followers. This settlement offer that I made was in no way, shape, or form an attempt to make a payday. It was because the looming threat of financial ruin is a stress that I would not wish on to anyone. My mother thought...
Is Ethan doing these court cases in California? I think Rogan and Denims is in California. I think Casey Tron is in Missouri, but she'll say something. I think she says something about it here.
Mother and sister all struggle with disability and housing instability. They are my family and they depend on me. Just this month, like many other low-income Americans, my mother and disabled sister had their food stamps taken away. Under the current political climate, the future of funding for other assistance is uncertain. I cannot afford to fail them. I simply want this nightmare to be over so that I can go back to providing my family with my full support. Ethan Klein is suing me for $150,000, which is the maximum damages for malicious copyright infringement. I believe it is highly unlikely that a court would find me liable for copyright infringement at all, and certainly not malicious copyright infringement. My offer was tied to the maximum damages for normal copyright infringement, which has a maximum damage of $30,000. Considering it is unlikely there are any damages at all that I could have caused, even if I am found liable for copyright infringement, my offer of $17,500 felt very generous. For me, that is a lot of money, and it would have come directly from my own pocket. On this note, I want to clarify.
Chat, just for reference, if I had that money in the bank account, I would have been applying for a 5-year visa instead of a 1-year visa, right? That's real money. That's like life-changing money right there.
That any donations that I have received are being used for my legal defense costs against Ethan, nothing else. These funds will not be a part of any settlement offer. In the event that we were to settle, I will take responsibility for any settlement, and any remaining funds would go towards the remaining parties that are also being sued by Ethan. I have no intention to keep any money from this fundraising for any personal use whatsoever. If we are unable to reach a settlement soon, this could stretch all the way to December of next year and cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawyers' fees through the end of the trial. To be clear, I don't make anywhere near this kind of money. Like most Americans, I live paycheck to paycheck. I do not have any personal savings. Over the years, I've been stretched very thin because I help support multiple family members. I want to make it clear to Ethan, I will gladly set aside my ego and do whatever is necessary and consistent with my principles to resolve this matter and get back to what matters most to me, helping my family in this devastating financial climate. I feel deeply guilty even asking for community funding during such difficult times because I realize I'm asking for help from people who are also facing financial hardships. Since this lawsuit was announced, it has resulted in a barrage of hate and harassment that has been incredibly mentally taxing. Every day across all of my social media, I am relentlessly reminded that my life could be ruined, that myself and my family could wind up living on the streets, that Ethan is going to foreclose on my home. All realities that feel very real to me right now, and all being used by hateful onlookers to push me into killing myself. The thought of dealing with the constant doxing, threats to my life, and harassment for another year is extremely dark. This treatment wears on a person, and it has left me feeling extremely drained, isolated, and depressed. Moving forward, I'll continue to provide any updates on any future developments. It may end up being a long road, and I'm going to be working hard to keep up with the legal fees every month for as long as is necessary if this litigation is not settled soon. I've changed my GoFundMe goal to better reflect the cost of this sort of litigation. Again, these funds are exclusively for my lawyer fees. This is not money that will go towards any sort of settlement or to any of my personal expenses. Please consider donating or even signing up for a monthly donation. Check out any of my links below. You can also support by tuning in to any of my live streams and social media. Even just some positivity in the sea of negativity means everything right now. Thank you all so much for listening to my side of the story. And again, thank you all for the love and support. Okay, that's all I had to say. And yeah, obviously, I'm reading from a script. Like, obviously, it was something that I wrote. And I don't know, like, I don't want to be like criticized for like coming on camera and like crying and shit because it's not something that I want to do. Like, I've been put in this position where this is what I have to do.
Look, the conundrum is that if you cry, you're going to be called disingenuous. You're going to be called manipulative. I know this because it's happened to me. If you don't cry, you're going to be called cold and dishonest and like, you know what I mean? You don't win. You cry, don't cry, you're still going to get shit on by misogyny.
To survive. And like, I'm doing this knowing that it's going to result in like the whole fucking hate brigade, you know, like Asmongold, XQC, all of them are going to go live and make a video and make fun of me and laugh about how,
Yeah, I think XQC already has.
you know, I'm going to lose everything and all this other messed up shit. And they're going to further profit off of my pain. You know, it just really sucks the position that I've been put in. And I just hope that I can move on from it soon. But if I can't, then I'm prepared to, you know, keep on moving forward and keep fighting. But in order to do that, it's like I have to make myself emotionally vulnerable. But yeah, I can kind of answer some questions. Really should have settled immediately. Good luck. You're saying that, but that was never like really an option. People keep on saying things that they have no clue what they're talking
She made the offer, right? 17,000 fairly early.
about.
And also saying that she should, like, you don't know how that works, right? If you make the settlement early, you're validating Ethan's lies about you. You're giving up on a situation where you're right. And that's all they got for her is like, yeah, no, you should have just surrendered. You should have just given up, right? Anyway.
So yeah, you should really like keep away from just saying things that you don't really know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, thank you guys.
Anyway, so that is what she had to say today. And look, I'm not gonna cover Ethan as much as I have in the past. I feel like, as interesting of a rabbit hole as it is, as many weird things as you find when you stare down that rabbit hole. Like, I never expected to find Ethan doing his rendition of Life on the Mississippi. That's like, I think the last time we covered him, he was talking about like how great Huckleberry Finn was, and like the whole rehashing the whole thing about like saying the N word in class because that's, one of the characters is named the N word in Huckleberry Finn. But anyway, you find some wild shit looking into Ethan's rabbit holes, but it consumes so much, right? There's always an opportunity cost. I don't want to pay that opportunity cost as much as I did in the past. There's a ton of stuff going on. There's a ton of important stuff. I want to cover that. I will keep on checking in on this from time to time. And when I can do something to help a victim of Ethan Klein, yeah, I'm there for that, right? Anything that I can, any positive effect that my content can have on the on the outcomes for people that Ethan Klein has targeted, I'm happy for, right? Even if it's putting a slight crosshair on me. This is important. This is something that I believe in. And free Casey Tron, right? Justice for Casey Tron. But yeah, we'll have some more. We'll have an update, I think, soon of something that kind of does, involve the channel and the stream. I can't really say much more about that, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, don't expect as much coverage or as in-depth coverage of the Ethan Klein situation as I did in the past. Some of you are probably very happy to hear that. Some of you maybe not so much, but yeah, I'm just trying to balance it, right? I'm not going to let this go. I'm not going to turn away from this, but I'm also not going to let it consume my stream and my, my life, right? Or my, online, work as much as it has in the past. So there we go. With that, chat, we can get to Adam Friedland. All right. And Zohran Mamdani. Oh, also, if you didn't catch it, Adam interviewed Lena Khan 12 days ago. What's the periodicity? He just one of these a week, I think. Anyway, 12 days ago, Lena Khan is on here talking about the FTC, monopolies, and Biden. This week it is Zohran Mamdani. Let's go.
What is it like? Like you go to the White House,
yeah.
right? You take a selfie on a plane,
Yeah.
no caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know
What
where
do
I
you
was
think on the
going.
plane? What do you think? Like, what's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was the joke on the internet. You
Thank
look a
you.
little bit like you took you hit the nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why
didn't
would you
know
say
it was
that?
30 minutes. I'm
Why
sorry,
would you say
Mr. May.
that?
I
Why
don't.
would you say that
It's
to me?
like, I don't know.
Anybody have experience with
At DeVicliff super chatted $9.99. Honestly, everything about how YouTube and Twitch work makes absolutely no sense to me legally. This kinda stuff would not fly in any other industry, but also this suit always just meant to cause harm.
yeah, it's purely vindictive from what I can see. Anybody have an experience with an edible where you where you take an edible and then go do something? Like, the only thing I can relate to is like I think I used to take like a half of a like a little like God, what is it, like a lozenge shaped candy that was an edible when I would go to Muay Thai. And I don't know, at the time I would like, my class was at night, and I don't know, I enjoyed listening to music and hitting the bag. What can I say? You know what I mean? So I like to have a little edible there. It is a little weird sometimes, like talking to the teacher who, the teacher in a Muay Thai gym is called a crew, which is, the word for teacher. The same thing that I call my teacher, my Thai teacher, is crew, KRU, is her title. But yeah, it didn't really cause that many problems. And again, it's like half of a candy, so it wasn't like that pronounced. But yeah, ate an edible, went to a rave this weekend. That's what you should be doing with an edible, right? That's a great use for an edible. But yeah, taking an edible to talk to Donald Trump sounds miserable. So I very much doubt that that's what Zohran was doing. I'm a big fan of edibles, says Omega Star. They're kind of hard to come by in Thailand. There's some rule about the concentration, like cannabis is allowed to be sold here. It does require a prescription now, but the prescription's pretty much, you just say like, I have nausea, I have, whatever your symptom is, which, you're treating with it. And it's just, they just ask and you tell them and you get the prescription. So it's not that hard to access, but they limit the concentration that it can exist in. So something like a concentrate, like a like hash or whatever, that's not legal to sell here. That's not supposed to be sold here. Not supposed to have that here. And also edibles, right? To make the edible, you end up cooking the cannabis down to a fairly high, the butter or whatever, the oil that you make with the cannabis to create the edible ends up being, I think, too high of a concentration. And for that reason, the only edibles that are even allowed here are like incredibly weak. I don't know if you'd even feel them. I haven't tried any edibles. Should I try an edible, chat? I'm in Thailand, right? They do sell them. I'm just not, from what I've heard, the edibles that you get here aren't really worth the price. But either way, let's get back to this Zohran. And I don't think Zohran ate an edible on the plane, but it's a nice meme. It's a nice meme. He eats an edible. He goes in there. He charms the pants off of Trump. He makes Trump thirst for him. And then Trump is just like putty in his hands at that point. I don't know. It could be. Congratulations, Adam. Life well lived. All right, let's get.
Welcome to a very special episode of the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. Because this is such a special episode, we've decided to release this episode to the public 2 days early. Additionally, we've got to give the boys some time off for Thanksgiving. I'm such a good guy, wow. Also, we don't want to leave our members and patrons hanging. So starting next week, we will be commencing a weekly members-only stream.
Okay, now look, I do a ethical react here, but I don't know. This feels like housekeeping. Let's let it go a little bit longer. I'm gonna try to see if I can fix the image so you're getting less of the surroundings of the video and more of the video itself.
TAFS. Is that what the name is?
Sure.
Okay, it's called State of the TAFS. Where we will be taking, but it's the Adam Friedland Show, so State of the TAFS.
Sounds good.
State of TAFS.
What's the problem?
State of the
State of the TAFS.
State of the
State of the Adam Friedland Show. Okay, well, let's stick with State of the TAFS. Okay, so starting next week, we will be commencing with a weekly members-only stream. It's called State of the TAFS, where we'll be taking questions from members and patrons. So please, if you don't already, support the Adam Friedland Show on YouTube or Patreon. There's links in the description. You guys are the ones that keep the show going. We are proudly member-supported, kind of like socialism vibes. My guest this week is Mayor-elect of New York City and former striker of the Bronx Science Wolverines, Zohran Mamdani. On Friday, my staff huddled around the office computer and we all watched the mayor-elect's historic...
Wait, I'm sorry, striker, that's like a soccer position, right? What is a striker, chat? Am I right about that? Did Zohran play soccer? Adam's ads last like 23 minutes. Yeah, but usually they're pretty usually the ad read is the most fun part of the show.
Press conference.
It's a forward? So forward is the same as strike. So what is it like? There's like 3 forwards. One of them is like in the middle, right? And that's a special. But is a striker the forward that's in the middle? Like, so you're the person, like when they do the, how does it work again? They put the ball in the middle and you both go and try to kick it at the same time. I don't even remember. No joke, this is the funniest Psychonaut story I've heard in a long time. God, Lesbian Hot Sauce says I used to do a lot of fungus when I was in Thailand. I've heard that there's beach towns in Thailand where you can get a shake that might have a little bit of silo action going in there. But I haven't partaken yet, even though it's definitely in my wheelhouse. It's just like the whole thing about psychedelics though is they take so long to do. If you really want to do them right, you got to have like so much free time to just be able to resettle and recenter. It's 4-2, 4 defenders, 4 midfielders. Oh, 2 strikers and forwards? Okay. There's a goalie. I forgot about the goalie. The goalie's important. Striker, I barely knew her. Haha. Anyway, I'm going to try to fix this image really quickly while we let Adam yap for just a bit, as he does.
With President Donald Trump in the Oval Office. My 22-year-old employee, Zach, tapped me on the shoulder. His voice was quivering. A tear was rolling down his cheek. I remember it clearly. He said, "Dad, I mean Adam, the man on the screen, standing next to the President of the United States, will be here in 36 hours' time. But how do we get him off the computer and into the real world?" I smiled and looked at him and said, "If you can figure out how to do that, Zach, I'll give you $1 million fucking dollars." So, so please enjoy my conversation with Zohran Mamdani, everyone. I'd like to take a break from speaking with the mayor to tell you about Roe.
Another ad read. Wait, sorry, Rokana?
It's for your erections. Thank you to Roe for sponsoring this episode. I'm not a real Roseparks user, but I'm excited to tell you what it's all about.
Oh my God, what kind of ad read is this where you gotta deny erectile dysfunction, right? Just so you know, I don't need to use this product, but maybe some of you out there do, right? Maybe some of you, you know, you look down there when you're with your sweetie and it's not all that it could be, and you want it to be, you want to do the maximalism when it comes to boners, right? So you got to take the, but there's called Roe, right? I feel like considering that his guest is Zohran, though, it should be called, I think it would sell better if Zohran were to endorse it and call it Zoe, right? Of course, Zohran doesn't struggle with the erectile dysfunction either, but, for...
Listen, folks, as you know, sex is
boner maxing, yeah. We're boner maxing.
And it can come out of nowhere. So the confidence that you need.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. You told us a little too much there. It can come out of nowhere. No, I know about this, right? I've had to fix my hair, chat, because it can come out of nowhere way before you expect it. The moment hasn't really even started yet, and all of a sudden it's over, right? That's another kind of dysfunction, right? You got anything for that?
When you get hard fast in those situations is possible with Roseparks. The mayor is watching this. Roseparks.
I don't know, chat. I feel like as as somebody that's usually on the other end of the equation, I appreciate the maybe something that might slow down the process a little bit. Make it like last a little. Do they got anything for that? Anyway, chat. I'm asking too much.
Roseparks are a 2-in-1 prescription treatment for guys who want to get harder.
SSRIs, nice.
More controlled erections. They hit the bloodstream fast because they dissolve under the tongue.
Controlled erections
means that there's less waiting to perform. After Roseparks dissolve, they work in 15 minutes on average. Plus, Roseparks dual action formula stays active in the system for up to 36 hours. No, you don't stay hard the whole time.
There you go. Is that better?
When you get aroused, you're able to get it going and maintain an erection.
A little bit better.
Roseparks, guys can get harder, have more control in bed, and a boost to last longer, so everyone gets more.
Oh, it does make them last longer.
Guys
okay.
With a medical provider.
Wait, what? What does it do that? Like, how can it do both? How can it like speed things up but slow things down too? This is some magic boner pill here we're talking about.
online, and if approved, treatment ships directly to your door.
If
prescribed
approved?
sexual health patients
If approved,
get $15 off their
what do you have to take a picture down there to show that you need help? Right? If you send them like a 12-inch rager, then they're gonna be like, no, you don't need our help. Sorry, no Zo for you. Right? We don't wanna make it pop.
first order of Sparks on a recurring plan. Connect with a provider at ro.co.
Oh, so wonderful. It's a subscription.
Find out if
like
prescription
everything
drugs
else.
are right for you. That's ro.co/TAFS.
To find out if having a huge throbbing cock is right for you. Yeah, there we go.
For $15 off your first order. Sparks is a compounded drug product. Compounded drugs are permitted to be prescribed under federal law, but are not FDA approved and do not undergo FDA safety, effectiveness, or manufacturing review. For full safety information, go to ro.co.
I'm familiar with compounding pharmacies, but I've never thought it's a very different type of medication altogether.
/safety info. Ladies
right,
and gentlemen, Mayor-elect New York City, Zohran Mamdani, everyone. Good job. Elect. Congratulations.
How you doing, man? How you doing?
How you doing?
Good.
It's funny, like when I met you, we just talked about sports. I wasted your time like 4 days before an election.
I thought it was
talking about
great.
I know. We talked about all of our collective pain.
Yeah.
The game's on right now. The North London Derby's on right now.
3-0, baby.
You said you've been too busy.
Okay, somebody explain, what is this soccer shit? What is this soccer shit? Who's playing? What league is this? Is this like British soccer? Is it world soccer? Is it American soccer? Who has sex for just once, Irene? Yeah. Well, you just need to make the baby, Narwhal. I mean, that's what I have sex for. I don't know about the rest of y'all, perverts out here. I only do it to make babies, to add to add more lives to the human species, because the Elon's telling me we need to increase the population, or else we'll die out like the Roman Empire.
You've been too busy running for mayor to watch the games.
Does lesbian hot sauce have the answer? He supports Arsenal, who are fucking shit. A lot of people like Arsenal, though. I've noticed there's a lot of Arsenal fans. What's the other one? Manchester United. I meet a lot of those fans. Chelsea. I see some Chelsea fans. Liverpool. Yeah. No, I got a friend who's Liverpool fan.
Yeah. It
Now
has
you're
been
making
tough
me
in that
too
way.
busy to watch.
But like, we'll get an update if it's 4.
Oh shit. This is unprofessional.
I thought
I gotta. Someone text me. Oh shit. You need to see this. Oh no, guys.
Hi Zohran, how you doing, Ian? Right here.
What?
I just want to say a massive congratulations on what you've achieved. The real work now starts now, but God willing, you can achieve everything that you have
I love
set
you.
out to achieve.
Are you
You're gonna need some of that
How did you do this?
winning energy that you've got, my friend, and get behind the boys. It's a long way to go.
Look, if you get Zoran booked last minute like this, you gotta go all the way.
You just have to stay calm, back Mikel and all the boys. Up the Gunners, baby. Take it easy and God bless, my friend.
I just got a text.
Do this.
It's my boy.
Hi Zohran, how you doing?
I'm just gonna watch it again.
Yeah, just watch it.
I just want to say a massive congratulations.
I love this
on what
man.
you've achieved.
He's the best guy of all time.
Have you seen the video where he is
He meets
reunited
his
with his teacher?
Mr. Pigeon. I thought you was dead.
Thought you were dead.
We have here's the problem, guys. I don't want to expose you, but it's crazy. I mean, Ian, right. Okay.
What a man.
How did I do that? I really
And you
bothered.
actually, and I thought there was something wrong.
I know. Yeah. Mr. President.
I didn't know where you were going.
No, it's not a no.
How did you do that?
I knew that it was gonna be.
I love him.
I love him so much. He's the best guy of all time. You know his background story. He was like working in a factory, and then he tried again. He's like, I'm gonna try one more time, and then he went to Crystal Palace. You gotta like.
Being an Arsenal fan is like kind of like being a leftist. You're objectively right, but it's like being a Cubs fan.
These are like the stories I would read when I was 17 and on the B team of a travel team in New York City.
What did you play? What position did you play?
I played
Bronx Science?
I played up top.
Wait, the Cubs did win the World Series though at one point, didn't they? Did they finally? There was this whole thing where the Cubs had never won the World Series for.
Up top.
Yeah.
You were 9?
I think I was 23.
Okay, but you were a striker.
Yes. It had no relation to the number on the back of my jersey.
We have like a lot of our brain is occupied by the most useless information related to this soccer.
Every
team.
day I wake up, I think about Sebastian Squillaci,
Oh my God.
Pascal Sigan,
I think about
Marwan Shamat.
Oh, 2016 is when they. Okay, now I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, when I caught you like I'd be a little bit of a politician because I said that Ospina was giving me nightmares, and you're like Jackson Heights is in the balance. I need
Yeah, it's like, can you lay off my Colombia goalkeeper for a moment?
No one cares. No one cares. We're embarrassing ourselves. Okay.
So wait, Ian Wright, is he like a art? Does he play for Arsenal?
Well, you grew up in the Upper West Side.
Yep.
Yeah, New York City kid.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
Well, we both lived a little bit as kids in Cape Town. Yeah.
You lived in Cape Town?
Yeah. Where did you live? Observatory?
I lived in Oranjezegt
That's where my mom
from
grew up.
96 to 99.
That's my mother grew up in Oranjezegt. Yeah. Both my parents are from Cape Town. And
What?
Then I was born in LA. My dad was on a list of some sort.
You got to give me more than that.
My dad and mom both went to university in London.
Okay.
We're Jews from Cape Town.
Okay.
And then
Shout
and
outs.
then they met in South Africa. They met at home in Cape Town. They kept getting set up on blind dates, and she was like, "This fucking guy again." And then somehow he wore it down. And
Chat, is Crystal Palace a good team? Should I become a fan of them? What British football club do you think that I like? What do I read as far as if I was a British football fan? Like, what would my club be? What club would I support?
And then they got married, and he got a letter that he was being sent to Angola to the Civil War, and so they left. They
Don't
just
be Crystal Palaces.
packed up and
What
left.
year?
Okay.
82.
Wow.
So I was born in LA.
Okay. Have you been to
My
Cape-
dad was on an enemies list because of the apartheid regime,
Yeah.
and so I
Not a bad
lived there when
list
I was a
to be
kid,
on.
and then I was there back. My granny's from Sea Point. None of the
Can we talk about real sports like baseball? I mean, I was trying to talk about the Cubs, Davy. Do they not count?
grannies left, and actually, an interesting
Are they still
thing-
there?
Granny's still there, 94. She just got a hip. You want to send her?
Don't
a
choose
video?
Evertone.
Hi, Granny.
Yeah. Congrats
your
congrats
hip.
on the hip.
Congrats.
Be a gooner. What team is that? Crystal Palace is full of wait, Crystal Castles, the band?
Congrats on the hip, Esther. Congrats on the hip. I promise.
Wait a minute, wasn't there a thing with that band where like there was something like some scandal? Like the guy in the band was like, wait, am I mixing it up with something else?
I'm trying my best in life, and no, she's very proud of me. I told her I have the mayor coming on, and no. So yeah, Madiba actually he was like when I was a kid, I used to write my essays like who's your hero on
Madiba.
on Madiba.
Do Thai folk like football? Good question. I mean, everybody likes, it's the most popular sport in the world, so I'm sure to some extent. But yeah, is there like another sport here that's maybe? I mean, obviously Muay Thai is like kind of the national sport, but
Because like it connected me to my parents, because like it was like
That's
it's South African.
amazing.
Yeah. So, but he went to our synagogue after he got out of jail and he was elected, and he was like, "You got to tell
he talks about soccer like a foreigner. Well, he's South African.
your kids to come back because we need everyone to build a country." And like my parents' whole generation of Jews.
So why are you not following Madiba right now? man?
Because I had to talk to you, and I got this studio, and it's a lot. It's a lot of work.
Last time I went back was in 2010
2010
for the World Cup.
He fucking did the Jabalala. Was it obnoxious?
Vuvuzela.
Yeah. Could you not hear anything?
You hate it if you're not the one doing it, and I was one of the people doing it.
You got one.
Yeah, I brought
They're
them back.
fucking loud.
I brought them back.
I bought one back to
Maine.
college. Yeah.
I went to a D3 basketball game. My roommate was on the
With the
basketball team,
vuvuzela.
and I had the vuvuzela.
Yeah.
I think I was at Bates College, and I pulled it out, and I.
Okay, so yeah, Buncor says, fuck English teams, you're Derry City. Ireland teams, with former IRA ties. Thank you.
Blew it, and the ref stopped the game. And he was like, You need to fucking stop.
Yeah. And you're like, come on. Didn't you see the World Cup? Didn't you see the ball that went in all different directions?
But I was at the Ghana-Uruguay game.
No.
That's where I cried.
I gotta admit, chat, this is all going like right over my head.
In public.
No.
Yeah. Luis Suarez.
Asamoah Gyan. Dude,
VAR.
I can't. Guys, this is
It was the closest.
Look, I will watch football, right, when they develop a way to suspend water in a giant globe, right, and have people like wing the ball like underwater, you know? Like that's when I'm gonna get really hyped for football when it enters the Final Fantasy X technology realm.
The mayor caring about soccer is the mayor caring about Arsenal is.
I want
like
blitzball,
Wakanda
yeah.
For me, it's like I feel like it's like representation.
Do you remember that tweet?
You're one of them.
I got really good at blitzball, and I don't usually like mini games. I'm usually not a fan of the two mini games that I like from Final Fantasy though: Triple Triad and Blitzball.
Remember your tweet?
No, not the what is it? Ruth Conda Forever?
Oh my god. Yeah, like when I met you, one thing that was like remarkable is like we were talking about soccer and hip hop.
Yeah.
And I was like, we are losers. I was like, but I was like, we're
Is it water polo?
Representation, man?
Yeah, I guess if water polo was completely like underwater in like a suspended orb of water, yeah, there'd be like
same generation, right?
Yeah.
It dawned on me that my entire life, this is kind of feels like the first time that someone from my generation has ascended to leadership. I guess Mayor Pete did, but he was more of a suck up to the parents. You're more one of us, I think. I don't know, he couldn't laugh at that, or he could laugh at that.
Yeah, no, it's not even about Final Fantasy VIII, Davi. It's like the Final Fantasy VIII is the delivery vehicle for Triple Triad, right? It's like
No, are you mad at me? She gets mad at me. She yells at me, Olivia. Can you tell her to take it easy? Anyway, give it up for Olivia.
I need a mod that just like autos all of your battles and all of the story and just gives you the Triple Triad, right?
Communicate. Why is everyone so nervous?
Well, that's Monica.
Or Amelia, sorry.
That's Amelia.
Oh, sorry. Okay, cut that. Okay. How you? Yeah, you're mayoring people older than you. Are you getting unked?
Okay, can you explain to me what does UNC stand for?
Uncle.
Someone told me it stood for uncool.
There's a correlation, but that it's not 100%.
No,
It's uncle.
it's uncle.
All right.
You have
Yeah, uncool because the ant is just cool, right? That's me.
old heads, unks, and OGs.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. You were unknown like a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, even my friends didn't know what an assembly member was.
Yeah. I still don't know, and I don't want to know. In fact, I mean, you're perhaps one of the most famous people in America right now. I mean, it's weird.
They added Triple Triad to Final Fantasy 14. I never got into that because it's like, what is it? It's a multiplayer game that you got to pay for, right? For Final Fantasy 14, and then it just feels like, I don't know. It feels like it's a trick to get you to like, I don't know. Right? Okay. Yeah. Here's the deal. Any sort of JRPG, it takes a long time to play, but you got a story. But like an online Final Fantasy, it just seems like it's gonna suck my life away too much, right? Like it seems like it's gonna be worse than WoW, and that's why I don't play WoW. Well, also I don't really relate to the orcs and the, I don't know. Like WoW was before my time, right? But Final Fantasy 14, I could have gotten into. I had a lot of friends that were into it, but it seemed like it would be too much of a life suck.
Weird. Is it weird?
Yeah.
Have you adjusted to that?
I think I try and spend as much time as possible with people I knew before
Yeah.
I was
Yeah. The
You know?
day ones.
the mayor-elect.
Yeah.
And I think the nice thing about being an assembly member is I was still working in politics, but I was also walking around my neighborhood like anybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to
You went to the White House, okay?
I went to the White House. I was going to tell you I went to Dwayne Reed, but
Okay.
both of them are true.
Okay, let's start on the Dwayne Reed.
Okay, start on the Dwayne
Okay,
Reed.
yeah.
We went in there,
Yeah.
pick up something from the apartment.
Yeah.
This guy in front of us has a pack of condoms and breath mints, and he turns around and he goes, "Mr. Mayor." And he looks at my wife and goes, "Mrs. Mayor."
Uh-huh.
And that's our experience now.
Chat, condoms and breath mints. I wonder if they were Altoids. Do you think they were Altoids? Do you know about the Altoid trick?
Dwayne Reed.
Anybody
Yeah,
know the Altoid
That's life
trick?
in Astoria.
Oh, the condoms had...
I don't know.
He was like, Mr. Mayor, I'm about to lose my virginity. Yeah.
He left it at that.
I would like you to know I'm about to become a man.
He just gave the titles.
What does this last year feel like? And what has the adjustment been like? Like,
I mean, it's. To be honest with you, I haven't spent all that much time reflecting on it.
You should,
because it's so go.
You should just work a lot.
Yeah.
Have you checked the Reddit?
You sound like the inner voice.
Is there a Zohran Mamdani Reddit?
I don't know. Is there?
Probably. Don't check it though.
No.
Yeah, just don't read the comments.
No,
You'll
I
be
always
fine.
forget to put
I mean, there's got to be like 10 Zohran Mamdani Reddits.
the
subreddits.
/r when I'm like typing in the URL.
Don't,
so I
no.
don't even.
What is it like? Like you go to the White House,
yeah.
right? You take a selfie on
No,
a
I want to
plane.
hear about the guy with the condoms and the breath mints.
Yeah.
No caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know
What
where
do
I
you
was
think
going.
No, supposedly, Chad, if you do certain thing with the Altoid in your mouth, it's better. I don't know. I've never tried it, but
What do you think? What's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
You slept.
Slept.
It's a 30-minute flight. I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was the joke on the internet. I don't know if I can make these jokes. You
Make
look a
'em.
little bit like you took you hit nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight. And
Why
you
would
didn't
you
know
say
it was
that?
30 minutes. I'm
Why
sorry,
would you say
Mr. Mayor.
that?
I
Why
know.
would you say that
It's
to me?
like, I don't know. I apologize. You walk in like he gave you a tour of the White House?
He gave me a tour of
What was the weirdest thing he showed you?
the Oval Office and the Cabinet Room. What's that?
He had to.
fucking guys that can sleep through anything. Yeah, a 30-minute. I hardly ever fall asleep on a plane, even if it's trans-Pacific. Like when I came over here, I don't think I slept at all. I tried to, I wanted to. It would have been so good to sleep, but no, I was completely, I'd been up for what, like 19, 20 hours when I got here, and then I started to go to sleep. I started to go to sleep, and then my friend who came with me was like, "Hey, let's go to the weed store," and I'm just like, "All right." Totally not ready for this, but okay.
I'm showing you something. One thing weird.
I mean, he showed me.
He came from a state where it's illegal, so I sort of understood him wanting to go to the weed store. It's not something that he's got where he's at.
Show me the portraits of all the presidents in the Cabinet Room.
Yeah, he saved that.
Yeah, you know what's worse than trans-Pacific is transatlantic. Like that flight is incredibly long, going from the U.S. to Europe, and I wish I could have slept. I don't know what that shit fucks you up. He slept on a 30-minute plane ride. Damn.
FDR for you.
The FDR was beautiful.
It was really nice.
And we talked about FDR for a little bit. And honestly, you don't have the LaGuardia record if you don't have FDR.
Yeah.
But we talked about that. I walked in. First you get there, and it's just you alone, and there are two people like guiding you through to get to the Oval Office. And they're like, they want you to see this room and that room. And then I sit down waiting for the time of the meeting. And in front of me are like all these different coffee table books. And one of them is UFC at the White House.
Oh yeah, he's bringing it there, right?
I had no idea, but I was
in the rose
flipping through that.
Yeah. And so you saw like guys fighting each other?
No, it was just a
What was it? UFC? It was
visualization.
of
Like what the...
Yeah, the octagon is.
Yeah, it's gonna look like.
Yeah. Are you gonna go?
No.
Are you? Can I ask you a question? Like, how did you not laugh?
When the 135?
How did you keep the face during the press
Oh,
conference? Because we were all dying, and I'm like, my boy Zohran was like just straight face. He said, "Just tell him yes." Yeah. How did you keep that face?
honestly, I was just thinking about New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the whole time I was trying to think about the difference between if you have a White House that is working towards an affordability agenda or one that's making it harder to live in the city.
Yeah.
That's kind of what kept.
Do you feel like as if the president sees your popularity? You know, he loves the ratings. Ton of reporters. He sees it. He's, I think, handsome. I think.
Yeah, whoever said it is right. You get too high in altitude to see it. Well, yeah, I mean, and plus, if you were to see anything, like it would, if the clouds were just completely clear, like it's just miles and miles of ocean, right? For God damn, so many hours.
I think he thought handsome. Did you have eyes up here, Mr. President? You were elected because you were trusted on your policies for affordability. Do you think he's maybe a little bit trying to like swagger Jack a little bit?
You know, I actually think there are a lot of places of disagreement with the president. I think one of the things that was remarkable to me is I told him that, our campaign started on October 23rd of last year, but the moment when a lot of people, or not a lot of people, some people started paying attention was after he won the presidency. We did the video on Fordham Road, Hillside Avenue. Yeah. We talked to Trump voters and we asked them why they voted for him. And it just went back to cost of living and it went back to cheaper groceries. Yeah. And that was a lot of our campaign.
And he liked that it was one.
Cenk urged MTG not to quit, and we're getting that today, right? That was some of the bonus content that we got yesterday that I wasn't able to watch. So we're gonna watch Cenk beg MTG to stay. I mean, she's kind of his meal ticket. I mean, next to Anna Kasparian, right? MTG's probably the most important woman in Cenk's life right now.
1 in 10, right? That's like he liked.
1 in 10.
He liked.
Did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
Yeah.
And then he did
How'd that feel?
The MAGA from Mamdani.
Kind of badass.
It was wild. I remember I was gonna step on. I sound like such a postulist. Everything is we. I was going to step on the stage at Forest Hills where we were doing our rally.
Did you think it was a prank?
Well, I had a member of the NYPD pull me aside and they're like, I just want you to know that there is a man in your line of sight with a red MAGA hat.
I wonder if Trump is going to see the new Wicked movie. If he does, he'll be singing those songs for like ever.
We checked and he's
driving Melania crazy while she's trying to decorate.
Actually sincerely here for the rally.
Oh, nice. So you really had to bring it. You had to do a Trump-style rally for him. You had to really do.
Those Wicked songs get stuck in your head. Like they're.
You had to do YMCA. This guy's accustomed to some wild rallies. This guy's accustomed to a stadium full of.
Yeah, it was just me and El Bizgard Church.
Yeah, I mean,
somebody from MTV Lebanon.
Did you expect him to like you as much as he did?
I was trying to prepare for a lot of
the sticker didn't make the goal. Wait, we're right next to 10. Wait a minute. If we're on 9, then the stickers. Yeah, that's confusing. YouTube does that. And also OBS doesn't like recognize it doesn't do an alert for the stickers. But if we're at 9 out of 10, like Davi got one in I think before I started, so it's basically 10 out of 10.
Situation.
I know. It's like when you're on that plane taking that selfie. I mean, that could have gone any.
The most horsecock coded president we've ever had. Are you saying he's the most Vosh president? The Vosh presidency?
Could have gone in any direction. I mean, like, did that feel best case scenario, or like, were you like?
I mean, honestly felt like the most productive meeting we could have had.
Yeah.
I mean, a meeting where we talked about ULERP, we talked about, groceries, Con Ed, rent, childcare. That's
groceries. We can say it. It's a very old-fashioned word. People like to talk about groceries. I open my refrigerator and food magically appears. I never have to worry about groceries, but everyone's telling me groceries are not affordable. We're getting your coffee down. We're getting your eggs down.
Super chatted $5. Grr, YouTube.
I know, right? Well, you did get the confetti there, Narwhal. So congrats on that. But yeah. I mean, like I'm counting. I got my eye on the butterfly goal.
Feels like the
today
best
at least.
Yeah. Were Eric or Donald Jr. there?
No. Did
you worry that
you didn't get to meet Beavis and Butthead? What the fuck? What's the point?
See, that was maybe difficult for them.
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Maybe it's like the hang has just been so bad.
Yeah. That's the thing is that like, chat, has anybody else experienced that? This like dads that that like they want to like, like after their kids are grown, they kind of like develop relationships with other people their kids' age that are like a little too parental. You know what I'm talking about? Like the dad sort of picking the child. And it always feels like it's the dad picking the child that they wish they had, right? Like somebody that's more like what they wish their child would be like, and just like it's probably a mind fuck for Eric and Donald when that happens, and they are definitely archetypal fail sons. So
and he's like, now I have to go back to these guys. Did he say, can you sleep over? Did he come up to New York and see you?
They definitely sleep in bunk beds in the White House, 100%.
You didn't ask me that.
Oh man, I mean,
They got a futon. They'll fold out for you if you stay over.
it was one of the most surreal things we've ever seen as Americans.
Robin Van Persie against Charlton, baby.
What's the score?
3-1
Fuck. Who
Who
scored?
for Charleston from halfway line.
Oh,
What?
did he do the pigeon from
Wait,
halfway line?
So Arsenal not doing great in this one.
Nah, dude, he was being weird about it.
He scored from the halfway line?
Yeah, he chipped Ryan.
Why? It was off his line.
Yeah, it wasn't Ryan's fault. It was honestly just a great play from him.
Why would you say that?
Because they're not a threat.
They're not a
That's
threat.
famous last words. What's this time?
Okay.
73rd.
What time is it right now?
I think he said, yeah, Robin Van Persig. Is that the name? Persig, like the author of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance.
74th minute now.
What time is it?
102.
Okay.
Did you watch the 4-4 Arsenal Newcastle?
Yeah, we talked about it. It was the worst day of my life. This is an interesting moment for us because we have like an.
Chat. I need to go to the UK. I don't know how this is gonna work, but I need to go to the UK. I just realized, I don't know where anything is. Right? I know the names of these towns. I don't know where they are. I feel like I have memories from like a past life of like you know, being in like London and shit, and but my grandmom gave me, when I was like a little kid, she gave me like a picture that was it was of London, right? I think it was Piccadilly Circus or something like that. But I think I had dreams where I would like step through that thing and be transported into like you know, the England of the 18, I don't know, chat. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's a fake country with a fake language and fake people. Nobody needs to go to the UK. I just realized though, I know fuck all about the UK IRL. And I feel like it's so influential. It's been so influential on my life nonetheless.
Opportunity to have like a snapshot of you after an historic election.
The only thing that the only reason I don't think it's going to happen is because it's expensive, right? I feel like there's like half of the world that I'm just priced out of, right? England, Norway, Switzerland, you know, these are expensive places to exist.
Prior to the assumption of one of the most powerful positions in America.
Co-host of the show.
Co-host of the Adam Friedland show.
Yeah.
What made you run for mayor? Like, what made you decide to run for mayor?
I think one of the things was that I was very frustrated with the fact that Eric Adams, who was at that point running for re-election, was making it more expensive to live in New York City in clear ways that he had direct control over, and then pretending like he was just a bystander. He would write a letter in support of Con Ed when they wanted to increase gas and electric by more than $60 a month. He would raise the rent more than 12%.
Mm-hmm.
He would increase the water bill. He would.
But like the conditions for you,
I mean, for me, it
you're
was,
like, this is the time I'm gonna run for mayor.
I think the thinking was that I wanted to make a case specific about cost of living.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people who looked at kind of the swing of our politics and thought that the only way to beat someone heading towards the right is to head towards the right yourself.
And you felt like you were gonna win?
I felt like I had a 3% chance of winning.
Yeah.
And that's probably giving me an extra 2
crazy.
points.
Was there someone that you spoke to who said don't run?
Oh, tons.
Did your girls?
Dabby says, if you want to get just a taste of the UK, you can go to any of the former colonies. It will be a better experience. India it is.
No, my wife.
Your wife.
Oh, you gotta.
I mean, she's still your girl. She's always gonna be your girl. Your wife. She said run.
She was down for it.
So
that was the final decision that we had.
You're allowed. Yeah.
Or wait, Hong Kong, right? That's a more recent.
Is she mad at you for working so much?
No,
she gets
she's
on
lovely.
you. She is a little bit.
She what?
Is she a little bit? She gets but it's annoying for her a little bit.
She
lets you work so much. Mine.
This is all permission given.
Mine doesn't.
No, but I think, to be honest with you, it's to meet someone in one stage of your life.
Yeah.
And then to have your life and their life transform.
Yeah.
What it also just like the level of love and support it takes from someone.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not be able to do this without her.
She gets mad at you for working too much.
That's not what I
I
said.
feel like
Oh yeah, good point, Buncor. Hong Kong would be more expensive. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Really, that's crazy because China's apparently really affordable. Anybody been watching the Hasan content? I didn't realize that Hong Kong was one of the more expensive cities in the. So along the lines of what, like Paris and New York, like or more expensive than that even. New Zealand, oh hell yeah.
I looked into your eyes. I see a fellow
You can-
fellow brother. What was the moment you knew you'd win?
For the primary?
No,
the
the primary and the general, I suppose.
I got 2 questions. You know, there isn't like a single moment.
Yeah.
The funny thing to me is that in both of the elections, from 6 to 9 p.m., I thought I was going to lose of election day.
Because there was like bad like exit polling.
In the general,
Yeah.
there was a rumor at around 6 o'clock that there were 2 major news networks that had bad exit polls
Yeah.
and that showed Cuomo with an advantage.
He started that rumor.
Who knows, man?
I remember in the general that what got talked up was the early numbers, and I think that I don't know if Cuomo was ahead in the early numbers. Like what I mean is early voting, right? Prior to the election day, I don't know if they showed Cuomo ahead, but they showed him doing better than he was in the polls, and that was scary. But yeah, it turned out that like the later votes really swung hard towards Mamdani.
Definitely worked. Ruined my night. Ruined my night. Primary, I remember Kevin Elkins.
How did you fall for that?
I'm such a mark over this stuff. Kevin Elkins, who was working on Cuomo's campaign, put out a tweet like, I guess the most important thing is that everybody had fun. And I was like, oh man, this means they know they're gonna win. And he's saying that to us.
He's in a room full of 4 guys at as the election night party. You're in a stadium. You're in a stadium in front of a Dory fan. I think you should have looked around.
Yeah, but never. I mean, this is like, you know, being an Arsenal fan.
It's the hope that kills you.
It's never done until
that is.
Some of the countries that I'm really curious about are ones that would be really problematic if I was to get that stamp on my passport. Like problematic for coming back to Thailand, and definitely problematic as far as the United States is concerned, like Laos. And I gotta say, I'm not really gonna go there. There's civil war, but I am super curious about Myanmar. I'm learning more about like some of the minority groups here in Thailand. There's a huge like Burmese diaspora. A lot of Shan people like relocated. Which is funny because the name for Shan in their language is actually Thai. So they're called, I think, Thai Yai. To like differentiate from the other Thai. Yeah, no, but Myanmar has been just stuck in this cycle for years and years and years. Most people, all they know about Myanmar is the clip of the what was she doing, like aerobics or yoga or something like that when right as the conflict started.
That meant so much to me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I mean? You cannot count it.
It's a reminder that you're gonna die one day. It's like you think that once anytime you think something good's gonna happen, it just goes away.
You have to hold.
I think
your
it's
breath.
made us better people though.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to deal with disappointment for decades.
I think if we were like Real Madrid fans, we'd be like cheating on our taxes. We'd be like, I'm gonna live forever. We have affairs, multiple families.
Create a retractable roof.
I think for us, we're like it's gonna all go away. So I have to like take advantage of the time I have. It means nothing to these people. Okay.
Wait, what's the?
4-1 as a hat trick.
Let's fucking go. Sorry for cursing. 4-1.
Sorry to me.
Wow. Hey guys, we want to thank Lucy for sponsoring this episode.
Lucy, my favorite character from Fallout. Yeah, thank you, Lucy. Oh no, this is not something else.
100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free Lucy Breakers are nicotine pouches with
God damn, chat. How many Zen-like products are there now?
Extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule that can be broken open to release flavor and extra hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription to have Lucy delivered straight to your door. What's my favorite flavor? The minty one. What's my favorite strength? The strongest one. And when do I throw it in? All motherfucking day long. Guys, let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/TAFS and use promo code TAFS to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co and use code TAFS to get 20% off. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine.
Wait, is that the one where there's like a pouch inside the pouch and you can bite it and it gives you more nicotine? Is this the one with the inner pouch thing?
Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Last Christmas, I gave you a shitty gift, but this Christmas, I'm giving you Aura frames. And that's how I'm redeeming myself, mind you. The reason it's my gift is because my grandparents are getting old and they like to see personal photos. I upload pictures from the good old days for my grandparents, pictures of when...
yeah, unfortunately, random 3PO, the junta is still very much a thing.
Times were simpler when there were the caves, you know, when they were like going out and hunting for food. And the lady were...
Are they like Zynns? I don't know. I don't know what Zynns are like. I've never had one of these, products in my mouth before. All I know is that there's one that has like a pouch inside the pouch. I just thought it was interesting that when the pouch is kind of like fading, I think you're supposed to bite that inner pouch and it gives you like more of whatever is in there.
We're back at the tent going blah blah blah,
They would drive a car with their feet.
And they would drive the car with their feet.
They would, yeah,
and they
yeah.
would slide down a dinosaur on the back.
Famously, it would take them a lot of running. They would run for a while and they would go nowhere, but then eventually they would just like take off and zoom away. That's how the Paleolithic cars worked. And they would go to the rib place and pick up a big rack of ribs. It would be too heavy and it would tip the car over. Yeah, it was like
a kind of a 50-50 grind. So guys, unlimited photos and video. Just download the Aura Frame app and connect to Wi-Fi. Preload photos before they ship. Keep adding from anywhere, anytime.
All right, we're doing ethical reacts.
Add a message before it arrives. Share photos and videos effortlessly straight from your phone all year long. Gift box included. Every frame comes with a package in premium gift box with no price tag. Every frame comes packaged in a premium gift box with no price tag. Don't wait. Win the holidays with Aura Frames. So for a limited time, visit auraframes.com and get $45 off Aura's best-selling Carver Matte frame.
No, I gotta say, the place I've got my eye on in the near term, if I were to be able to, go on a little trip, would be China. China seems really interesting, and there's parts of China that aren't even that far from where I'm at.
Named #1 by Wirecutter by using promo code TAFS at checkout. That's AURA frames.com, promo code TAFS. This exclusive Black Friday Cyber Monday deal is the best of the year, so order now before it ends. Support the show by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply.
Wait, Nick Mullen would tell me to skip China? How can you skip China?
Guys, I want to tell you about how stressful the holiday season can be. Between travel, gifts, hosting, entertaining, you name it. It's easy for you to lose sight of money and financial responsibility this time of year. If you want to keep your finances under control this holiday season, you need to be using Monarch, rated Wall Street Journal's best budgeting app of 2025. Monarch is the all-in-one personal finance tool that brings your entire financial life together in one clean interface on your laptop or phone. And right now, just for our listeners, Monarch is offering 50% off your first year. I've wasted money recently on some ridiculous things. I can't go into it because I would be embarrassing myself.
I need an app that yells at you. Skip the ad. Oh, yeah. I mean...
And the mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. So I'll just say, I got myself in a little bit of hot water.
Yeah, I mean, I know Nick would say that, Davi, but what would Dracula say?
The old lady. My girlfriend. So I'm using Monarch Money as my essential year-end financial reset tool. I can link everything.
Oh, year-end.
401ks, property
Year-end, he said, right? I heard year-end.
values to get my true net worth and stay on top of my year-end priorities, like maxing out my contributions to my 401k or Roth IRA before the deadline. Easily keeping track of my finances and my year-end financials to-do list.
I feel like the ball trimmers are the most ethical thing that these guys advertise, right? Everything else is like gambling and shit.
With Monarch means that I can relax and enjoy the holidays for once. Monarch is built for people with busy lives. If you've put off organizing your finances, Monarch is here for you. Monarch does the heavy lifting. It links to all my accounts in minutes. I get clear data visuals, smart categorizations of my spending, and real control over my money. You don't need to track every dollar, but ignoring your finances entirely can cost you. Monarch isn't just another finance app. It's a tool that real professionals and experts actually love. It was named the best budgeting app of the 2025 by the Wall Street Journal, in fact. They have a passionate Reddit community with over 34,000 users that shape how the product is developed. Money can break up couples. Monarch brings them together. Monarch gives your partner full access to your shared dashboard, including linked accounts, budgets, goals, and spending activity, all in one place and at no extra cost. So don't let financial opportunities slip through the cracks. Use code TAFS at monarch.com in your browser for half off your first year. And that's 50% off your first year at monarch.com, code TAFS.
Davey, I think Nick was right. I think I should have skipped.
This has become a national news story, right? And it's a crappy time. You've made a lot of people feel like inspired. Municipal politics and is obviously messy, right?
Yeah.
What balance in your team that you're building right now do you have between the guys that know just
Do the ball trimmers work on non-ball anatomy? Is there a lip trimmer that you can get?
the mud,
It's the thing I'd be afraid of is ingrown hairs. You know what I mean? If you do any kind of trimming whatsoever and it's not and it doesn't go right and you don't have what you need, right? You will get that's one area you don't want ingrown hairs there, right? So whatever you use has got to be something that never causes that to happen. Manscaped is the only product that makes me feel like we do live in the future. Just use razors. Oh my god. I have got what is it called? The razors that are, I guess they're for microblading or something. I don't know how to fucking microblade. I picked up these razors because I was trying to get just leg razors, right? And then but yeah, the ones that I picked up ended up being kind of the straight razors, but they're embedded in a plastic thing. And I thought about trying to give my legs a shave with that, but then I realized I don't know how to shave with a straight razor, and it's not the time to try.
And then the guys that have the vision.
I think it's looking to combine that in everybody. And I think it's tough because sometimes the more fluency and experience you have in government, the less imagination you have as to what government could be, because you've had to deal with its failures for decades.
You've been in the cigar rooms,
And I think we've made a few appointments so far. The first appointment to me, Dean Foulahan was the first deputy mayor. I appointed him, and El Bisgard Church is my chief of staff. El is somebody I've known since I've been in office. So I hired her as my chief of staff when I was in the assembly, which
she's been with you,
from the jump, and she's incredible. And Dean is somebody who'd been in government for 47 years. And he'd worked as a first deputy mayor before, he'd worked as the head of the budget before, he worked in Albany.
Wait, is a dermaplane is that is it a little is it a device with a motor?
And the thing that I love
or is it just a blade
about him is that he's worked through all of that. And still his orientation is, how do we make a no into a how when it comes to any political problem? And that's, a lot of people lose that the longer they work in government.
Do you remember the night Obama won? Do you remember how what it felt like? Where America is different now. You feel to me the first generational talent that's come out of.
It's really funny, Buncor. The auto mod caught you there, but it wasn't for saying butthole. It was for saying whole body. Somehow, whole body was flagged as I don't know.
Progressive side of politics. But what we saw was like he wasn't prepared, that the popularity didn't translate
They're okay with butthole.
to legislative success. Did you take any notes from that? Did you learn from that? I mean, I'm trying to draw a parallel here.
No, I think the thing.
Wait, it's just a blade connected to a stick? Is that maybe that's what I've got? Maybe that's what those things are. Maybe you already have a microplane. I just don't know how to use it.
The next challenge.
Also, people learn to use noise filters. Learn to use noise like a noise gate, expander, something. Right? God damn, I'm so sick of listening to people swallow.
Challenge now is fulfilling the agenda.
Yeah.
Right. This excitement, inspiration, this hope. It will carry us through the beginning of the work, and then you have to start to deliver.
I'm not RFK. I don't know how much clearer I can make this.
And I think that is actually what makes me excited, is that I actually see a path on each of the 3 key agenda points. And every time you win one of them, it validates people for believing. Because there are a lot of people who, they don't know
Okay, so we're starting to get serious. I'm going to lock in here.
They should give themselves permission to hope again because of how many times they've been disappointed.
Yeah.
And you have to prove that they were right to believe. You have to give them, when you, like, if we spent an entire campaign talking about freezing the rent for rent stabilized tenants, fast and free buses, universal childcare, the urgency of starting to deliver on that, it's what makes people understand that they were right to demand more.
But is there a balance that you have to strike? Do you have to, like, those people that believe in you, do you feel like there's a necessity to kind of inoculate them to understand it's not going to be overnight, right?
Yeah, and I think that you have to be honest about a timeline, and that, you know, I'm not going to tell anyone in the first 100 days we're achieving these 3 things.
Yeah.
But they have to be able to see that you are working towards it, and that you can actually deliver it while you're the mayor. And that's, like, I've been a legislator, and the legislature, it's an incredible place for where you can craft bill ideas, vote on them, debate on them. So much of whether or not they succeed has to do with whether the executive wants to implement them.
Yeah.
Or you could pass it through both houses, and if you have when I first came into Albany, Cuomo was the governor.
Yeah.
And you knew that the implementation of the law, it could be completely different than what you intended. And now I will be the executive in New York City.
Yeah.
And that's also what gives me so much hope, is that you have the ability to follow through on so much of this. And we've been told...
Wait, duckweed? Rave, did you just seriously, like, I tried duckweed recently. I had never had it before. I got tofu that had duckweed. What is it called? Wolfia or something? Is that the like Latin name?
Again and again, what politicians can't do, it's really what they won't do.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm here on the Adam Friedland Show.
Yeah, thank you. There are plenty of ways they can fuck with you, right? Right? Like, and it's not only City Hall, it's like, but it's, you know, Albany, it's DC, and it's like, it's you going out to see the president, like, showing face and showing abs, maybe. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you did in that room. Yeah. Are there contingencies in place? You know, are you prepared?
Is it similar to chickweed? I don't think so. I think chickweed is like a sort of herbaceous, like, green, right? And duckweed actually grows in the water. And it's like these tiny little, like, balls that sort of, right?
For the fight, because they're gonna try to fuck with you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ready for it.
You know, it's the worst job that you have.
I don't think it's the worst job.
Why are you doing this?
Because you get to represent New York
No,
City.
it's the worst job. You get booed everywhere you go.
I mean,
I still
get booed anyway.
I saw De Blasio get booed at a Paul Simon concert.
No.
And it was like
Did
an
you really?
NPR parent family, and they were like,
Wait, are you sure they weren't bowing? What is it? Like, one of those guys, is it Simon or Garfunkel that can't sing anymore? It's Garfunkel, right? Wasn't that the deal that Garfunkel was like this, like, considered to be like this amazing singer back in the day, and then when they reunited after breaking up, like, Simon was actually a better singer by that time. Duckweed packed with terpenes, yeah, and CBD and say.
fuck yourself. I was like, what? It's the mayor. He has to get booed. I mean, no, really, what it is.
No, I mean, but like, that's also what I love about, like,
God, I forgot about miner's lettuce. Yeah, I had that a long time ago. I love. But wait, are we effing? Anybody else got an F? It looks like I've got all the frames that I should have. We're 3 hours into the stream. 6,009. Yeah, plenty of bandwidth.
New Yorker, you're gonna hear a lot of people's opinions. Like I went to the Wu-Tang concert a few months ago.
You got booed?
Well,
No.
most of the reception is like great. People are like cheering, waving. They want photos, and this one guy's like, "Yo!"
Wait, Wu-Tang's like, isn't Wu-Tang from like the 90s? Are they still alive? Like that's like Wu-Tang is still doing well, I guess I just didn't know.
Oh, come take a photo.
My internet does not. No way. My internet is great. My internet is amazing.
I'm like, yeah, what's up, dog? And as soon as we take the photo, he pulls
look,
out.
I got to be honest with you. Internet, from my experience here in Thailand, so much better than internet in the U.S. So much better than internet in the U.S. Insane. Like I pay for a gig, and I actually get most of the time very close to a gig. That is something that does not happen in the U.S.
Selfie, and then he just flips me off in the selfie.
That's funny.
And I'm like, respect. Like
he's doing a bit though. Yeah, he likes you. I do that to my friends all the time.
Yeah.
No, it's,
So you
it's
show
not
love?
that. It's what it is that it's a slog. I mean,
it is definitely a slog.
You have to do it your way, I assume.
I think a big part of it is you have to keep.
No, I mean, look, the U.S. just like companies rip you off in the U.S. That's what I found, right? And then from conversations with other people, like think about like coverage for your phone, right? Isn't it like 9 times cheaper in Europe? How long have I been in Thailand now? Let's see, it's since last March, so April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Ooh, that's a lot of months. Is that right? It doesn't feel like 8 months.
Yourself through it all. And you have to balance between the demands of what the city will require from you and how you don't lose yourself in the process. When I started in local politics, the first organization that I joined was the Muslim Democratic Club of New York. And one of the founders, her name is Alia Latif, she gave me this advice of whatever you do, make sure you can recognize yourself in the mirror at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of how I'm thinking about this, that work as hard as I can and do so to fulfill the vision we've had, not to comport yourself for a box that's being created.
I met Lena Khan. She was on the show.
She's
Real
great.
quick, just 4-minute warning.
4-minute warning. And
Can we get a score update?
4-1.
4-minute warning for the game.
It's domination.
it's domination.
I don't know what else to call it, man.
It's
Did you ever watch the Fox Soccer Channel commercials?
No.
They used to have the EPL.
Yeah.
It'd just be like long commercials of Drogba.
Yeah. Oh my! Don't.
Just descriptions.
We
Of,
have
they say,
that's-
planet of a man.
That's the.
DDH.
Unless you're in New York City, Chicago, or Arlington, you're fucked. 8 gig? Damn. San Francisco and Seattle? I was in Seattle, and maybe I just didn't subscribe. Maybe I didn't use the right internet service provider. Oh yeah, there was a whole thing where I couldn't get the one that, like, I was in an area of the town that was only served by one provider, I think. So I got kind of fucked even in Seattle.
Drogba.
That's the nightmares we have.
The nightmare I have is Didier Drogba bullying
He
the
made
defense.
Senderos cry.
Michael Essien's goal.
I guess when I met Lena Khan, she was on the show, and like she is perhaps one of the most impressive
She's
people
incredible.
I've ever met. And
wait, isn't there a city in Tennessee that has like it's like a public utility or something? Like they like you get your internet from the city.
I heard she was part of the transition team. I was like, oh, he's got it. I mean, I asked her if she's ever lied, and she said, well, maybe in elementary school. And I think that was true. I think it was true. What was really effective was that she communicated antitrust laws in like this complex stuff in a very clear and concise way.
Yeah.
sometimes progressives feel like snobs when they're talking to people.
I remember, I mean, when I was running for state assembly, we put together our first palm card.
Yeah.
And I thought it was absolutely fire.
Yeah.
And I remember giving it to a friend of mine, Kara McCurdy, who is a great photographer. And she read it and she was like, what do these words mean?
Yeah.
Because so much of the time it feels like we're just speaking to ourselves.
I mean, I think that's one thing that is going to be important is like just communicating not above people's heads.
Just actually speaking with them.
With people.
And I think that's the point is to bring people in to politics, not to condescend to them as to why they're not already there.
Yeah.
And it's also just much easier being yourself.
Yeah.
When you're speaking to people and
you're going to get old, you think? Your face?
Brother.
You see them always, yeah. You're going bald already?
What do you mean already? I've been going bald.
What are you doing for it?
I worry.
No, you
Did you do anything? Did you do like minoxidil?
We could go to Turkey.
That's
you go
one
to
place
Turkey,
I'm
I'll get
not going right
I go
now.
rhinoplasty, you go hair. Oh, you
Why
can't
do
go.
you need?
Yeah.
You look great.
Adam, we got a wrap.
Okay, last question.
This is just
when
because
I
you
saw
said that.
when I spoke to Lena, she said one thing that stuck with me.
Yeah.
And I said, like, the most powerful companies in the world, the most powerful people in the world, like, are pissed at you. She had like hundreds of op-eds in newspapers. No one knew what the fuck the FTC was, and her response to me was very impressive. It was like, she said, like, I said, did you ever clap back or anything? She looked like confused, and she was like, no, I just have to, like, I don't know, like, win the lawsuit.
Let the work speak for itself.
If you're getting pummeled in the press, like, how are you gonna keep your horse blinders on and just focus on the agenda? You know?
I think you have to both be responsive, but I think she's right. There's two things she said about that experience that have really stayed with me. The first is that you always have to remember that the opinions that you're hearing, that especially from the wealthy and the powerful, they will always be amplified in a way that working people's are not.
Yeah.
And if you remember that context, you take that seriously, and you also don't think of it as surround sound in the way that it feels.
Yeah.
And part of that means getting out of the office, getting actually into New York City, speaking to people, asking them what they're thinking about, what they're worried about. And then the other thing is that every time you win in your agenda, it proves that people are right to believe in that agenda in the first place.
Yeah.
And you have to both be able to respond to this and never let it distract you from the work that you're supposed to be doing. Because if she wins that lawsuit, then that's the proof. And if we deliver on this agenda, that's the proof. And I mean, Bernie talks about the thing that people are afraid of is that the power of example.
Yeah.
That's what people are fearing. Not that we won't get it done, but that we will.
Can you get him on, can you text him? Get him on the show.
I don't have my phone's on me.
You have his number though? You should. Oh shit. I got. No, I got a text. Oh shit.
I gotta give me the second time.
Shit.
Just in right again.
Yes, Zohran. How
No!
I don't know if you
No!
and this and the Tash, but
Hold on.
Adam
Look how handsome.
I gotta go for the beginning.
Look how handsome he is.
together. Yes, Zohran. How are you?
We
my
gotta go
friend?
Betsy's
I
now.
don't know if you recognize me with this badge and this hair and the
so
Tash,
cute.
but
We love
Adam
Hecky.
told me that you guys were gonna watch the
He's so
derby
stylish.
together.
We're now, you
I
know,
don't
you
if
made me
watching
miss
this
the
video
derby.
before, after, or at halftime, but I'm sure that we're winning somehow. Also,
I
wanted to
DM'd
say
everyone
that I
on
always had
Instagram.
this theory that being an Arsenal fan is heavily linked with being a fucking cool person. That my theory is really truly standing right now. Huge congratulations.
It's like when
Very proud.
Aiden Ross gave Trump a Tesla.
It's
I just
amazing
like
what you do. Even here in Spain, we feel the energy of what's happened.
love
it's
this
truly
guy.
needed.
I love him so much too. He was
New York
rapping.
City needs right now, what the world needs right now, and man, just sending you lots of love and respect from here, from Spain, from a big Arsenal fan and former Arsenal player to a massive Arsenal fan as well, to you, Adam, as well. Sending you lots of love, big hug, and hope to see you guys
Oh my
soon.
God.
Enjoy the game. Yes, Zora.
I'm gonna send these to you.
Oh my God.
I'll text these to you.
That is.
I DM'd
have
everyone.
watched.
I DM'd everyone. He's our era too.
He's our era. He's a style icon. He's
a
incredible.
vegan. Yeah.
I can't believe I did that. I feel like Oprah right now. You got a car. I'll take this here.
Hector,
Oprah of football. Yeah, I guess so.
I love you.
Go ahead.
What happened to their intro with the guitar? You know what I'm talking about? The Adam Friedland. I guess they changed the. Wow, Nick's still credited here as the creator. Wow. Wait, I gotta know, when did they get rid of the guitar as the intro?
You function
the Lena Khan episode. We're not gonna have time to watch this, but I
kind of like as someone that enforced the law.
I do think you should check this out if you have time.
You're kind of like a
Lena Khan is looking to take has been, he's part of the transition team. One of the names that has not pissed people off about Zohran's transition team, Lena Khan.
A cop or like a, did you ever ask for a gun? You should have got a badge.
I know, we probably should have.
Yeah.
We did have investigators.
No, but whenever she walked into the bank, they would be like, they would say 5-0. They would say 6 up.
Who went undercover sometimes, and
Really?
they did have badges.
Did you send guys to Burning Man to
Get those fuckers. Yo, what's the deal with Burning Man, chat? Burning Man, it used to be like a rave, right, out in the middle of the desert, and pretty creative people would come in there, and they just kind of create their own environment there. But just the price tag on it went up and up and up after years and years and years. And at this point, it is kind of the purview, from what I understand, of tech magnates, right? It's a very well-heeled group of people that are able to. I mean, I don't know. Is there something where if you were involved in Burning Man from the get-go, they give you a free ticket or something? Oh my gosh. Omega says Candace. Yo, Candace. We got to find out if the French Foreign Legion is going after Candace. There we go. Wait, if I could just get my mouse to behave. There we go. 100. Similar festival called Green Man, but it's full of families. Everyone exclusively reads The Guardian. Nice. The internet ruined Burning Man. Yeah. But yeah, no, it really does attract, I'm sure not everybody there is a scumbag tech lord, but it definitely does attract that type. Yeah, they've also kind of I don't know what you want to call it. I almost want to say colonized psychedelics. I mean, that's not quite the word, but the fact that Elon Musk is living a ketamine dependent lifestyle makes me so much less interested to try it. And that was one of the drugs that when I heard about it, I was like, ooh, that sounds really neat. I should try that sometime. And now it's just kind of that's terrible. I shouldn't let them ruin psychedelics. Tech bros love hallucinogens with no consequences. These are the exact kind of people that I don't know. That's a fucked up thing, is the way that psychedelics give a life changing crisis, but to the wrong people. You know what I'm saying? It's always somebody cool that gets their lives kind of turned upside down by psychedelics and suffers instead of the tech bros having to undergo those hours of existential angst that might result in some kind of Ebenezer Scrooge epiphany for it. That never happens. They never take the psychedelics and are oh shit, everything I'm doing is wrong. Oh my gosh, I'm on the, it's always the opposite. It's always yeah, no, I'm fucking cool. It's just an ego reinforcement, right? And it's something that's supposed to be to tear down the ego. Anyway, will we get to that? What is that in? Oh, RFK Jr.'s explicit poetry. Yeah, hey, if that wins, we have Chapo talking about RFK Jr. and Olivia Nuzzi. So if you're a fan of Adam, you might be a fan of that as well. Right now, it looks like Candace Owens is getting boosted, massively boosted at 100 points. What's actually winning, though? I think the last time I checked, it was, yeah, RFK's ahead. Candace Owens is tied, or is it like in third? But they're, yeah, getting extra boost there. But yeah, what are we at? 227. So it looks like we're gonna get to do at least the top two. Oh shit. Wait, yeah, that would be right now. It looks like Candace Owens and RFK. Anyway, speaking of bonus content, there was a whole bunch of bonus content from yesterday that I didn't have time to finish. And I felt bad about it. I said hours, you mean losing all concept of time itself? Yeah, pretty much. Feels like lifetimes, doesn't it? And going into horrifying silence. Fuck me, I had a bad trip. Oh, I never tried that one. Is that the one they call Meow Meow? No, that's just DMT, right? Yeah, for me, even like something like salvia, could give me that experience that it feels like living lifetimes. In fact, literally, that's what the trip was like, living and dying and, you know, reincarnating and like, you know, just like wild shit. Wild that you have time for that in the midst of a 15-minute salvia trip, right? The other thing, the thing that really bothers me about salvia though, is it always makes my nose cold. And for some reason, having my nose cold makes me miserable. It's like the worst thing in the world for me. I need to get like a nose thing, like a fuzzy thing that I can wear on my nose, like a little clown nose that keeps my nose warm at all times. That's what I need. Anyway, what I need to do right now is to switch up our topic, and we watched Zohran on Adam. Next, we got Sarah Hurwitz. So one in chat if you know who this is, right? This is an Obama speechwriter. Probably knows a lot of the Pod Save crew, and she was at the wait, did I do this right? Yeah, there we go. Sarah Hurwitz is next, and then we're gonna follow Sarah Hurwitz up with oh, the ICE arrest. We'll do ICE agent arrest. Wait, is this the right one? No, it's not. Oh, it is the right one. Okay. ICE agent arrested. Yeah, a nose merkin. There we go. Oh, okay, so I can see some people in chat know. Yeah, these clips have been going around the internet, especially on Twitter, and it's just a lot of it is, you know, saying the quiet part out loud, and a lot of it is just the degree to which, you know, Sarah Hurwitz and I think probably just like your average liberal Zionist is completely detached from what the rest of the world is thinking, and they think that it's us that have the problem, right? They think that it's you know, she like singles out like young Jews as being hard to reach because they are staring through a, you know, screen full of you know, genocidal violence in Gaza, right? And so it's hard for her to get through with her Hasbara, and she just can't relate anymore. And it's like, and she thinks it's a them problem, right? Young Jews, it's their their brains are rotted by the phones, right? I want people to notice this, right? Because we do talk about brain rot, and I think the brain rot's a real thing. There's definitely you know, studies on short form content and what consuming too much of it in the ways that we're incentivized by these platforms to do can do to you. But at the same time, some of this anti-phone, anti-technology rhetoric, especially when it's not directed at the tech lord masters of the universe themselves, right? I think it can veer towards the counter-revolutionary, especially when you talk about people like Jonathan Haidt, right? Who I've mentioned him. He's kind of dry and boring. He's hard to get into, but this is the Pod John's favorite author, Jonathan Haidt. Also, Anna Kasparian, one of the people that she credits with her political awakening, which, you know what kind of political awakening Anna Kasparian has a experience. Yeah, Jonathan Haidt, we talk about like post-liberalism too. Jonathan Haidt, literally, that is like his experience, right? When he started writing, he says he was a liberal, and after his, after crafting theories about the after crafting theories about political ideologies, he has become a more heterodox thinker. So yeah, centrist brainworms, right? Centrist brain rot, and they don't see it. They look elsewhere and they see brain rot. They look at a young person who is actually connected to what's really going on, has a moral standpoint on it, and is willing to show up to protest for what they believe in, and they're like, oh, this is clearly a problem. They don't see the problem on their side of things. So anyway, we're gonna get to that next. Yeah, I've got a lot to say on this. I'm gonna try not to let it like consume the entire stream, because I know that that's a tendency that I have. But I definitely have, and it's gonna give me a vehicle to expose you to some content that I've wanted to talk about for a long time, but I just couldn't find the right way to work it in, right? In sort of, I guess, understanding basically how Israeli culture has evolved, right? And to a certain extent, how Jewish culture has, I don't know if you want to say like bifurcated, and that you do have, what she points to as younger Jews that have a very different outlook, very different opinion on what's going on in Israel right now compared to people like Sarah Hurwitz. So with that introduction, let's get to this video. Hopefully I've got the right timestamp. Do I? Oh my gosh, the one thing that I wanted to do, let's see if this gives me the right timestamp, because like it's a big long talk with a whole bunch of guests. It's like a panel that she's doing here. This is the original clip that you've seen probably on Twitter and in various places. Does it give me? Oh, it doesn't do it. What? I could swear that I had the timestamp for this. Oh wait, no, maybe I think I remember writing it down, and it was something like 9:30. Yeah, it looks like right here is where Sarah starts talking. So anyway, the background, the context is that she's from the United States. The other two panelists are they're from different countries. The question that the host is asking is, how have you experienced this upsurge in anti-Semitism in your country, and what can we do about it, and how can we like sort of put all our perspectives together to try to combat the fact that people are reacting to the situation in Gaza not as evangelicals that look at Jews as having a magical role in bringing back the second coming of Jesus, or like to look at it as the fuck was I going with that? I don't remember. I wish I could rewind myself sometimes. Anyway, let's just start it off and see what she has to say, and maybe I'll remember where I was trying to go with that. But yeah, we do get a certain perspective about the Jewish experience here, and particularly how the Israeli, the Zionist project itself has caused what I'm describing as a bifurcation of perspective, where you get some people that hear words like never again and they see them as applying to humanity, and certain people that see never again as being specifically a statement about the Jewish experience rather than being like a moral framework that can apply to the world at large. So let's take a look here.
In the world, what are your thoughts?
So, I think that since October 7th, but really before then, there have been huge shifts in America on how people think about Jews and Israel. And I think that is especially true of young people. So we are now wrestling with a new, I think, generational divide here. And I think that's particularly true in that social media is now our source of media. And this, it used to be that the media you got in America was American media, and it was pretty mainstream. It generally didn't express extreme anti-Israel views. You had to go to a pretty weird bookstore to find global media and fringe media. But today, we have social media, which is a global medium, right? It is shaped, its algorithms are shaped by billions of people.
And you'd think that'd be a good thing, right? You'd think that living in a country in the United States, you're like somewhat sheltered. You're not experiencing the world the way that the rest of, the way that the majority of the people on the planet are experiencing it. And that having at least some input from the world, as she calls it, would be useful. But no. She is advocating to put the blinders back on.
Worldwide who don't really love Jews. And so while in the 1990s, a young person probably wasn't going to find Al Jazeera or someone like Nick Fuentes, today those media outlets find them. They find them on their phones. It's also this increasingly post-literate media, less and less.
And just look at that. Al Jazeera and Nick Fuentes, right?
Text, more and more video.
And what's ironic is that the pro-Zionist interest, they're not as interested in combating the influence of a Nick Fuentes, for instance, as they are of trying to purge Al Jazeera's existence from the planet, right? It's like the priorities you'd think would, even if you regard the pro-Palestinian movement as somehow being infected with anti-Semitism, you'd think that the more concerning anti-Semitism would be a guy that's literally like, and Hitler is absolutely fucking cool. Like, you gotta admit how cool Hitler is, right? You'd think it would be that guy trying to sell the youth on Hitler's coolness, right? Rather than somebody that you could maybe she would disagree with, but could at least hopefully understand the perspective they're coming. No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite, right? The groups that are being targeted and silenced are primarily pro-Palestinian groups, where the Jackson Hinkledinks and the Nick Fuenteses of the world have been largely left to their own devices. And do you think that has anything to do with the kind of traction that those voices have found in our global media? I mean, it's wild too, because usually it's one of these like globalism or global it's something that you kind of experience. You expect global as a pejorative from anti-Semites, right? A lot of times it'll be used even as a code word or as a dog whistle to signal that you mean Jews without saying Jews, right? By actual anti-Semites. And here she is being like, well, these global voices are a little bit, we can't quite trust them. What are they saying to our kids? They're finding our kids on their devices, and we gotta get through to them.
So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage.
What is a fact? What does that mean? That something's a fact, right? Are these AI, images that the kids are looking at? Are they not facts? Is it Hollywood? Is it all staged? What are you saying? What the fuck is a fact? Because it sounds like these kids are getting, the on-the-ground facts about the human situation in Gaza, and you would rather distract their attention somewhere else. It doesn't sound like you have a lot of allegiance to the truth, in other words, with your, whatever you're trying to convince these kids of. Magenta Dinosaur says Meir Kahan is one of the one that popularized that interpretation, but most of the world took popularized the interpretation of never again as being just the for inter-community Jewish discourse rather than being a more universal moral statement. Yeah. The most of the world took it as never again for, well, in fact, I think the people that, the origins of that statement weren't by any means limited to, the Jewish, the Holocaust victims, the Jewish Holocaust victims that came up with that language were in solidarity with other victims of the Holocaust and didn't see it as being limited to one culture, right? So it is a little bit of a bastardization of the original meaning of the term. Yo, Soapy the Bum, thank you for the subscribe with Prime, which cost you nothing. Always resubscribe during the worst conversations. Yeah, it's either way. They think they can explain away the carnage with good reasons. Yeah, with what? Statistics? You want to look at statistics as far as the number of people that died, on either side? I don't think that those statistics are exactly gonna redound to your favor. Anyway, let's let her go on.
Carnage, and I sound obscene. And, I think, unfortunately, the very smart, bet that we make arguments in conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage, and I sound obscene. And, I think, unfortunately,
the fucked up thing is it's not too hard to imagine some, big fan of Hitler's project making a similar argument, right? Had social media been, prominent at that time, were people able to see what's going on in Germany, throughout the world, right? And somebody saying, but you don't understand. These are the people that betrayed us. These are the, they're not just Jews. They're connected to communism. It's Judeo-Bolshevism. And they're not loyal Germans, and they're not like us, and they're trying to undermine and destroy our country, and they're turning everything degenerate, and they're writing books about how you can change your gender. Imagine that. Wow, that's they're really ruining German culture. I mean, you could imagine somebody making a fucking rational case for Nazism with similar language, with similar syntactical construction. To what you're hearing here from Sarah Hurwitz.
Very smart, bet that we made on Holocaust education to serve as anti-Semitism education. In this new media environment, I think that is beginning to break down a little bit because, Holocaust education is absolutely essential. But I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-Black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless.
So there, she's just acknowledged, I'm assuming the systemic nature of anti-Black racism, and acknowledged it as a real problem, as a continuing problem, right? So she's not coming from the perspective of a right winger. This is a Obama speechwriter here, right? This is a liberal.
Black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel. You fight the big, powerful people hurting the weak people.
See, the problem is that there are perspectives in Israel that saw the lesson of the Holocaust to be that we, the Jewish people, should no longer be victims. We should no longer be weak. If we have a country and a nationalism, then this wouldn't be happening. And you're basically, without realizing it, chat. This is like I gotta There's an admiration for power. right? And there's a real fear that the lesson that's been learned from the Holocaust is maybe to be more like the Germans. And that's what we're seeing in action in the Israeli government. And if we're being honest, in the entirety of the Zionist project, right? That's not a good lesson to learn from history. That's a repetition, a grotesque and absurd repetition of history that really undermines all those voices that she was talking about that came together to put together the ideas that are going into Holocaust education and framing it from a perspective of never again for anyone.
That's not how the Holocaust happened, right? We all know that. We know that it happened because the Germans insisted that the Jews, 1% of the population, were responsible for all their problems, just like people insist that Israel, the size of New Jersey, is responsible for all the world's problems.
That was how it was justified, right? But it really is the same old, anti-Semitic, hatred that's powering that. I mean, I don't think you need to listen to the Nazis and like take them at their word, right? They had like they weren't just arriving at the final solution from a logical process. Let me just put it that way, right?
Today. But that's not really what you take away from Holocaust education. You take away the images of power, powerless. And you also don't really learn about Islamist anti-Semitism and Soviet anti-Zionism, which is so much of what I'm seeing, especially on campus with young people today.
Soviet anti-Zionism, okay. Wait a minute, are we reversing the attachment of the attachment of one's enemies to communism as a way to justify the killing of one's enemies? Are we reverse engineering a Nazi fucking trope that empowered like the, slaughter of millions? Is that what we've learned from history, Sarah? God damn. And look, I mean, I get that she's, she is the subject of a lot of ire right now because of what she's saying. But it's more so that she can't see herself from the outside. She doesn't have self-awareness of how this looks to the rest of the world. She thinks, chat, that this is the solution to the problem of what, not being able to convince young Jews in the nobility of the Zionist project. And it's almost like self-evident from her words how morally fucked her perspective is. We're going to get into where that perspective comes from in just a bit.
And I think that zooming back right now, I think American Jews are kind of wrestling with a category that our ancestors in Europe made 250 years ago, where as we transitioned to modern nation states and they wanted to get secular jobs, go to secular universities, they kind of had to reimagine Judaism to fit in. Right? You couldn't just be a Jew. You needed to be like a French person of the Jewish persuasion, a German of the Jewish faith. So we kind of reimagined Judaism as a Protestant-style religion, which, look, it worked really well for us, 250 years, very successful. The problem is we're not just a religion, right? We can all reject every aspect of Jewish religion. We're still Jews, nor are we a race or an ethnicity. Jews are all different races and ethnicities. We are a nation, civilization, tribe, peoplehood, but most of all, we're a family. And so if you
I think she meant personhood.
You are a young person raised in America who thinks Judaism is a Protestant-style religion, then the 7 million Jews in Israel are merely...
Sound a little bit like Ethan Klein's description of the good Jew, right? What she's saying about the Protestantized Jew. But in reality, the person, the side that's seeking to redefine what it means to be a Jew is Sarah's side, right? So you may or may not have heard of a writer named Zev Jabotinsky, right? and I'm not sure how if she's thinking about Jabotinsky when she's saying these things, but it really does it really does seem to comport with his um so yeah, I mean, you're talking about like an early Zionist here. I'm trying to see if I can find some here we go, views and opinions. Okay, so Jabotinsky viewed Zionism. I'm reading from Wikipedia here just for ease of use. Jabotinsky viewed Zionism as a complete cultural departure from the way of Jewish life in Europe and saw the new Hebrew as a radical redefinition of Jewish culture and values at times. So who's changing Jewish culture? Who's changing Jewish values? I would say it's more Sarah Hurwitz. I would say that the young Jews that she's so confounded by are more in line with actual traditional Jewish values, right? So, but Jabotinsky is where you or at least one literary source of this redefinition of a Jewish identity, right? So Jabotinsky writes in I'm trying to see where this is from. I Oh, these are like letters, I think. Herzl to Rabin and to anyway, Jabotinsky writes, to imagine what a true Hebrew is, to picture his image in our minds, we have no example from which to draw. Instead, we must use the method of Ipcha, mistavra, Aramaic for deriving something from its opposite. So do you see what he's saying? We want to take the notion of what it means to be Jewish and flip it on its head. Yeah, and warning here. I don't know what I should say, chat, because this words that Jabotinsky uses here it can be an anti-Semitic slur, right? I mean, obviously it's different, like coming from a Jewish author, but because he doesn't really, he's using the pejorative of this word, right? And I always talk about reclamation of slurs and stuff like that. It can happen. There's examples of it happening. But one thing that reclamation of a slur isn't is a maintenance of the pejorative. So in other words, let's take the R slur, right? If I was going to being neurodiverse myself, if I was going to try to reclaim the R slur, I wouldn't do it by telling you to shut the fuck up, you R slur. You stupid, worthless R slur. You know what I mean? That's not reclamation. I'm just using the slur against someone else and saying, well, it's okay because I'm, neurodivergent. Right? That's not actually reclamation. Reclamation would be like, hey, this R slur doesn't appreciate that, right? When you take the word and you turn it into something that's either neutral and unifying, or actually positive, right? Which, good luck with, doing that with the R slur. Good luck doing that with most slurs. Like I've said, there's very few slurs that have been successfully, recaptured. But yeah, I'm trying to see if I want to actually say this word, because yeah, like I said, it's a pejorative word for Jewish people, right? it's Y and then a vowel and D, right? One syllable slur, rhymes with id, starts with yeah. You got my drift, right? So we take as our starting point, I'll just say YD, right? Used here as a pejorative for Jew. Today, and try to imagine in our minds the exact opposite. So, right, the conception of, and really what he's saying is, the Jew as victim of Europe, primarily like European anti-Semitism, right? Try to imagine in our minds the exact opposite. Let us erase from that picture of the all the personality traits so typical of the YD, and let us insert into all the desirable traits whose absence is so typical in him. Because the YD is ugly, sickly, lacks handsomeness, we shall endow the ideal image of the Hebrew, right? So this is the new Jew that he's trying to construct, the Jew that is not defined by victimhood, with masculine beauty, stature, massive shoulders, vigorous movement. Chad, is this starting to sound like fascism? Like I'm speaking specifically of what is idealized here. What are the features that give this new form of this Hebrew, the respect to not be victimized, right? Masculine beauty, stature, massive shoulders. It's very, misogynistic, right off the bat. I mean, he's writing in 1905, right? But still, bright colors, shades of color. The YD is frightened and downtrodden. The Hebrew ought to be proud and independent. The YD is disgusting to all. The Hebrew, so it's the fault of Jewish people that they appear to, they appear to Christian Europeans as disgusting, right? It's not a problem of bigotry or bias or anti-Semitism, right? It's the we're gonna blame the victim is what we're gonna do, right? The YD is disgusting to all. The Hebrew should charm all. The YD has accepted submission. The Hebrew ought to know how to command. All right. The YD likes to hide with bated breath from the eyes of strangers. I guess he's referring to shtetl life here. The Hebrew with brazenness and greatness should march ahead to the entire world, look them straight and deep in their eyes, and hoist his banner. I am a Hebrew. So anyway, this is the guy. I think he wrote. His views are adopted in some Zionist publications, including the Kahir du Beitar. So yeah, I think he's instrumental in the Beitar movement as well. Anyway, so that is Jabotinsky, right? And that is where this line of thought is coming from. It's not good. All right, I want to get back to this, and then I'm going to show you the work of a YouTuber that I think you should really wait. I don't know. Maybe I'll just go straight to this. Here we go. This is a YouTube channel called Crime and Ornament, who has I think this is a couple years. Yeah, I think this video essay came out right after I think it was right after October 7th that this came out.
Our sense of who we are. So back to this notion of the Jewish strongman. I recently went to Yivo's exhibition called Palestinian Yiddish, which talks about how Yiddish and Ashkenazi culture were very, very oppressed and frowned upon in the early years of Zionism until eventually Yiddish speaking was wiped out around Israel. So what they say is that one of the cultures Zionism aimed to replace was Yiddish culture. Zionism hoped to build a new type of Jew, one that was both highly cultured, attached to the land, and physically strong. The ideology of this new Hebrew-speaking Jew was created in contrast to the allegedly weak and pathetic diaspora Jews, whose language was Yiddish. This ideology held that Jews could only be emancipated and independent in their own homeland, and that they were rootless and weak outside of it. To many Zionists, Yiddish language and culture was symbolic of that weakness. A couple things to note about this. One is that this has long been a stereotype from outside of Judaism, a stereotype.
So yeah, his Jabotinsky's, conception of the new Jew or the Hebrew is literally based on, is informed by anti-Semitism, is informed specifically by anti-Semitic tropes. This motherfucker has internalized anti-Semitic tropes and said, hey, you know what the solution to all the persecution, all the victimization is? Don't be this guy. Don't be this YD. Be this Hebrew instead, right? It's be more like the Germans. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. But I mean, you can see psychologically. What channel is this? They're called Ornament and Crime. Let me put their information in chat because I don't know if they're still making videos. It's from a couple of years ago, but I think this video has taught me a lot. Like I learned so much from this video. It's somewhat based on Jacob Geller, I think, had a video a few years before, something, I think it was the Golem and the Jewish superhero, right? And so it's like kind of loosely based on that, and she talks about the idea of the Golem and
stereotype by our
but here, let me put this
especially that Jewish men are weak and effeminate. The other part of this is that Zionists wanted a complete end to the notion that Jews were victims. And they saw Jews that were victims as weak and not people that they should take care of, but people rather that should be kind of forgotten about, because the Jews that would eventually redeem our name among the nations would be warriors and never victims. So this is, of course, internalized anti-Semitism.
There was another reason that the erasure of Yiddish was so important to the founding of Israel. In fact, it's a central reason. It was to erase the history and culture of the Jews that had lived there for hundreds of years in peace next to their non-Jewish neighbors, speaking this Palestinian Yiddish dialect. Now, the way I organized this video, that whole discussion for some reason comes at a later part, which makes it no less important. If you would like to skip ahead, choose your own adventure, you can feel free to go to this timestamp to learn a little bit about that and then come back here. Totally up to you.
What was this one about?
It should be noted
Sorry.
that this idea of
you can reason comes from non-Jewish neighbors speaking this Palestinian Yiddish dialect. Now, the way I organized this video, that whole discussion for some reason comes at a later part, which makes
the language discussion, okay,
makes it no less important. If you would like to skip ahead, choose your own adventure, you can feel free to go to this timestamp to learn a little bit about that and then come back here. Totally up to you.
It should be noted that this idea of Zionism, of political Zionism, I should say.
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. Echoplex Media, good to have you with us tonight. We are in the midst of dissecting Sarah Hurwitz's clip that has gone around the world, and I'm trying to add a little context that I think is missing from the discussion in terms of her critique of, I guess, like younger Jewish voices and their they're turning away from the state of Israel, and expressing more solidarity with Palestinians. So yeah, this is a channel called Ornament and Crime, really a gem amongst small YouTube channels. I learned this, this is who I learned this from. So I thought this, it's a 2-year-old video. I've wanted to react to it for a long time. I haven't really found an appropriate context to kind of couch it in, but this discussion, this Sarah Hurwitz discussion is, it's incredibly relevant to this. So good to have you with us, and thank you for the raid.
We should all return to the land of Israel and create our nation state there. Began as a minority opinion and grew over time. Over the years, as Israel was growing as a nation, these anti-Yiddishists were themselves a minority that even recognized that they were zealots, they were extremists. And that was another notion that grew over time. This is something we see a lot through Israeli history, that these movements that start as small extremist movements that everybody thinks is crazy eventually take over everything and determine the propaganda and the national myth-making and storytelling that define Israeli identity and the way that the larger world, well, those that support Israel look at Israel. I'm gonna pause for a second and, because I imagine that some of people are asking, why are we talking about this? Why should we look into the minds of people that are enacting such horrible oppression and enacting currently genocide? It's because specifically I see this question come up a lot, which is how is it that the people that experience the Holocaust, how do I want to say this? Which is that, how could people that have experienced the Holocaust enact a genocide themselves? And honestly, most of the time when this question is asked in my comment section, I get a little annoyed. Because most people that ask this question, I'm sorry if this isn't you, if it doesn't apply, let it fly, are asking it in a rhetorical way. They're not actually interested in learning. But if this is something that you're wondering about, I invite you to actually learn about it, because it can actually illustrate and maybe help you understand why what we're seeing today is as dark and as horrific as it is. Anyway, that's why we're here. That's why we're talking about this. And in order to illustrate this history, we're going to go to the era just after the Holocaust. This comes from an article that tells the story of a post-Holocaust group called the Nakam. It's by author Shane Burley, who is very smart, highly recommend. This article is actually a review of a book called Nakam, The Holocaust Survivors Who Sought Full-Scale Revenge. This group, again, was called the Nakam, which is Hebrew for vengeance, and it was made up of the Nocmim, or the Avengers, but not like those Avengers, these Avengers, who had aspirations to kill 6 million Germans. Revenge, of course, for the 6 million Jews lost during the Shoah. The book centers on Israeli poet Alba Kovner, a member of the socialist Zionist Hashomer Hatzer, and a partisan fighter who founded the Nakam. Many of the people in the Nakam had found their entire families massacred, their houses occupied by the same neighbors who had turned them in, and some even feared the pogroms would continue unabated. He recruited around 50 members. Goodbye, Kitty. Unfortunately, he's left me during the most difficult part. Kovner set off for the Yishuv, which was the Jewish community in Palestine at the time, to acquire poison for 2 potential plots. Plan A was to poison the water supply of a major German city, hopefully reaching a death toll of 6 million, while Plan B was to kill only acutely guilty SS soldiers, which numbered in the thousands. Kovner met with Yishuv leaders, and it was clear while there may have been sympathy with Plan A, only Plan B would receive the support of even the angriest of Palestine's Jewish community. Kovner was also a partisan hero. Partisans were the paramilitary groups that fought the Nazis.
Now, the history of the partisans is deserving of its own video.
Yeah, like I think also fought Mussolini's forces in Italy. I think you also refer to those factions as partisan.
Purring so loud. New location, same animal. We're even we're in a different building.
You followed me here. Call him.
Many of the 20,000 Jewish partisans had escaped from ghettos and camps and hid out in Eastern European forests where, despite immense danger, they were quite successful at killing and otherwise sabotaging Nazi forces by, for example, destroying infrastructure like supply chains, power plants, and communication lines.
Oh, wait.
They also-
I want to frame this correctly, right? This is resistance. And you can see that there are ideas floating around within this resistance that, that would have targeted German citizenry at a grand scale. I think that with this group of people, given the historical context, it's pretty easy for us to at least understand where they're coming from, even if Plan A is acutely uncomfortable, right? But it doesn't delegitimize that resistance. Even if some of them wanted Plan A, it doesn't delegitimize the resistance, right? It doesn't make us look at this group as like, oh, well, you're just like the Nazis, right? There's a difference. What's the difference? Power. This is getting us back to the Sarah Hurwitz clip that we will get back to in a second.
Freed prisoners, smuggled people to safety, and did a ton of other extremely heroic things. Unfortunately, as mentioned, many were intensely traumatized by what they had seen and experienced during the Holocaust. And after the war, some felt like they had nowhere to channel seemingly unbounded anger. Those few who wanted to seek revenge.
There we go. Unbounded anger. You can understand that, right? Coming back to find your family having been deported to a death camp, and we can, that's understandable, right? It's not something that we're going to write, we're not going to write these people off for having that reaction to their family slaughtered, right? And it blows my mind that it's so easy for people to do this to Palestinians, right? And to even place collective guilt on the Palestinians for what part of a resistance militant group did.
May have found themselves in groups like the Nakam.
Plan A, the one to kill 6 million Germans, was seductive specifically because it was every bit as indiscriminate as the murder of Jews itself. It was the utter destruction of a nation, one whose guilt was seen as ubiquitous. The story was understood as the biblical Amalekites, enemies of Israel whose total eradication was required in order to restore the dignity of Jewish peoplehood.
Also, it's probably important for me to point out that Plan A wasn't realistic. Does everybody get that? Plan A is coming from a place of acute and justified rage. But it's not realistic. If anybody said that neutral parties needed to go hunt down these partisans because they'd gotten wind that, Plan A was being discussed, I think we'd reject that, right? I think we'd rightly reject somebody equivocating them with the Nazis or.
Dina Porat, who is the author of this book, portrays Kovner's bloodlust and Israeli acceptance of it as self-evident, which it may have been for the Hebrew.
But specifically because that Plan A of killing 6 million Germans was never going to happen. That resistance group that talked about those ideas was incapable of essentially matching the death and destruction of the entire Nazi, the entirety of the Third Reich, right? Incapable. These are a bunch of partisans. Not a bunch of partisans, a very small number of partisans, right? This was never going to happen. So the idea of like, well, these people need to be dealt with because, if they get their way and do their plan and kill 6 million Germans, that's going to, you kind of just don't have to worry about that because it's not realistic. Just like, when you see in a like old Hamas charter or something, some really hard core language that sounds eliminationist, right? It's not a realistic worry. It's not going to happen. It's not in the cards, right? Is this, plan A, does it encompass an idea of collective punishment? Yeah. And most people would find it wrong because of that, but it's understandable and it's also not in the cards in any conceivable way, right? So I hope the parallels that I'm making here are really fucking clear.
Readership that grew up around these stories. During the formation of the State of Israel, the new Yishuv was flooded by thousands of thoroughly traumatized people, fragments of families and lives arriving at what many hoped would finally be a safe haven for Jews. Their anger was palpable and visible, and it's part of the founding myths of Israel itself. This sense of necessary revenge has always played a role in Israel's national story. The kidnapping and execution of Adolf Eichmann, the retaliatory attacks during both the 1948 war of Israel's founding and subsequent conflicts with Arab neighbors, and the frequent bulldozing of homes of families it suspects of abetting terrorism. When Hamas fires rockets over the border into Israel proper, they pale in comparison to the IDF's shock and awe response, which presumes an overwhelmingly violent counterattack will make Israel safer. He also goes on to talk about the far-right Rabbi Meir Kahane. Oh, that can't be right. Meir Kahane? Meir Kahan? I've heard Kahane, but that could be wrong. In his view,
is it Meir Kahan? That's how I've always said it.
Jews take revenge against their oppressors, not only for their own redemption, but for God's. Yes, we are now in the territory of trauma-informed Jewish extremism. The growth of Kahanism and congruent far-right theologies in the settlements has created a culture of performative revenge through paycheck attacks against Arabs, which is supposed to raise the cost of living for Arabs in a land that Jewish militants believe was given to them by God. But wait, there's more. Yitzhak Shapira, a popular rabbi in the settlements, wrote a book called The King's Torah, suggesting that it is always just to kill a Gentile if a Jew's life could at some point be on the line. There is a reason to kill babies on the enemy's side, he says, because of the future danger they may present, since it is assumed that they will grow up to be evil like their parents.
A lot of echoes of that in the current conflict.
The Nocmem's rage, initially directed at the Germans, would eventually shift to Arabs.
So the Nocmem was the partisan group, the militant resistance group that she was talking about.
It functioned as a subtext in Israeli responses to Palestinian demands for autonomy, which was animated by the belief that Jewish victimhood resulted from Jewish inaction.
So like one syllable?
Which is what enabled others to enact cruelty upon them. As an aside here, it's me, I'm back with my words for the moment. So much of this history and so many of the problems that surround it come from the fact that we do not explore our own history of resistance. This is a problem in almost every Holocaust museum that I've been to, and almost every retelling of the Holocaust that exists, which completely overlooks how many thousands of ways that Jews, as well as communists, Romani, so many people that were persecuted by the Nazis, fought back till the end. So this idea that we were always passive victims is an idea that has been foisted onto us from the outside. And
isn't this in Failsafe? Anybody ever read or read the book or seen the movie Failsafe? There's a character that I think is supposed to be stand-in for Henry Kissinger in that book that has like, basically, talks or thinks about the um like, if the Holocaust could have been opposed with like militancy, sacrificial militancy, obviously, because you're fighting the whole German state at that point, right? But the idea that if they could take out like this many Nazis, they wouldn't have been able to do this, and it almost veers in, or really does veer into blaming the victims of the Holocaust. But
and has been really taken
I'm not going to go digging for that clip right now.
up by these militant assholes who seem to believe that the only way to reverse that is to enact violence upon other groups of oppressed people, not to resist the white supremacist anti-Semites, for example. While the Noke meme lived a desperate life in those early post-war months, they eventually integrated into the mosaic of Israeli society.
I want to
to enact violence upon other groups of oppressed people, not to resist the white supremacist anti-Semites, for example. That is and has been really taken up by these militant ass victims. So many people that were persecuted by the Nazis fought back till the end. So this idea that we were always passive victims is an idea that has been foisted onto us from the outside and has been really taken up by these militant assholes who seem to believe that the only way to reverse that is to enact violence upon other groups of oppressed people, not to resist the white supremacist anti-Semites.
Okay, so yeah.
For example.
Literally Jabotinsky, and also, many more more current analogs or people who share Jabotinsky's perspective.
While the Noke meme lived a desperate life in those early post-war months, they eventually integrated into the mosaic of Israeli society. They carried those experiences into agencies like the Mossad, a number of whose early agents were Nakam members. Other Noke meme led Jewish forces against Palestinians in the Nakba, the disaster and expulsion of Arabs that adjoined Israel's foundation. Kovner became a propaganda officer, writing poems that chastised Jewish troops for the emotional strife that they felt when engaging in war crimes against Arabs and for retreating when victory became impossible. This story is emblematic of an enormous foundational part of the Israeli country, of the country of Israel, the myth-making around that. Kovner's poetry was actually in itself a weapon. One of the section titles in this article is that no one would look at Jews as victims again. One of the things that I'm learning now about Israeli society and culture is just how much victims are looked down upon, or anybody that is seen as a victim. If you actually started looking into how Holocaust survivors are treated and exist within Israeli society, you'll quickly find out that they are not the ones that are making the decisions here. Most of them are on the fringes. They're ignored. They're looked down upon. Around a third of living Holocaust survivors today in Israel live in poverty. Horribly, that number is basically the same here in the US. There are still tens of thousands, possibly how many Holocaust survivors? There are still hundreds of thousands of Holocaust survivors out there, and instead of sitting with them, listening to them, nurturing them, caring for them, attending to their needs, both in the US and in Israel, they are ignored and they are deprived of the resources that they require. One survivor, Dora Roth, said that when she arrived in Israel after the Holocaust, Israelis treated them as if what happened to them was somehow their fault. I heard many times that we went like sheep to the slaughter, she said. Roth has also spoken out a lot about the fact that many Holocaust survivors in Israel have not gotten the reparations that they are due. Specifically, the billions of dollars that Germany gave the Israeli government in order to disperse to them so that they could live and be healthy and happy as possible. A lot of that money has been squandered. Most Holocaust survivors have seen very, very, very little of what is owed to them.
מה עשיתם עם הכסף? מה? לראות בטלוויזיה שלנו ניצול שואה שאין לו חימום בחורף, שאין לו כסף לאוכל. זה הבושה שלכם בבית הזה. זה הבושה. וכל הדיבורים לא, זה בכלל לא מעניין אותנו. בכלל לא. מעניין אותנו לא לראות את זה בטלוויזיה. וזה אתם צריכים לדעת. קשה מאוד לחיות. ניצול שואה כמוני, שבתור ילדה קיבלתי 20 על הטוסיק, שלא יכולתי להרים 20 קילו של מלמלת. קשה מאוד לחיות עם זה של 6 שנים הייתי רעבה. 6 שנים חלמתי על חתיכת לחם. אני את הוועדות האלה לא צריכים. צריכים דבר אחד. תחשבו, נשארנו 240. תיתנו להם.
The entire issue of all of the money that is owed to Holocaust survivors, both Jewish and non-Jewish, is an entire topic, one of many that we're touching on that deserves its own couple of hours of discussion, particularly because there are billionaires, lots of billionaires that live in Germany off of the blood money that was attained through the Holocaust, off of their deaths and their families' deaths. And anyway, the billionaires still have that, and the survivors don't, and that is pretty silly to me. In any case, there's this notion in Israel that having violence enacted on you is equal to being a weak Jew, and because of that, you are not as valuable to Israeli society, a culture of warriors. The suppression of Yiddish culture and Ashkenazi culture, of course, is wrapped up in all of this. And it's also a part of the fabrication of this Israeli identity, which is similar, sort of, to the fabrication of a white identity. I'm going to say sort of because a lot of Israelis, perhaps most Israelis, do not see themselves as white. Most Israelis are not Ashkenazi. Most Israelis come from the Swana region originally, or that's where their families come from. They are Sephardic Jews, and some of them are Mizrahi Jews, a term which only stretches back to the founding of Israel itself. For much of the beginning of Israeli history, these were dominated by the Ashkenazim, the whiter European and Eastern European Jews. So here's where things get, a little complicated, right? The Mizrahim, a general term for Jews from countries from the Middle East and North Africa, is also a political, sociological term that was coined with the creation of Israel. Between 1948 and the early 1980s, more than 850,000 Jews left or were expelled from countries in the region. As of 2005, 61% of Israeli Jews were of full or partial Mizrahi ancestry. Mizrahi Jews are still, to this day, in many senses looked down upon and have fewer opportunities than their Ashkenazi counterparts in Israel. And there is a lot of resentment there. It is not Ashkenazi Jews, but as I understand it, Mizrahi Jews that make up a large portion of people that lend the strongest support to Netanyahu and the Likud party, which is the party to the right. This may be a little confusing if this is new information to you. I know it was for me. You might think to yourself, why isn't it that they are fighting against this far-right party or this move to the right when it's so racist, within itself? Well, one thing is that a lot of it has to do with class. A lot of these folks on the far right or right wing in Israel have less money historically than people.
Katsuni Cavalier is telling me that Dr. Grodashel says he's based on Herman Kahn, not Henry Kissinger, but it's kind of similar. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I studied this shit in middle school, so I may not be remembering it faithfully, and also I don't know. My teacher understood the reference either.
On the left. In fact, you can find similarities or parallels in how this whole paradigm works in the US. It's a similar question of why are these people voting against their interests? Part of the explanation for it is that similar to white folks in Appalachia, for example, the left kind of treats them as uncultured and uncivilized and stupid.
You know, I just don't understand why poor white people in rural areas keep voting for Republicans. It's like you're
Okay, so like there's a language discussion that I wanted to hit on really quick. I think she said it started somewhere around 56, talking about Yiddish versus Hebrew and how Yiddish as a means of communication in Israel was eventually phased out.
That is where I'm coming from. I'm technically an anarchist, but we don't really have to get into that today, or maybe ever, actually. I might never actually get into it, but it's kind of just like a fun fact. Obviously, I don't believe that statehood solves anything for Jews. I do think that solidarity and fighting anti-Semitism, actual anti-Semitism, does. There's a number of things that the Israeli state gets out of the suppression of actual Jewish history, whether that is the stories of
Was it 59 maybe?
outside of the Holy Land, but that suppression, including the suppression of Yiddish culture,
Oh, there we go.
also erased the hundreds of years that Jews and Palestinians, or they were also Palestinians, so Jews and their Muslim neighbors lived side by side in Palestine. There's an entire book about this called Lives in Common, Arabs and Jews in Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Hebron. Noam Rotem wrote for Plus 972 magazine a really good review of this book. He says, Menachem Klein describes a reality that seems almost like a dream today. He quotes memoirs of Yaakov Elazar from Jerusalem, who remembers how the Muslim women cooperated respectfully with the customs of the Jewish religion. The Muslim neighbors allowed the Jewish women to pump water necessary before the Sabbath. He also describes the Cheder, which is a traditional elementary school where the basics of Judaism and the Hebrew language were taught, run by the Chacham Gershon in the neighborhood of Sheikh Jarrah, where Arab parents brought their children so that they would learn how to behave properly. Okay, but that was actually a serious thing. These are just two anecdotes, but the very existence of Palestinian Yiddish, a dialect of Yiddish which has incorporated a lot of Arabic terms that was still being spoken by the Jews of the old Yishuv who lived in Palestine for centuries before the political Zionists got there, or I should rather say before the British arrived, were speaking this dialect of Yiddish. This dialect shows a very, very long history of exchange between Muslims and Jews in this region, living side by side in what I'm gonna call relative peace. Relative definitely to what's happening today, but also a lot of that time really was pretty peaceful. When I posted about this, I immediately got some backlash
For like a pre-British mandate here.
from people who said that this was not always a peaceful time. And that is true. There are a lot of eras of Jewish existence around the world that can be romanticized. And so I don't want to say it was exclusively peaceful, but I did do a little bit of digging. It was pretty peaceful a lot of the time. Okay, it was kind of... You might argue with me, that's okay, but here's what I found. In 1009, there was the destruction of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem by...
Okay, so I just wanted to hit on that one point about Yiddish versus Hebrew, since that's a big part of what Jabotinsky talks about. I'm actually kind of curious if Jabotinsky like makes it into... There's a bunch of articles here. I'm kind of curious if he makes it into the like script here, because we're definitely touching on There it is. There it is. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, okay, sorry. I know I told you I was going to try not to let this take over the stream. But she literally mentions Jabotinsky. Trying to find a good place to start us off here.
And it also puts us pretty directly in harm's way. I want to preface this by saying I have long said that the threat to Jewish existence and safety today in the US is much greater coming from white nationalists, white supremacists, people that probably would rather the Israeli state exist so that we could all go there. But of course, we've seen the escalation of anti-Muslim and anti-Semitic violence in these past few weeks. So, you know, again, if they actually wanted us to be safe, what they would probably do is stop doing war crimes and then attaching all of our names to it. That would be super great, Israel, if you could stop doing that, please. Thank you. But that's only one way that this golem, the IDF, eventually lashes out back onto the Jewish people. The other is this monster that is apartheid itself, that is the oppression of the Palestinian people itself, which has led to the motivation to enact violence onto Israelis themselves. In a number of ways here, trauma has given rise to some of the darkest forms of violence imaginable, becoming the thing that once oppressed you, mirroring the violence that was done to you. Remember, again, that notion of the muscular Jew from early Zionism, which saw the diaspora as a corrosive force on the Jewish body. Figures like Ze'ev Jabotinsky argued, Jews would have to follow the path all peoples have in their quest for continuity, violence. As Frantz Fanon introduced in The Wretched of the Earth in 1961, the violence experienced in a decolonial resistance is the reproduction of violence introduced by the colonizer to respond with escalated cruelty, such as carpet bombing Gazan cities as a form of collective punishment, does little to bring an end to suffering. It can only escalate it. Revenge is a different path than peace. The trauma of things that happened on October 7th has been weaponized in the worst imaginable ways. And I think we can recognize that while still not downplaying what did happen or what we know happened. Because when people do downplay it, I think it plays into the hands of the Israeli government itself. This is why I've been cautioning really heavily against people saying that the attacks that Hamas did on October 7th were a necessary part of Palestinian liberation. I said at the very, very beginning when this all began to happen that not only is it not a celebration because there were innocent people whose lives were taken, whether by Hamas or the IDF, but also because of what I thought it could lead to. Another Nakba, the things that we're seeing happen now. Of course, there's still a lot of mystery over everything.
Anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to touch on, she does mention Jabotinsky in the, because we're definitely touching on Jabotinsky's ideas here. Let's get back to the Sarah Hurwitz piece and finish watching that. So yeah, I mean, like she, I think she has there's two large clips of her speaking. Most people have just seen little bits and bobs of this on Twitter. I just wanted to give it, see what else is here. Taylor Lorenz looks like 3 days ago did a video on this. A lot of people, or Hasan has covered this. Like this is just because of how revealing it is. Like she's kind of saying the quiet part out loud here without even realizing it, and making an argument that she thinks is compelling, that she's the one who understands reality, whereas young Jews are viewing reality through like their TikTok and seeing too much of the actual carnage, which, what is that other than reality, right? To be able to suffer her explanation of why that violence is appropriate.
your co-religionists. So like, if my co-religionists, I look at them, and if they're not practicing my religion of social justice and certain prophetic values, then what do I have to do with them? It would be like telling a mainline, very progressive Protestant in Berkeley, California, you have to care about that Pentecostal in Brazil. It doesn't make sense. But that's a category error, right? The 7 million people in Israel, they are not my co-religionists, they are my siblings. But I think if you think of them as merely your co-religionists, it's very easy to slide into anti-Zionism. You don't necessarily have that connection to them. And I have to say, I think to conclude, it's becoming increasingly clear that the kind of contentless, bagel and lox, Jewish mother joke identity that many American Jews have, it just doesn't cut it anymore. When your Jewish identity is a big empty void with a few ethnic jokes rattling around in it, it will be filled by what is around you.
So this is an Obama speechwriter making a criticism of liberal Jews, right? Her follow up to her criticism of younger Jews, which there's definitely a correlation there. But wow, the internalized, there's some internalized something going on here.
If what is around you is anti-Semitism, you will be helpless to fight back. If someone tells you that the Jewish God is violent and vengeful and Judaism is a legalistic, unloving religion, and you know nothing about Jewish tradition, what will you say? Tikkun olam? It's not a great answer. If they say that Israel is a genocidal, racist state,
who is coming at you with these opinions?
And you know nothing about Jewish history or Israel, we're going to be like, I like Seinfeld. It doesn't work.
It's hard for me to imagine anybody focusing on a critique of what Jewish religious tradition over what's going on is not about Judaism. What's going on is about eliminationism.
We need to know our Jewish story in a way that when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, I didn't really. I could get away with that identity. Young people who have that empty Jewish identity today, it is being filled by anti-Semitism, and we need to give them the content to protect them.
So I love this panel, not only because they're all so smart, but they're actual rule followers. You answered the question that I asked you, reflecting on the countries in which you live. Now I want to ask you the opposite question. Is there a common narrative among the global Jewish people that is emerging, or...
Okay, so anyway, that's, there's 2 points at which she talks. I don't think that most of what's being discussed here, I don't think that much of it is coming from her second, clip, but...
The 1800s in Europe, we kind of ripped the beating heart out of...
Solution?
It's funny.
If they won't grab the opportunity, there'll be an even a deeper crisis.
So I think he was pointing at you when he said we have a shared crisis, Sarah. Is there a shared solution?
It's funny, I do think so. And I was actually speaking to a bunch of Israelis explaining my theory about, in the 1800s in Europe, we kind of ripped the beating heart out of Judaism in order to become more like Christians. So all of our post-biblical texts, which contain 2,500 years of our profound, radical, transformational...
So, this is her criticism of secular Jews, right? Or I guess that would be the common, parlance for that.
Wisdom. And this Israeli kept interrupting me. And he was like, that happened.
Which again, there is a type of anti-Semitism that is not universally anti-Jewish, but specifically singles out liberal Jews and calls them, terms like the synagogue of Satan, right? And it's very similar. It's eerily similar to the Nazi trope of Judeo Bolshevism, what the Nazis were trying to do with associating, the Jewish people with their enemies, the communists, and charging them with the backstab, right?
Happened to us too. I'm like, no, it didn't. Shh.
I don't know if she realized how many parallels there are between what she's saying and literal Nazi doctrine, literal Nazi thought.
Like, no, that happened to us too. I'm like, stop. And then I realized, actually, if you read the early anti-Zionist thinkers, they're very similar to the reformers in their disdain for Jewish religion, for this sort of superstitious rabbis getting us in trouble. Ugh, leave this behind, right? We're forming a new kind of Jew. And as soon as I made that connection, I thought, like, oh, we've both had this tragedy of transitioning to modernity.
And again, the irony of her criticizing secular Jews for trying to create a new kind of Jew, when that's literally the thrust of Jabotinsky's arguments, rejecting all of Jewish tradition in an attempt to avoid somehow the victimization by emulating the oppressor. These are some really disturbing brainworms here.
Which is the loss of our texts, the loss of what Amos Oz and Fania Al-Salzberger call our text line. You know, they say ours is not a bloodline, it is a text line. And I actually think this is part of the solution. This is something that every Jew on the planet shares. Our texts, our wisdom, no matter how you are practicing, we are all practicing from this body of knowledge. And I think we have a tremendous opportunity to mine that substance, to return to that substance, to find that wisdom, to enrich not just ourselves, but the world. That has always been our value proposition. I mean, you're welcome for democracy, human rights, the idea that all human beings are in the divine image. Like, these are the great ideas that Jewish tradition has offered the world. And I think returning to our texts and our substance is something that can unite us all as Jews and will be good not just for—
I'm sorry, are we criticizing the— I can't tell if we're criticizing the Enlightenment or if we're attributing it to, Jewish thought. This is a very confused, diatribe she's on here.
us, but for humanity.
Okay, so I think that's the gist of it. And anyway, I've spent enough time talking about this already. This was bonus content from yesterday that, yesterday people fucking knocked it out of the park. We got to 300. And so I wanted, in fact, I got to update the current ticker. I think we're at 230 here today. But yeah, we're going to move along and talk about something that's a little bit lighter, I guess. I mean, as much fun as we can have from the current situation with the masked Gestapo running around our country, putting people in danger, creating a chaotic and threatening environment in our cities, and their reaction to being held to account for when they break the laws of the United States. So let me get you this. It's kind of a shorter segment too. We're gonna do this. Let me change another ICE agent arrested. And then what is the last? Oh yeah, Jink on Jink crying about Marjorie Taylor Greene. You replaced Jew with Catholic, it's Peter Thiel, yeah. Isn't that what neo-Nazis said about white people's contribution? Yeah, it literally is, Magenta. Good catch. Good catch. There's another parallel. But yeah, I mean, this is the striking thing, I think, of the reason that this clip got spread so far is that she's saying the quiet part out loud, and she doesn't realize it. She's making what she thinks is a convincing argument, and it's actually a self-defeating argument. In other words, she's not connecting to the real world, and not aware of what she looks like from the outside. But anyway, let's get to the ICE arrest. That's the fun part, I guess. I can find it here. Wait, oh, there we go. CBP. Yeah, so I said it's an ICE agent. Technically a CBP agent, but pretty much sort of who Trump has called in after some pretty massive failures from ICE to do the job that ICE.
I need to just do a little bit of.
Oh my God, this is not the right one. I was worried about this. Yeah. Let's see if I can find it on a playlist. Oh my god. Yeah, I was worried that what I'm doing is using like a notes app and copying links into that notes app, but it's really easy to think. Do you know how it's really easy to think that you copied something and you didn't, and you hit Control V, and what you're really pasting is not the thing that you just copied, but the thing that you copied before. In fact, I'm convinced that sometimes I do hit Control C and it just doesn't acknowledge it, or somehow it just doesn't capture the new thing. Let me see if I can find
President
this.
Trump has long had an ironclad grip on his party, but this week
I did manage to note the news station that posted the clip, so I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to. There it is. Boom.
I'm gonna tase him. You fight, you'll see later.
Newly released body cam video showing the arrest of a Customs and Border Patrol agent. Mike Rogers, you worked for weeks to get this video.
So, Mike, take us through what it shows and the tragedy that follows.
Yeah, so this is Isaiah Hodgson. Isaiah Hodgson was a Customs and Border Protection agent, and he was involved in a controversial arrest of a 20-year-old U.S. citizen in a Walmart parking lot. That was Adrian Martinez. Now, the feds accused Martinez of getting involved in an operation, but during that takedown, Hodgson's face went viral. Now that's how we figured out who he was when this happened. Check out this video that we just got from the Long Beach Police Department. The Long Beach Police say that's Hodgson there in the white hat, white shirt. He had pulled out a gun, according to law enforcement, inside the women's restroom at a Yard House restaurant. This is a video from the parking lot when he encountered a security guard who later called 911. This is Hodgson, according to police, putting the gun down by a tree before he is encountered by officers. Now, this is a security camera from the Long Beach Police Department. Next, you'll see body camera video of when they tried to get Hodgson to surrender.
Sidewalk. Hey, don't get on the ground. Sir.
Say that to a cop, right? Even if you feel like you didn't do nothing wrong and you shouldn't be being arrested or detained or something like that, most people would have the good sense. You don't say to a cop, are you stupid, right? But look at how entitled this guy is. Trump has convinced these motherfuckers that they are the spear tip in defending like American values and in defending American culture against the invaders, right? And so like he literally, thinks that he's too important to be subject to the same laws as the rest of us.
All right, well, get on the ground. Get on the ground. I'm gonna tase him. You fight, you'll see later. Get on the ground. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Stop resisting.
Are you stupid?
Get on the ground. I got him.
That's obviously the.
Now, I think somewhere else in there, maybe I missed it, right? But he says, "I'm." What does he say? I'm customs, or like he's basically trying to use his his status as a CBP agent to say that like you don't do this to me, right? I'm not subject to these same rules.
Hey, don't get on the ground, sir.
Wait, is it right before
here? To get Hodgson to surrender.
Sidewalk. Hey, don't get on the ground, sir. Get on the ground. Are you guys stupid? Get on the ground. I'm PvP. All right, well, get on the ground.
I'm CBP. I think he's saying I'm CBP.
Get on the ground. I'm gonna tase him. You fight, you'll see later. Get on the ground. Are you stupid? Stop resisting. Get on the ground. I got him.
He thinks that saying he's CBP should have stopped them in their tracks.
That's obviously the lengthy struggle that occurred between Hodgson and the Long Beach Police Department. Now, during that struggle, you heard him say.
So now listen, does being a law enforcement officer sometimes make your, in your interaction with other law enforcement officers easy? Do they treat other cops differently? Yeah, usually they do, right? That's why I think what this indicates to me is that there's some contingent, and like Chad, I've made my views clear about the institution of, policing in the United States, where it comes from, why the culture is rotten, and why it won't be fixed without a complete replacement, right? This slogan used to be abolish the police, defund the police. I'm thinking a better slogan is something like repeal and replace, right? These police are never going to give us justice and are going to, but that being said, that being said, this is, I'm getting the feeling that some law enforcement officers don't exactly like ICE. So some of them have got a very, slightly negative disposition towards, there may be still, in a lot of cases, like with the DUI stop that we watched a few weeks ago, that cop was definitely getting treated like better than somebody, that ICE agent was getting treated better than somebody who wasn't involved in law enforcement would get treated. But right here, it almost makes me think the fact that they're not giving him more preferential treatment, that these guys don't exactly like ICE or CBP, and they definitely don't like him trying to big dog them and say, are you stupid? Like basically imply, I'm above the law, dude. You can't fuck with me. I'm Trump's favorite guy.
Say, I'm BP, I'm BP.
Oh, he says BP.
Border Patrol. Later, when he would be in a patrol car, he began asking.
Like they were going to be like, oh, I'm so sorry, sir. We didn't realize we were in the presence of an American hero. I'm so sorry for ever even considering detaining you, sir. Please go along your merry way. Would you,
for a Border Patrol commander called Greg Bovino. Obviously, they didn't do that at the time, but they did start to go through the gun that they found on him, later found under the tree, which you see right here. When they're talking about the gun, they say it has DHS in front of the serial number, and then officers on scene quickly learn that he's a Customs and Border Protection agent. Later, when he is at the jail, he is having a conversation with an officer about his work as a CBP agent.
You made a mistake.
No, I made more than one mistake, man. And everybody just hates me here. Do you know how many people are after me over here in Los Angeles?
I know.
It doesn't mean no, you don't know. You know what the word dox is? DOXXED,
No, what is
dude. Doxed. Have you ever had people stand up at your parents' house because you're over here?
I'd be more worried, Hodgson, about what's going to happen after Trump is no longer in power, right? The problem is that you are part of a mass Gestapo. The problem is that you have availed yourself to be Trump's personal army. And that's not going to end well, right?
Here in Los Angeles doing everything, dude. That's the guy I am, dude. I'm sorry. So many people at LAPD hate us, dude.
Now, Hodgson would eventually be booked into jail. He was later released, and while he was out on bail awaiting his court hearings, he died in a home in Riverside. Now, the Riverside County coroner has not officially determined his cause of death, but tonight the Long Beach Post, who first posted...
It's 11 days ago. I wonder if we know this guy's Hodgkin. Let me see if I can find information on what his cause of death was.
This video reports that his attorney said in open court that he died of a drug overdose. His family is expected in court in the coming months because his case has still not officially been closed. They may speak at that hearing, and if they do, we will attempt to be there so long as a judge lets us. Guys,
just tragic all around. Mike, thank you very much.
All right, guys, we got to talk about this big bombshell regarding sloppy Steve Bannon, because holy cow.
I wish we had time to talk about sloppy Steve. No, we're gonna have to get moving. What do I got next on the docket? I've got Cenk Uygur. Let me just really quickly see if I can. Border Patrol agent died of a drug overdose after arrest. Los Angeles time. Cocaine. This guy was on cocaine apparently. Yeah, I mean he's not in a good way. Yeah, I mean he's the one. He's the one. The one enforcer of Trump's bogus immigration deportation policy that is maybe not going to see any sort of justice after Trump is out of office. But for the rest of them, they really should be thinking towards the future. Because if the cops hate your guts, you've lost the country. I'm sorry, right? Let's switch over to we haven't watched Cenk in a long time, have we? Cenk cries over MTG, and now we got some what are we gonna watch? Okay, Candace Owens is after that. All right, we'll do Cenk, we'll do Candace Owens. What time is it here. Ooh, Jesus Christ, it's late. I didn't realize I'd. Okay, I mean, I'm just not an absurdly long stream. I'm doing okay, but yeah, I think I got to start earlier, Chad. I had to pay my rent this morning, which unfortunately, until I get a bank account set up, which is a little bit of a pain in the ass when you don't speak the language, a little bit difficult to do. You know, I've got to pay my rent through, you know, by going to the ATM for it. You know, so yeah, it took me a little while this morning, but yeah, hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to get on to stream earlier and, you know, have to, because there's so much that's gone on while I was not streaming. So much has gone on, right? It was not a light news week at all. Anyway, let's take a look. I'll just search him up. TYT. Jink Uger, and then what are we doing after that? Candace Owens. Candace Owens. Anyway, America's Finest at Work. That's right, random 3PO. Oh yeah, Lane. I forgot that was his name. The funny one was with the ice that stopped on A1A in Florida. Oh, that was A1A. Okay, yeah, I've been to Florida. I know a little bit. I think I've been on the A1A a little bit. Is this the A1A that's like connecting the keys, or is this like? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, not important. But what is important is that we got bonus content, chat. Like I didn't get to show you the bonus content that you earned yesterday. So I'm giving it to you today. I hope you don't mind the wait, but yeah, I had to get to Thai class. Wait, Marjorie Taylor Greene announces. Okay, this is the first response to the hatchet job. Okay, let's just look at TYT's.
Every day, the Young Turks.
Speaking of people who aren't living in reality, now we got TYT. Oh god, there is another fucking clip. Oh, I forgot about this. Jesus Christ, let's do this really quick. Sarah Hurwitz. Glad that TYT covered it. Yeah, second clip has hit the World Trade Center. I almost forgot. Oh shit. Pod Save Bros are gonna condemn Sarah Hurwitz? Probably not. They're probably, I mean, like, I don't know if they're, you know, if they know her, but yeah, these are, you know, she's an Obama speechwriter. At least some of them are Obama speechwriters, right? They're part of the same. Okay, so these are that's the clip that we've already seen. Here it is. Here's the new clip that
Israel is in the same moral bucket as the KKK and the Nazis.
Well, I mean, that's missing some context. Wait, that looks like the same conference, but this is a different.
We're kind of entering a post-literate society, and if like all day long your brain is just smashed again and again by TikTok with really upsetting carnage in Gaza, then like you're talking and like I'm sorry if this is a graphic thing to say, but like when I'm trying to make arguments in favor, you know, for Israel, I realize I'm talking through a wall of dead children. Like that's what people are seeing. So when I'm like, yeah, but it's 1.5 civilians they're just seeing carnage. Right?
What kind of argument are you trying to make there? 1.5 civilians for every Hamas personnel that you've killed, you know, X to doubt, but also
that's the emotional blackmail.
I mean, fair enough.
We're only killing 1.5 innocent people for every supposed militant, every alleged militant that we get. Okay, there's the clip. Is this? Oh, Drop Site posted this. That's right.
October 7th happens, and I'm texting with them. I'm like, do you still want me to come? Like, what should I do? And we decided the tour would go on. And so I it wasn't a response to October 7th. It was really planned beforehand, but it became
A1A connects the keys. Yeah, but doesn't A1A also go down the like length of doesn't A1A just kind of go along the coast, the what is it, the east coast of Florida?
a response to October 7th. And it was
And then connects the keys.
I came straight from like 1997 to 2023
Right.
and the shock that I felt. I mean, on so many, we're very distracted by these big encampments and protests, which are terrible, of course. But I am much more worried about the pervasive, systemic atmosphere on these campuses, like the air kids breathe.
Yeah.
In a lot of campuses, Israel is in the same moral bucket as the KKK and the
So
Nazis.
your concern is people's opinions. Got it. On a college campus, right?
Right. So if I said to you, Jonah, look, I'm a Nazi, sure, but I'm a liberal Nazi. That's insane. Right? Or, I'm in the...
I mean, low key, you kind of are.
KKK, but I don't hate minorities. Like, that's monstrous. Like, come on. We're not going to have a conversation about that. And that's what...
And so you wonder why nobody's having a fucking conversation with your bullshit.
Students on campus here, when a Jewish student says, well, look, I'm a Zionist, I'm a liberal Zionist, I care about Palestinian rights. It's like, Israel is now so evil, so untouchable that there's no point of contact you can have with it, just like there's no point of contact you can have with the KKK or Nazis. And once you're in that level of irrationality, there's no...
You were sympathizing with the KKK and Nazis, yes, right? You're like, wow, this is how they feel? That's really fun. Not even one point of contact is allowed? That just makes you morally repugnant just by your associate? Yeah, it does.
Conversation to be had. So many Jewish students told me they tried to meet with their classmates who were harassing them and like have a conversation, and they would be told, no, that would be normalizing Zionists. I just thought like the extremity of this, and it's so confusing for these poor college kids.
I mean, do you think that's a proper like debate subject? Is that the like? Do you, like I don't know. Like, right? The concern is like that she's expressing is that Jewish students in an atmosphere that's like Jewish students who are pro-Israel in an atmosphere that's so anti-Israel might feel uncomfortable. What is the atmosphere like when, like, say, Palestinian, students are forced to, entertain justifications for genocide, right? Anyway.
It's because their anti-Semitism education has been Holocaust education.
Right.
So they get to campus, they're like, well, there are no Nazis here, but I feel really unsafe. And so I'm going to gaslight myself and say, well, maybe it's anti-Zionism, not anti-Semitism. And I have to walk them through like, okay, if a classmate of yours, I was like, can I walk through your campus with a t-shirt that says, I love Israel? And they're like, oh God, no. I'm like, okay, what if a black student came to you and said, my campus...
Actually, you probably could. Because after all of the retribution and Canary Mission bullshit that's been done on college campuses, right, after all the students that have been kicked out of school or even deported, I think, people are probably pretty scared to say something to somebody with an I Love Israel shirt. But she's going to compare it now to a Black Lives Matter shirt.
Great for black students, but I can't wear my Black Lives Matter t-shirt. I'd get harassed. And the student's like, oh, that's racism.
You really think you wouldn't get harassed with a Black Lives Matter shirt in 2025? You really think that there's nobody on campus that wants to fucking, relitigate George Floyd, for instance, or, tell you about, you were endorsing a violent movement or something? You don't think you'd get any shit for wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt?
That's terrible. Great.
You might straight up get called, if you're black and have a Black Lives Matter shirt on, you might straight up get called the N-word. You might get the old fashioned, like, racist harassment. There's plenty of, people in that age range that have, some pretty fucked up ideas about black people. That's so, yeah, exactly, Cozy Gaming. So insanely out of touch.
Gay student says,
she hasn't heard the Charlie Kirk. So she hasn't heard the Charlie. We are Charlie Kirk, chat. Oh my God, chat. There's so much I need to cover. There's so much I've missed. Holy shit. You're reminding me of things. Wait, can we get this? Like what the chatter is talking about here? She hasn't heard the We Are Charlie Kirk song. Let's listen. Wait, Hasan watches hasn't gotten claimed for this. Is it like an AI song? I don't even know the story. We Are Charlie Kirk. It's part of the Kirkification, chat. A lot of people are fighting back from the actual suppression of freedom of speech that we saw earlier in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, by kind of taking the piss out on the artificial reverence for this guy. But yeah, the idea is basically to take Charlie. I'm afraid. Okay, no, I can't do this. I can't do this. You know why? God damn it. It's because if I type in anything with Charlie Kirk and search and just nakedly raw dog scroll on Twitter, I'm going to see the last moments of Charlie Kirk, right? I know that at least was on Twitter. I suspect it still is. Yeah, I gotta avoid that.
My campus, great for queer students, but if I wear my pride t-shirt, I will be harassed. Like, it's not great. That's homophobia. Right. So I was like, so how come if you wear your Israel t-shirt and you get harassed, you don't think that's anti-Semitism? And they're like, no, but the problem, it's not Jews, it's Israel. I'm like, okay, what if your Chinese American classmate wore a t-shirt that says, I love China? Even if your classmates knew what a terrible human rights violator China is, I'm guessing they would think, well, okay, I'm sure she doesn't love the Chinese government. She's probably just passionate about her heritage, or maybe she's studying Chinese history.
I'm sorry, but China's violation of human rights pales in comparison to Israel's.
Language, I think your classmates would give her the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
And that is not something that happens for Jewish students. And it's Dara Horn, who's one of my best friends and an amazing Jewish author. She talks about the difference between Purim anti-Semitism, which is like, you're a Jew, you're bad, I'm going to kill you. There is nothing you can do to be good. You can't convert, you're bad, I'm killing you. Whereas there's another kind of anti-Semitism, which is like, you're a Jew, you're bad, but there is something you can do to be okay. You can give up whatever it is that I, the majority, think is disgusting about Judaism. And so back in the day, if you were a Jew converted to Christianity, they wouldn't kill you. For some time, at least.
Yes, I have.
For a while, maybe.
If you depends on where you are, what time it is, sure. Yeah, it depends on how strong the pogrom vibes are at that moment, sure.
Got lucky. You could convert. And today, I think I think about my parents' generation.
You could convert and you'd be okay until the fucking Spanish Inquisition looked up your descendants, family history and found you. Yeah.
The 50s, if you were a Jew and, just get rid of your last name, your nose,
right,
your Jewy gestures, right? Be less Jewy and then you're safe. Today,
I thought her earlier, criticism about like bagels and lox were that people were being too stereotypically. It feels anti-Semitic to say Jewy, but that's the word that she used.
It's get rid of your Zionism and then you're safe. And so you see these poor kids who are like, they're like, my rabbi growing up told me Israel was great, and then I got to campus and I learned they were genocidal, colonial Nazis. I saw the light. I had an epiphany. And then I took anti-Zionism and anti-colonialism into my heart, and now I'm saved. And their classmates are like, now you're saved. You're a Jew who's seen the light. And it's like...
Okay. So there it is. Thank you, Drop Site, for that journalism. Anyway, like I said, we got to get to Cenk Uygur and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Titan Greene. If you don't know, one of TYT's proudest accomplishments as of late has been to court, interview, and just basically start up a dialogue with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now they'll maintain they don't agree with a lot of what she says, but that they think that she's like an honest actor within the Republican Party, and that there's some stuff they can work together on, populism, etc. And so they've been making making money, chasing clout off of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like I said before, next to Anna Kasparian, MTG is probably the most important woman in Cenk's life right now. And they've lost her. She is resigning effective January 5th of 2026. And, where she goes from there, she's given some signs that maybe she might be running for higher office in the future, maybe senator in Georgia, maybe president in 2028. But for the time being, she's become substantially less relevant. I mean, they'll probably have her on again, right? She's not nearly as relevant as she was and she was in Congress fighting against Trump. She's, for better or for worse, given up that fight. And I think, as a way of maintaining viability for a future probably presidential run, or at least that's what she's got in mind. I don't know if that's realistic. I don't know if the majority, if there's even like a plurality of Americans that haven't already made up their mind in a negative way towards MTG, but I guess we'll find out.
I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma.
Wait, what is this? Why So Dankness says, is she going to stop being the owner of Orange Theory? I almost worked for Orange Theory. Does MTG own Orange Theory? I thought she was like a CrossFit gal. I never really, looked at it hardcore. All I know about them is they're big on rowing machines, and they've got a type of rowing machine where the resistance actually comes from water. That's all I know about Orange Theory. But yeah, they were big in my area for a while, and I actually considered interning or even going to work for them at some point.
Big tech, military industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. I'll be resigning from office, with my last day being January 5th, 2026, and I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you all, and may God bless America.
Breaking news, Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's resigning from Congress, stepping down effective January 5th. Wow. She just had this huge fight with Donald Trump. I don't know why in the world she's doing that. The story just broke. She was finally having a positive impact in Congress on the Epstein files, on questioning Israel's funding.
I mean, I agree. I think that she was getting the better of Donald Trump in these exchanges. That being said, being on the opposite side of Donald Trump on anything, especially as a Republican, is going to get you a lot of harassment. That was part of the reason, that was part of the justification she had for getting out, is preventing or like ameliorating the death threats from MAGA people, and also probably so that she doesn't get tagged as a enemy of Trump, and that if she runs for future office, that she can count on voters who supported Trump, a little too close to his real German name pronunciation there, but get him to like at least neutralize some of the toxicity. Right, it seems like what she was doing in stepping down, like making herself less of a problem. So funny that Jinx sounds so sad. Oh yeah, he's broken up. I mean, this is, like I said, most important woman in Jink Uger's life right now, minus Anna Kasparian. She joined Ro Khanna's bill, and Katsina Cavalier says in the full speech she reminds everyone that she's anti-trans, etc. Yeah, I covered that yesterday. If anybody's interested in watching the VOD from there. Yeah, if you go over her whole statement, she's not offering olive branches, right? She's the same, QAnon conspiratorial bigot that she always was.
Others bill to lower drug prices. She had begun finally to do some amazing work.
Did Zohran meeting Trump help her decide to resign? I don't know. Not as far as I know. I haven't seen any evidence of that. But I mean, I guess it's possible.
I don't know why in the world she's resigning. I don't know if it's look, here are some possibilities right off the top of my head as the story's breaking live. Maybe to run for a bigger seat. That's, I suppose, possible, but there was talks of her running for Senate or for governor, and that didn't come to fruition earlier. I don't know if things have changed. It's not impossible for her to have been bullied out. Maybe they found something on her. I don't know. I think given Marjorie Taylor Greene's temperament, that's less likely, right? And it's possible that she's gonna go do media or do something that is related to politics, but not actually in Congress. And part of the reason might be, again, this is all speculation since the story's breaking right now. It's possible that she thinks Congress is useless. You know, we can't get anything done here. All these other guys are totally corrupt. Every time you go to do any bill, like the one I was talking about, lowering drug prices, that's actually Donald Trump's executive order that Ro Khanna just turned into a bill so that it could be more effective.
Oh God, it looks like they just dropped another video 7 hours ago.
So now everybody should join that bill. She joined it, but we can't get the Democrats to join other than Ro Khanna because they say, oh, well, it's not a perfect bill. It doesn't take the disabilities into account. It's Trump's executive order. But wait, it's your policy. It's Democratic policy to have most favored nation status. So we're not paying any more than the Germans, the French, the Canadians, the Japanese, etc., for the same exact drugs where the drug companies still make a ton of profit. Democrats are like, no, we're not going to join. The Republicans, it's a Trump executive order, and only 4 or 5 of them have joined. Why? Because almost all of Congress is corrupt and they work for the drug companies. They're lying. They're all liars. So whenever you give them something that's a layup, paid family leave sits at 84% popularity. Give moms 12 weeks off after they have a baby. They're like, no, we're never gonna vote on it. We're never gonna vote yes. We don't care if it's 84%, 94%, or 104% of the American people. We work for the donor class. So maybe she got frustrated and left because of that. I don't know. Maybe she got frustrated because of the Donald Trump fight. Or maybe she thought she was going to lose her primary, but that would be very, very surprising.
Yeah, I agree with Jink on that. That being said, his analysis not very in depth here, right? If anybody would be able to, posit a explanation or try to connect the dots, it would be somebody that knows and has talked to Marjorie Taylor Greene like Jink, but he's just as clueless as the rest of us as far as what her motivation is.
She likes the fight, and I don't think she was gonna. I don't think there was. In fact, we had a story planned today where a couple of outlets went and talked to people in her district, and they're like, no, we're definitely sticking with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And so this is a very puzzling, very surprising move. Perhaps she'll soon explain why she did it. But for now, we know that Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving Congress on January 5th.
Wow, TYT really struggling with their YouTube channel. They put something in there, Chad. I don't know if you saw that.
Explain why she did it, but for
wait until the end of the video to hear Green's explanation. So what that is a gambit to try to increase watch time. TYT's videos. I mean, this it's about Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning, right? So they've got 300,000 views on this, but it's kind of like something that does anybody remember when Keffels did this? Like Keffels had started a YouTube channel and was trying to do video essays and get them to blow up. And what makes your video blow up? Click through, right? When people see your thumbnail, your title for your video next to other thumbnails and titles, do they click it or do they not click it? Is the thumbnail appealing? Does the title look interesting, right? Did you catch their attention, right? That's the first criteria. Second criteria is the watch time. This is analyzed in 2 ways. One by the overall watch time, which kind of gives a little bit of a benefit to a longer video. Most people aren't going to watch all of it, but the average time watched is going to be greater because some people are going to watch all of it, and that skews it, right? Or and the other metric is, of course, watch percentage time. So what this tells me right here is that Cenk Uygur and TYT, they're worried that their audience is clicking away, is clicking on their videos, right? And then seeing something else. Oh, let me watch that. Oh, let me watch that, right? That's not a good sign. Things are not going well at TYT. Anyway.
Now we know that Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving Congress on January.
Yeah, what Keffels did, I think if I remember, was like when Keffels was trying to create a YouTube channel, she would have discussions with her community to try to get as many of them as possible to leave the video on even if they got bored with it, and to just like let it run, to just kind of she was actually doing something that could have gotten her in trouble with YouTube terms of service, right? That's some people would that could be considered manipulating the algorithm. You know, right? But you know, it was just a sign of weakness. It was a sign of a lack of confidence in her own content. Just like this is, yeah. And look, everybody's doing stuff like this. You know, like, but watch till the very end. But like, we're gonna give you 7 neat tricks to like lower your blood sugar. Watch the last one will blow your mind. So make sure to watch the very end. It's tricks like that that people try to use to try to maximize their watch time. But yeah, here's what TYT has got. Wait until the very end of the video to hear Green's explanation. Ooh, I am clickbaited.
5th. I'm super disappointed by it. If you're a populist, look, I'm on the left, and I disagree with a lot of things that Marjorie Taylor Greene is in favor of. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago, she said we should do a national divorce. No, we shouldn't do that at all. That's a terrible idea, right? And I could list many other things that I vehemently disagree with her on, right? But at least she was populist and she was honest. She was honest. She was honest on the things we agreed on. She was also honest on the things we disagreed on. She didn't hide any of her feelings. I'll take an honest congressman over a corrupt, dishonest one any day, and 95% of them are corrupt and dishonest. So anytime anybody that's actual populist leaves, to me it's devastating. I think it's terrible. You got to stay and fight.
I think it's bad that Trump got another W, right? I think that every time Trump's able to get somebody to, you know, leave Congress or defeats them in the primary or whatever, it's just like it tends to lend itself towards people just obeying whatever the fuck he says. So yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that she's stepping out early. Probably not, but unlike Cenk Uygur, I'm not going to cry any tears for MTG.
I don't know if she'll change her mind or not, but it doesn't look like it. But if you guys, especially if you're a right-wing populist and you like Marjorie Taylor Greene, try to talk her out of it. There's Massey and Green on the.
I know. I don't know if this was on Twitter or something, but I'm told that Cenk, like, you know, wanted to debate her, wanted to have a debate, where he tries to debate bro her into staying in Congress.
Right. There's Ro Khanna on the left, and together the three of them just defeated the other 532 people in Congress and got the Epstein files released. Now we're down to 2 of them? No. Go back in the ring. We need you in the ring. Even on the, so what, I disagree with you on a bunch of stuff, on the majority of stuff. At least you were being honest. At least you were being populist and uniting on the things we agree on. So, look, if you had told me this a year ago, I would have had the exact opposite reaction. I would have been ecstatic that Marjorie Taylor Greene's leaving. But she just made the turn to actually uniting and being a true populist and fighting for things that we care about, lower drug prices, and yes, American sovereignty and protecting American voters and American citizens. This is the worst time to leave. So, all right, but that's the news, and obviously we'll give you.
I can't find it. Yeah, I'm told that he wanted to debate her on whether she should leave or not. It's kind of an interesting idea. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think she's got any interest in that, and I don't think it's
updates when we have.
I don't think it's gonna convince her.
Have it.
Through it all,
here we
I
go.
never changed or went back on my campaign promises, and only.
This is just what we've already seen, Chad. As much as Cenk was trying to maximize his watch time here, I'm sorry, Cenk, you're gonna miss out on a minute of watch time from us. I hope you're okay with that. Just like we've already covered this. So anyway, we covered Cenk. Okay, so we're done with yesterday's bonus content, which is great because I gotta admit I don't feel good. Like if we ever unlock bonus content and I don't do it on the stream, I feel bad about that. So I'm glad I at least got it done the day after, if nothing else. We have, however, today also earned some bonus content. And what do we got? It looks like we got Candace Owens and the French Foreign Legion, and we got RFK Jr.'s explicit poetry. What do you think that's about, chat? Ooh. RFK, some of you know about the canyon that Olivia Nuzzi is and the river that RFK Jr. claims to be. But first we're gonna have to contend with Candace Owens. I'm gonna do that. And then next, after Candace Owens, we are going to get some poetry. RFK's sexy poem. It's not sexy. It's gross. RFK's love poetry. Let's call it love poetry, chat. He definitely is in love with Olivia Nosy. I'm sure that's a very good relationship there, as he is married and having at least some online fun, some online sexy time with the reporter covering him for Vanity Fair. Yeah, Whale Juice Canyon. I already ate. Good for you. That was a good call. That was a good call. So yeah, let's do Candace Owens. Let's not do Candace Owens. That sounds also gross. Although somebody's got to do Candace Owens. Can somebody take one for the team and do Candace Owens? Okay, no, chat. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Candace Owens. And as much as I've got some Candace Owens clips here that I could pull out, right? I've got, like, she's been doing some interesting stuff lately, and by interesting I mean, like, I don't know if her sanity is intact, right? But unfortunately we don't have time to do everything. So we're going to have to just get the gist of it from Philly D. Philly D is the person I found with a kind of a synopsis of the what's going on. You would do her, says Lost Light 205. Yeah, I'm sure you're not alone in that. What did I do? Did I just get myself back to the Marjorie Taylor Greene? That's not good. Let's just try this then. What the fuck? Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay. I don't have the H. I somehow cut off the H here. Let's try it again. Oh my God, stop. Let's try one more time. V, and then add back the H. I think I did a hotkey, which opened it up in a new window. I hope that.
Candace Owens is now claiming that the French president is going to kill her, and that has sparked concern, disbelief, and we're seeing this in the infighting on the right.
Girl, Friday on Tuesday says people should expect some big Candace news today after 2:30 Central Time. What is it right now? It's 1:30 Pacific Time. Oh, PM. Okay. So like in the afternoon today. I don't want to scoop the researcher. You wouldn't be talking about Maya, would you? Girl, Friday on Tuesday. Wait. No. Maya's on something else. I think Maya's got Epstein information. Yeah, maybe I don't know what you're talking about, but I guess we'll all find out tomorrow.
With many on the right saying that she's using Charlie Kirk's death to become the ultimate grifter. Right, and this latest chapter kicked off on Saturday with this post.
Or today, I guess. What is it? It's 3:30. It's 6:30 on the East Coast. So it is. Yeah, it is. It is rolled over to Tuesday.
And where she said that 2 days prior, she had spoken to a high-ranking official in the French government close to the president Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte. And she said that this official told her that the Macrons have, quote, executed upon and paid for my assassination. Saying specifically that the Green Line.
So yeah, like the French Foreign Legion, what is it called? Like Légion l'étrangère or something is the name in French, right? Yeah, the Legion of Foreigners, right? So it's not a French group of French people who go into foreign countries. It's a French military outfit put together from people who are not French and work, I guess, as mercenaries.
Was given to a small team, which she says includes at least one Israeli assassin. And Candace did not stop there. She also said that the official told her, quote, Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. And she then closed out her initial statement saying that she isn't sure who to trust in the US government because this official claims that leaders here knew of this plan to kill her. But then also with that, she promised to share, quote, definitively verifiable information to any US official that reaches out to her. In the middle of this, she says that she looked into her source and that they have, quote, provided concrete proof that they are well placed within the French government apparatus. Paris. And so there is a lot to unpack just in that first tweet, but that's also not where her story ends. Because Candace, she then continued tweeting about this entire thing in the days since that first post. And so her next bombshell was that she said that the payments in question were made through the Club des Cent, which is a famous gastronomic society that was founded in 1912. Essentially, think
Cent meaning 100. When I first watched this, I wasn't looking at the video, and when he said Club des Cent, I was like, Club de Sant, S-A-N-T, like Saint Germain, you know, like a saint. Club de Sant, like as in health, right? I wasn't sure which French word was being said there, but no, it's Sant, meaning 100. The 100 Club is Société Gastronomique. Yeah, santé is health. But yeah, I wasn't sure what was being said there, but now I know. It's the Club 100, I guess, is what they're trying to go for there.
A fancy dining club with 100 members who get together once a week for
her paranoid arc is sad. How to grift your paranoia. See, that's the whole thing, right? Is that like, you know, is she grifting? Is she paranoid? Could it be both? I don't know. Maybe so. It seems likely.
Meals at the top restaurants in Paris, or at least I imagine it's that. There's also
a don't be sorry for correcting my French.
Club that also shares the same name for people who conquered the 100 mountain
Club des Cent. 100 kilometers.
Supposed Israel connection, saying that both a French female assassin as well as a male Israeli one were chosen to kill her, and she called this alleged plan for her murder.
They heard Boris and Natasha. They usually kill moose and squirrel, but today they're going after Candace Owens. Like they got a what did they say? What did they say? A female Mossad agent and a male like French. What is this? This is crazy. Wow.
A fancy dining club with 100 members who get together once a week for meals at the top restaurants in Paris, or at least I imagine.
Group gastronomique.
It's that. There's also a cycling club that also shares the same name for people who conquered the 100 mountain passes. But anyway,
right? 100 mountain passes. Okay.
Candace again highlighted the supposed
more than 100 km. That's
Israel connection, saying that both
100 kilometers isn't that.
The French female assassin as well
phenomenal.
As an Israeli one were chosen to kill her.
Wait, a female French assassin as well as a male Israeli one, right? She's writing a story. She should be an author. Oh my God, her life would be so much better if she wrote fiction.
This alleged plan for her murder, quote, joint state operations. And then from there, she goes on to talk more about the Charlie Kirk.
Wait, what is this? The club requires people to eat, members to eat 100 peeps in one sitting, then a plate of snails without any regurgitating. Well, the French, they love the snails. They say that they're, you know, they laugh at us for not eating. You know, what do? They take the snail and they just spread butter like on the inside of the shell and just, you know, bake it for 30 minutes or whatever. And that's apparently a delicacy. It's
part of this whole thing. We're sharing a Google search result showing that members of the French military were training in the Marines in California for 3 weeks back in August, saying French foreign legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not the only ones, but they were involved. And then yesterday she posted...
So there's the French foreign legionnaire. Did anybody come up with a name for that? It's like gendarme or something like that. I feel like I don't... Like, I thought there was another name for the French. The name I found was... like Légion l'étranger, or so, for literally legion of foreigners, legion that is foreign.
She contacted the U.S. federal government about this alleged plot against her and added that she is, quote, willing to provide full details as well as the name of the assassins and international accounts in France and Canada through which money was exchanged. And she even put a number to that, saying this morning that Macron allegedly moved more than $1 million.
Can you imagine if you were some, I don't know, intelligence official in France or Israel, and Candace Owens like drops this dime on you? Yeah, this is my assassin. This guy was sent to kill. This guy was supposed to kill me. Can you imagine the kind of fucking harassment, doxing? You know, I don't know if like any intelligence agency could really, you know, save you from the consequences if she actually goes forward and just names some fucking random person as being the chosen assassin.
her assassination. Now, with all this, let's say this is the first time you've ever heard of this situation, right? You're coming in on chapter 87. You might be wondering if this is even true. Why the hell would Macron be trying to assassinate this random right-wing political commentator, and why would this involve Israel? And well, Candace Owens, she has spent the last several months posting what she has called investigation after investigation that Brigitte Macron.
Oh yeah, actually good point here. Kiki Fan says, it depends. There are many ways to eat them. That's the way I've seen them prepared with butter. Yeah. They're really nice. Americans will literally eat everything in the sea, but have a hard line for snails. Makes zero sense. How the yeah, so like I mean, yeah, I mean, this is a famous, Americans freaking out when they go to other countries and people eat different animals, especially if it's a pet, considered a pet in the United States, then it's like, oh my gosh, how could you? And it's literally like, yeah, well, I mean, like, aren't horses and cows, or I guess horses would be more the French again with the horse, but cows are nice, so why do we eat them, right? And then the gross out factor. A really fairly popular dish here is actually fried insects. And as much as I don't eat meat, so I'm not looking to try out that street food here, but it does, and then they're skewered. They're like shish kebabbed, insects. But I don't honestly find that any grosser. Like I don't want to say this in a way that sounds like elitist or sounds dismissive, right? But yeah, meat does gross me out a little bit, right? Just in the same way as you'd be grossed out if you stopped smoking and then you came into a house with an ashtray and you smelled not just cigarettes, but like old cigarettes, right? The same way that, you're grossed out, whereas if you smoke, that doesn't bother you at all, right? Like I'm kind of grossed out by meat mainly because I don't, usually eat it, and I'm not trying to eat it. But I got to say, I'm not more I'm probably actually a little bit less grossed out by the idea of eating a fried insect or a grilled insect than I am of eating whatever, chicken, pork, fish, what have you.
Is secretly transgender. Plus, Candace has been very vocal.
You're right. I should try a corn patty. It's kind of high in fat, and they usually fry stuff with if I can find a corn patty that's fried with coconut oil, I'll definitely give that a try, right? A lot of stuff is with palm oil here, and I wouldn't normally worry about it, except that it's just that is the go-to oil here, and it's one of the few plant-based oils. I mean, I guess coconut oil is too. That's primarily saturated fat, so it's only a concern because I'm probably eating a lot of palm oil already.
Criticism of Israel, though many have accused her of just using that as kind of a cover or a blanket for anti-Semitism. This alleged assassination plot.
I don't mind insects, but they aren't very yummy to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind eating them. Yeah, I feel like they'd be crunchy, I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not trying to eat anything with a face or eyes, but or central nervous system for that matter. But yeah, I'm not more grossed out by insects than non-insects.
It sparked a bunch of reactions online, everything from genuine concern for Candace's safety to accusations that she is using Charlie Kirk's name for clout and money. Or you've got people taking Candace entirely at her word, calling this the biggest.
Doom Nukin says, I've eaten insects involuntarily riding my bike. I believe I have too, but I pulled off the road and I horked it up. I could actually, yeah, I didn't eat the insect. It went into my lungs, right? I had to it was gross. I think I've gotten a bee. I think what was it? I'm trying to remember what happened. Wait, no, a bee hit my face, right, when I was riding once. But then I think the thing I swallowed was like a fly, or swallowed for a second until I was able to hork it back up.
Story in the world right now and expressing serious concern for her safety. Even had people like comedian and commentator Dave Smith saying they should know that taking out Candace Owens will turn all of us into Candace Owens. But then also
Doom Nukin, that's a big fear of mine, is accidentally swallowing a bee. Ever since I was little, because when I was little, I had like a can of soda, and it was summer, I was out, I put it down on the table, didn't look at it for a second, picked it back up, drank some more soda, and I got more than I was expecting in the form of a bee that had crawled into the soda and was then kind of crawling around in my mouth. And I was so lucky to be able to spit that thing out in time before it stung me, because it was like in my throat.
So you had another part of the internet saying this is an obvious sign that Candace Owens needs help mentally, right? Arguing that something's clearly off to have her fully believing and widely sharing what seems to be a far-fetched idea. Are people saying things like the most popular media production in the country is a woman talking herself into psychosis to thunderous applause, as well as nobody in this woman's life loves her enough to tell her to stop. I honestly feel kind of bad for her. But then also you had many others immediately dismissing this as an obvious
And those are right-wingers.
grift, and that was coming from across the political spectrum. You had some big names, including Representative Dan Crenshaw from Texas, going after Candace and Dave Smith by saying, we all know.
What's wild, Chad, is Crenshaw, I believe, prior to Trump, this is the guy that, is he like an Afghanistan veteran? He's the guy that Hasan debated, and he was like trying to get into this guy's head, and he was like, oh yeah, because a brave mujahideen, fucked you in the eye or something like that. Was like trying to say that was where his eye injury came from. But I think at the outset, prior to Trump, he was considered one of the more fairly conservative Republican. Now he is considered a moderate within the party, maybe even a little bit too liberal for the preference of most Republicans.
Candace has lost it, but don't forget about her co-conspirators. They're all in on the grift, begging for your engagement on social media. Right? And that is, you also had arguably Trump's most loyal foot soldier, Laura Loomer, calling Candace out, asking her to share the evidence that she claims to have. And then among this, you had
is that Kendra?
Saying that she's doing this specifically to further capitalize on a pension and cash that come from her connection with Charlie Kirk. There were people saying things like, countries Candace Owens is accused of killing Charlie Kirk. Israel, Egypt, US, France. I wonder who's next. Also saying it's beyond tacky that Candace Owens is now attempting to connect the very real and tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk to her crackpot Brigitte Macron series. As you can see from where she left off, it was pure gibberish, exactly where Candace is quickly returning, which will leave plenty embarrassed they ever took her seriously. And Candace Owens deciding who next to blame for the Charlie Kirk assassination, and it's her throwing darts at a pre-1990 map of the world, including the Soviet Union. For now, it's going to be very interesting to see how this
my money's on Hugo Chavez next.
Plays out, both specifically with Candace Owens and this whole situation, as well as how it connects to
why not Castro? Why not Castro?
Commentary online about politics and the MAGA infighting that we've seen. Lots of messy moving pieces. Then, next up in the news, we've got to talk about the Marjorie Taylor Greene fallout.
Well, we already talked about that. That's great, Philly D, because we already covered that. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick rundown of this Candace Owens situation. I'll keep my eye on it. I've also got a couple of other videos here. We won't have time to see. We won't have time to see them today, but they do look interesting. Let's just have a look at the title and stuff really quick, kind of tease you. Maybe future content. I don't know. I don't like covering people with acute mental.
All right, you guys. I know
with acute mental health crises, because it feels, even when they're bad people like this, it feels kind of exploitive. But Candace Owens is like one of the biggest podcasters out there, so you're kind of not going to get away from him, or you're not going to get. Did I just misgender Candace Owens? God damn. Okay, well, justice for Brigitte, I guess. I don't know. That's not for the record, Chad. Misgendering somebody's not that misgenders other people, or that anyway, you know what I'm saying. Another French front. Did Charlie Kirk save my life? What is this about? Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out on a future day. Because like I said, as much as I don't like covering acute mental health issues, Candace Owens is too influential not to cover at this point. So there's that. And then there's this. She's got something on Cash Patel. And I'm super curious what this is. She's good at, that's why her channel's doing so well. 1.8 million views on that one.
All right, you guys, happy.
And 1.8 million on here. Operation See You in Valhalla, Charlie. Oh my God. Is she gonna accuse Cash Patel of being in on the, wow. All right, so chat, we're going to wrap things up today, I believe, unless we get to 300, in which case I'm going to do one more bonus content. What would be the next one up? What's the next one up? We covered Candace Owens. Next is Marjorie Taylor. The next would be the MAGA Jussie Smollett. Right, there's a MAGA person out there that's claiming to have been violently attacked by anti-Trump people, and kind of looks like she might have attacked herself a la Liar Liar from that movie with Jim Carrey where he beats himself up in the bathroom. So anyway, that's in the third position. I don't think we'll get to that today, but again, anything's possible. If we hit 300, I am commanded to do that content. But for now, let's move to Kyle Kulinski covering the RFK Jr. beat. Wait, no. Oh shit, I got one better. I got one better for you. I forgot about this. Sorry, Kyle. Sorry, Kyle fans too. I know there's a lot of Kyle Kulinski fans in my audience. We do have. He's gonna get big-footed today, though. Unfortunately. If I can find RFK's poetry, here we go. Where are we getting this from? None other than Matt Chrisman.
Well, speaking of poor judgment and Kennedy honors, being honored by one of the Kennedys, I think we now have to turn to notes on a Nuzzy scandal because, this is a rich text here.
Now, not to be confused with Nussy, that thing under Trump's chin, right? Not to be confused with. This isn't Olivia Nussy. This is Olivia Nuzzy with a Z. So.
Following the story, Olivia Nuzzy, was sort of fired from New York Magazine following revelations of a sort of sexting affair she carried on with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. while he was running for president. We've seen the dissolution of her relationship to Ryan Lizzo, a sort of a rebirth on the West Coast, and just now rising like a phoenix from the ashes of a fire. We have Olivia Nuzzy and her new book, American Canto, which is sort of her memoir
right.
about her crash out.
Canto. Jesus Christ.
I know, right? Isn't that like,
lady, can you get over yourself?
I know. It's really, though, but I gotta say, I know this is like the trendy contrarian opinion to take. And I know she violated a lot of, what are supposedly journalistic ethics when you're, covering politics. But you know what? Like, compared to every other journalist out there and the way they operate, I can't really say Olivia Nuzzy is like too much worse. And in fact, is in a lot of ways probably better. And like, there's something about her, like, I have to say it, I think she kind of owns. Like, I have, like, after the last week or so, like, she is like the Tweety Bird meme, but instead of the cops, it's elderly politicians.
Yes. No,
I'm sorry. Can somebody help me out with this? What is the Tweety Bird meme? Anybody know? The only meme I can think of, isn't there like a giant monster Tweety Bird? Isn't there like a Tweety Bird episode where Sylvester's trying to eat Tweety Bird because the grandma leaves, and like every time he like tries to eat Tweety, this giant like monster, like Frankenstein Tweety Bird comes in and like fucks him up.
Like on both points, agree. Like, how is she worse than Edward Isaac Devore?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, either get rid of them all, or like, yeah, how is she worse? And she like, I didn't really put two and two together until this week, until the release of American Canto. She's like, I don't want to be rude here.
She likes to hang out with Roger Stone. Yeah, like, so, their professed admiration of Olivia Nuzzy, I'm guessing, is coming 100% from a content perspective, not a real like human respect or anything like that. She is a piece of work, right? She violates the one rule that you can't, the one line you can't cross in journalism is like fucking the subject of your reportage, right? That's generally considered bad form, and she's got some problems. This is Chapo. This is Mr. Chapo.
But she is very much like a Grand Theft Auto character, like a GTA 5 character. My dad was in the mafia, and I became a reporter so I could fuck all the guys in politics. Like, really, lady? I work for the Blowjob Times. I'm late to work because there's a traffic jam on the Group Sex Bridge.
And like, obviously, anytime you have like a young woman sort of using her sexuality or like sexuality connected to her job or profession, people get all riled up about it. I will say, though, out of every character in this story, the only hoe displaying female tendencies is Ryan Lizzo, her ex-fucking boyfriend. Because, like, yes, the rather clever revelation in his piece that she did this also with Mark Sanford was pretty funny. But it's just like, dude.
Mark Sanford, if you don't have an extra long memory like me, is a South Carolina governor. Is he a governor? He was some kind of elected official in South Carolina that said that he was hiking the Appalachian Trail when in reality he was spending time with his mistress. Felix is my favorite. Felix is a vibe for sure. She looks too much like one of my friends. It's weird. Oh my gosh.
Dude, you cannot waterboard that shit out of me.
Ryan,
you've been cuckolded by Mark Sanford and RFK Jr.
But yeah, Mark Sanford. Wait, no way. She wasn't the person that was having an affair with Mark Sanford in the scandal, was she? I'm guessing that came later, maybe. I don't know, but I mean, this is her particular method. She's like a Philip K. Dick character, but in a Philip K. Dick book, she'd be like working for the CIA. You know what I mean? She'd be trying to have sex with like, radicals to, I don't know, spy on them. It reminds me of the actress on Gossip Girl.
Bro,
Ryan, how many subscribers does fucking Ryan Lizzo have? Like, how? No amount of money is worth it, but especially.
Wait, so she looks like Tweety Bird? She's. I thought I saw a putty tat. I'm trying. What is the Tweety meme? I don't understand. I guess I can see her looking kind of like. What's the Tweety's like? Constantly under threat of getting eaten by Sylvester, but a little bit nonplussed about it, kind of.
Like for $67,000 a year, it is especially not worth it to just go into a room full of people every day and go, "Hey everyone, I was also cuckolded by Eric Cantor."
And
but yeah, so that's Mark Sanford, is the South Carolina politician from like, I guess the Bush era. Is it the Bush era or the Obama era? It's a long time ago, chat. I'm amazed that I actually remember this. I wasn't super into politics at the time that I heard about this, but then Ryan Liza is the more recent boyfriend, I guess, of Olivia Nuzzi, and in dating her, she told him about the RFK Jr. situation, and he tried to fix her. He tried to help her, but eventually came to the conclusion that that was a losing battle. And so instead, he ends up exposing what she shared with him from RFK Jr. Now, for the record, right? RFK Jr.'s claim is that she's harassing him. He's trying to get away from her. He doesn't want to be, and she's like, throwing herself at him like constantly, right? That's RFK Jr.'s claim. Her claim is that they did have a mutual relationship, although it wasn't physical. It was never, they never consummated the relationship. It was always over the internet. So, what's the truth? Well, Ryan Liza, is about to enlighten us on the real deal.
Speaking of the Epstein emails, how about fucking Michael Wolff, who's just in those emails like working with Epstein on how to rehabilitate his image?
Fuck that guy.
Like
fire and fury, right? Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, I can't get too upset over any of the ethical boundaries transgressed by a young reporter here. But let's just dive into the writing, because I got to talk about just beginning with there's a couple pieces. I want to read some excerpts from her book. I want to read some excerpts from Ryan Lizzo's article, but also I want to begin here with the New York Times profile of her that came out the other week. And once again, I have sort of a sort of an admiration for Nuzzi and like her sort of refusal to ever go away or have her career be ruined by any of her own behavior. But I do have to fault the New York Times for the fawning way that they cover this story.
For some reason she look, she's like the equivalent for reporters of a first round draft pick, from my understanding, right? people somehow see great potential in Olivia Nuzzi, and from her writing and her reporting and her, ridiculous behavior, I don't see it. But yeah, even after she was revealed as having crossed that line with RFK Jr., the thought was that she would continue to go on to a brilliant journalistic career, and that seems to maybe not be the case now.
As will become apparent in this reading selection. This is from the New York Times, the continuing story of Olivia Nuzzi. Olivia Nuzzi loved him. She loved the politician, even though she was a political reporter and he was a then presidential candidate she had written about. She loved his eyes, blue as the flame. She loved that the sight of something as trivial as a rose could move him to tears. She loved his insatiable appetites and his particular complications and particular darkness. He's like, the politician, of course, being...
Was she falling in love with RFK, or was she falling in love with the Kennedy mystique?
RFK Jr. It says, this is what Nuzzi writes in her book, American Canto. Never naming the politician, readers will deduce, is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I've read Ezra Pound. You're no Ezra Pound, okay?
Cantos. Yeah. Ezra Pound. What is it called? Is it just called Cantos? I never remember. Is it Ezra Pound or T.S. Eliot? Yeah, the Cantos. Want to hear some Cantos, chat? With usura hath no man a house of good stone, each block cut smooth and well fitting, the design might cover their face. With usura hath no man painted paradise on his church wall, harpis et luz, or where virgin receiveth message, and halo projects from incision. With usura seeth no man Gonzaga, his heirs and his concubines. No picture is made to endure nor live with, but it is made to sell, and sell quickly. With usura, sun against nature, as thy bread ever more stale rags, as thy bread dry as paper, with no mountain wheat, no strong flour. With usura, the line grows thick. With usura, with no clear demarcation, and no man can find sight for his dwelling. Stonecutter is kept from his stone, weaver is kept from his loom. With usura, wool comes not to markets, sheep bringeth no gain. With usura, the murmain usura, blunteth the needle in the maid's hand, and stoppeth the spinner cunning. Pietro Lombardo came not by usura. Duccio came not by usura. Okay, so that's Ezra Klein. Sorry, Ezra Pound. What is wrong with me? God damn it! It's not. It's we get abundance with abundance. Sorry, that would be the Ezra Klein version of that. I can't remember, Chad. Is it Ezra Klein or T.S. Eliot that became a fascist in his later years? I think it was Ezra Pound. I think it was Ezra Pound. Am I wrong? I don't think it was T.S. Eliot. I think it was Ezra Pound. They were what I think like Pound mentored T.S. Eliot, if I remember correctly. Eliot, the author of the Wasteland, the Wastelands, the Hollow Men.
At the height of the 2024 presidential campaign, Nuzzi seemed to have a digital affair with Kennedy that revolved around texts and phone calls. The revelation derailed her career, led to her firing at New York Magazine, and precipitated a very public explosion of her relationship with another prominent political journalist. Kennedy tried to brush her off, saying he had met her just once for the hit piece she wrote.
So New York Magazine, I'm sorry, I said she's working, the work with Vanity Fair is more recent, right? New York Magazine was outlet she was with during the campaign.
Through his support behind Donald J. Trump, eventually becoming a cabinet secretary in his administration. Nuzzy disappeared for a year in self-imposed exile in Los Angeles, where she wrote American Canto in secret. The book, which comes out December 2nd and is described here for the first time, paints a picture of a nation and a personal life on fire. She describes the mutual infatuation that consumed her, even as it was never consummated. She is ambiguous in the book, but said in one of many interviews, "We were not sleeping together." But American Canto is far more about bearing witness to Trump world and how she believes that warped her just as it warped the country. I mean, like, this reminds me of like having to write like a personal essay or something for like a college admission and just relating everything. You know, it's just sort of like, you know, is this book about my disgrace and rather embarrassing affair with a public figure? Yes, but it's also about how that sort of mirrors the country and what's going on with Donald Trump and the world. It's about the way we live today. I did really enjoy the description of RFK Jr. as someone whose eyes were as blue as flame and could be brought to tears by something as simple as a rose, and also someone with insatiable appetites.
I have always liked the, you know, he was a man of many appetites thing. That is one of my favorite tropes of.
Sounds like the girl who fell in love with her therapist. For some reason, I never watched any of that content. Was it good? Was it like that was pretty viral earlier this year?
You know, historical writing that isn't like quite like Ron Chernow level, where it's the highest tier of airport history. But I always loved when, you know, there was a robber baron who was a big fat guy like JP Morgan, and they would talk about him like he was Andre the Giant. He was a man of enormous appetites, and they describe JP Morgan eating like 64 oysters and then porking a 19-year-old.
I always think about it.
Andre the Giant, like, right, wasn't like a giant because of his enormous appetites. What is that condition called? Mega, oh my God, what is it called? I think gigantism might be the like colloquial term. Is it acromegaly? Did he have acromegaly?
To do a little Chapo archiving.
It's like
And one of the first
a pituitary issue.
maybe 10 episodes, you do a reading series on Scalia, like doming some Republican flacks into, yes, eating like 64 oysters before dinner. And in that article, the Republican flacks refer to Scalia as a man of tremendous appetites for exactly
Big
the
fat
same.
pig.
Yes.
Wait. Is that a reference to Bill and Ted's right there? Did you just say eat the pig?
It's weird with RFK though, because he kind of isn't a man with enormous appetites in that way. He's just like a guy who raped.
Yeah, Tanner, dude, man, it's definitely megalovania. Do you know that Pegboard Nerds just did a remix of that?
Babysitter and made his wife kill herself. Otherwise he just eats like Ezekiel bread and bugs. He isn't like a gourmand.
I feel like Ezekiel bread's actually pretty good. It's like one of those breads where when you toast it, it gets like so hard that it kind of scratches the roof of your mouth, but there's something kind of nice about it.
Like a rapist.
Yeah, it's like he could be brought to tears by something as simple as a rose, but like, you know, childhood polio or measles, don't bother him with that shit. He's tired of all these whiners.
Yeah.
It says here.
Yeah, kind of like Captain Crunch, but not as pronounced, right? It just kind of scrapes.
Sitting under a pine tree in Los Angeles one night last month, Nuzzy gave up the pretense of trying to explain the unexplainable and reached for a joke for the people who simply could not fathom what came over her. Maybe it was the vaccines. Woo! Hamburger! Hamburger!
I'm sorry, I don't know the reference. What is the reference?
Scared of y'all motherfuckers.
This is one of my favorite details in the piece, though. It says, Nuzzy, 32, lives in a tiny house in the heart of Malibu where lizards crawl into her kitchen. And the King James Bible and the Divine Comedy, 2 books she was reading while she was writing American Canto, sit on her dining room table. She drives around in a white Mustang convertible, like a Lana Del Rey song come to life. It's just like, this is comparing someone to a real life Lana Del Rey song is just like can you believe how cool and otherworldly this woman is? There are lizards in her kitchen. And oh my God, the Divine Comedy and the King James Bible, can you believe how well read she is? I was thinking of the Divine Comedy, but starring RFK Jr. Midway through the journey of life, I found myself in a dark forest. It was then that I discovered a deer carcass and I ate its brain to cure my Bell's palsy.
I've always been
I'm sorry, what is this from?
amazed by this phenomenon where like there will be
Like, wait, is this a real thing? This sounds like something RFK Jr. would say.
Political reporter who isn't like a Gorgon.
And he's the exact kind of guy that would get Bell's palsy from some strange event in I don't know, like he'd eat something or he'd get an infection that's like, has to be studied in medical journals because it's so rare. I don't know. My girlfriend likes to keep a loaf of Ezekiel bread in the freezer. She seems to forget about it. I make toast from it when I run out of bread and it still tastes good. I don't know. I feel like my ex used to put Ezekiel bread in the freezer too.
It'll be like the hottest.
Wait, did we date the same person?
Coolest person ever. It's like, yeah, okay, I get, yeah, she's prettier than Edward Isaac DeVore. If we're gonna, keep using him as a comparison point, but like, this is not a cool or interesting person outside of the context of political reporting.
Exactly. And what annoys me about this is that usually journalists have like a huge stick up their ass about their fucking ethics and supposed violations of those ethics. They're like, you would get like crucified or fired if you didn't anonymously quote the Israeli military, for instance. But like this woman like did one of the one things that you're not supposed to do. The one thing we didn't want to happen. And like the New York Times is treating her, like I said, like a real life Lana Del Rey song. Oh my God, she's like Joan Didion. She's living in Malibu as this kind of like, like a sort of a Norma Desmond figure who's only 32 years old.
That's the other thing. There's also like the people who are defending her, or the people who more aptly go, I'm not defending her, but they love this idea that like she's a uniquely tragic figure.
They're bringing all this pathos out of this, yeah.
Right, the thing they always bring up is like her mom and dad died in the same year. And it's like, oh my, I didn't know she was a 32-year-old orphan.
She has Marty Funkhauser syndrome.
Yeah, can we cut the shit with this? I am so...
It's a Curb Your Enthusiasm character. Wait, is Marty Funkhauser... It's not a real guy. Like, some of the characters in Curb are like real people, but I think Marty Funkhauser is a... I feel like I should know. And I don't. But yeah, it's one of Larry David's friends in the show.
I'm sick of this. I remember a few years ago I saw like a 40-something-year-old guy who he said people were making fun of one of his pictures, and he went, "Oh yeah, well this was actually the week where I had to go to my grandmother's funeral." And it's like, is there an expectation that like all of our family members are going to live to 500?
Going on a little bit in the article, she says here, a politician's greatest trick is to convince you that he is not one, Nuzzy writes in her book. And what is a politician? Any man who wants to be loved more than other men, and through his pursuit reveals why he cannot love himself.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. I know I've been defending her to a certain degree, but I would like to say it on the record. Her writing is dog shit. Like her profiles are good because she always gets good detail, but like when an editor gives her this kind of free reign, her writing is really boring. Is really bad. It's like really overwritten and stupid.
It's very evil Lisa Simpson.
Nuzzy says in the book that her romantic entanglement, if one can refer to a digital relationship that way, with the politician began after she wrote about him in an article published in November 2023. At the time, she was engaged to the political writer Ryan Lizza. A Quinnipiac University poll had Kennedy, who was running as an independent candidate, polling around 20% in a three-way hypothetical election matchup against Trump and Biden. She described riding with him around Los Angeles in his stinky mess of a van as he drove recklessly on the road and yelled at his dogs. I remember we did did that piece on the show, and it was very funny because they were like, yeah, here's this maniac who smells like shit, but like there's something about his blue flame eyes and sort of his rapturous appetites
that's the weird thing. Like that she keeps talking about his eyes, and if you look at any picture of RFK, he has the freakiest, like, soulless doll eyes. There is nothing going on behind.
It's like the Jaws thing, right?
Behind those things.
She writes that the first few times Kennedy said he loved her, she did.
I feel like listening to Chapo is like watching the closest thing to the glass bead game that exists in real life, right? They're just like stringing together another reference, another piece of culture.
Did not say it back. Yet she knew she felt the same. I love him, I thought. Oh no, I love him so much. They spoke often and were intimate enough for her to see him flossing his teeth, his DOP kit overflowing with prescriptions.
Oh God. RFK is the kind of guy that would make fermented sparrows in a seal carcass like they did in the good old days. Damn. RFK Jr. met Cheryl Hines at Larry David's vacation house when they were both with their spouses from previous. This guy is like cheating. He's cheating up a storm, and he's also don't forget, right? He's been accused of sexual assault towards a babysitter while he was married.
She writes that, this is one of my favorite details here. She writes that despite being sober for decades, sober in quotation marks, Kennedy told her that he still uses psychedelics and even smoked DMT, a powerful drug which people are known to have.
The question is, what animal carcass did he smoke the DMT out of? Because clearly, if we're talking about RFK Jr., he's not just, you know what I mean? He doesn't use a pipe. He doesn't use a bowl. He doesn't use a bong. He's using some kind of, like, what skull did RFK Jr. fashion into his DMT pipe is what I want to know.
Have what feel like near-death experiences. She told him, I like uppers. I told him that I took Adderall. I just like that detail because, like, I don't think you can claim to be sober if you are doing DMT.
A kilo of cocaine?
Like,
damn.
The most powerful hallucinogen known to man.
Yeah.
And like, also, don't you get drug tested if you work for the federal government too?
Do you think they're doing that?
Of course not. Of course not.
Like, after Ronnie Jackson, like, I think, but my favorite non-Mnuchin Trump one figure, by the way. But yeah, I do not think they're doing that. But I will say,
a lot of nostalgia for Mnuchin for some reason lately.
We should put to bed, if it hasn't been put to bed already, the idea that like psychedelics can make you a better person or interesting or anything.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Or that there's some spiritual revelation to be had in like taking huge amounts of psychedelic drugs. It's like it'll only enhance the person you already were before.
I mean, there feels like there is, but it's like a hard thing to like translate back into your real life. You know, it's hard to bring much of anything back from a psychedelic trip. And maybe that's for the better. I don't know.
Like it's only looking at a mirror of yourself. Yeah. And the fact that like RFK has just become more of himself, obviously.
You know what I hate about psychedelics the most is when someone you know gets too into them, they always ruin their life in like a way that's like admittedly usually pretty funny. But whenever these guys do it, whenever it's like a tech guy or RFK or someone, they never fuck up their life. Like
no.
Yeah, they just keep doing the same shit.
Now I've skipped ahead now, and this is actually excerpts from American Canto, okay? So this is Nuzzy's own writing now. I would take a bullet for you, the politician said. He always said that. Please don't say that, I said. I always said that.
Grow up.
From his mouth.
It's bad writing.
The bullet theoretical launched the bullet possible. I did not like to think about it, about the armed man at his speech, or the armed man who broke into his home, or the armed men he paid to guard him from armed men who sought to harm him while the federal government denied his
whatever fucking writing workshops she took part in, like she like they didn't do her justice, right? This is like she's not only a bad writer, but she thinks she's a good writer. That's a bad combination.
His pleas for protection from the security agency whose modern protocols were carved by the same bullets that cut boughs from his family tree and cut the track of the American experiment. You know, like, I know repetition is like useful as a literary device sometimes, but like, I would take a bullet for you, the politician said. He always said that. Please don't say that, I said. I always said that. Felix, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of late era Noriega's rapping style, where he was like, I can't believe I fucked up and made a half-ass album. My excuse is my pops just died. I didn't want to make music. My pops just
We're
died.
talking about an actual rapper, right? Not Manuel Noriega.
I mean,
having a rap career.
Literally. Yeah.
That is.
I was gonna say it reminds me of like when Jules Santana was he had to make a song with Cameron, but it was like way too deep into his lean addiction, and so he would get on a song and he would go, Shorty hated him because he ran the pack back, but he was always gonna run the pack back. He went on the block and he ran the pack back. Damn, I forgot to run the pack back.
Going forward in American Canto, she writes, I did not like to think about it, just as later I would not like to think about the worm in his brain that other people found so funny. I loved his brain. I hated the idea of an intruder therein. Others thought he was a madman. He was not quite mad the way they thought, but I love the private ways that he was mad. I love the way, I love that he was insatiable in all ways, as if he would swallow up the whole world just to know it better if he could. He made me laugh, but I winced when he joked about the worm. Don't worry, he said, it's not a worm. A doctor he trusted had reviewed the scans of his brain obtained by the New York Times, he said, and concluded that the shadowy figure was likely not a parasite at all. He sighed. It was too late to interfere with what had already vaulted from the sphere of meme to the sphere of screwy legend. But at least I did not have to worry about the worm that was not a worm in his brain.
More repetition. It's great writing.
It's like, all right, fine. Like, literary pretension's very, very excruciating, but try to resist the hackneyed riddling with cliches, fucking lead speak, slang. You know, just if you're like you're a great novelist, you know, a man of letters, like just challenge, like don't descend of cheap cliche. You know, figure a word of phrase that challenge like a way that are today, not brainworms. You fucking lazy trollop.
What I love about that,
why are trollops catching strays here?
The detail I love here is he says, baby, don't worry, it's not a worm. A doctor he trusted reviewed the scans of his brain. Okay,
What happens if you
it's a doctor that RFK Jr. personally trusts, you can be guaranteed that this is a complete quack.
Yeah, this is a doctor that like cooks people in a giant pot over a
He was cutting turnips into a big iron, a huge stew pot.
Yeah, she also says, like, she talks about how like she hates how people think he's like crazy, and like the worm is a big joke to them, and she's afraid of how the worm will like damage his amazing brain. What are his great ideas, Olivia?
Yeah, I know. I mean,
like, what are those? But like, and by the way,
Okay, we got to do a callback really quick. All right, from last year.
He gets money from China. My son is not a loser. He's not a sucker. You're a sucker. You're the loser. I think my plane rides with Jeffrey Epstein. I took 2 plane rides with him. My wife knew his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, and
I mean, that's pretty much what a cadaver looks like.
I ran across Jeffrey Epstein at parties. I mean, at fundraisers for the Robin Hood fundraiser in New York. And but other than that, I had no relationship with him.
How do you address concerns?
There's just no and you're just, if you don't understand about animations, all of the audio is from real like audio clips, right? So that's RFK Jr. actually saying those words, which I think was in an interview, or just the interviewer didn't expect to get anything out of him, and he just volunteers this information about like, well, I didn't really know RFK Jr. that well. I mean, I was in his plane a few times, and I did the, right. It's just like it's wild. I found the We Are Charlie Kirk thing. Anyway, we'll watch that in a second.
I love this. I hate how people make this a big joke, his serious illness. I would hate that if someone took a serious illness or a group of serious illnesses and just turned it into like a fun diversion for themselves, just a stupid hobby that they had no real background or special knowledge in, but they just, for their own enjoyment were like, hey, what if your kid had polio? That would really suck, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And part of the excerpt, the excerpts that's been is, of course, she's out in California, and like she sort of writes this chapter as she's documenting how many acres are being burned in like a wildfire. So it's like, she writes here, on the coast, the street lights and traffic lights and the lights in the big windows of the big houses turned to black. It was not until I made my way up to Zuma that I saw the fire had been right behind me. The pink clouds puffed up to the south. Then the flames peaked over the hill. The sky grew lighter, and the fire swelled and made its way to the sea. I watched from the deck as the night turned orange. How many, like the rattlesnake, his little soul swallowed without ceremony in one breath? And where would the coyotes go? They did not walk across the deck and leap into the garden tonight. 12:40 a.m., 100 acres burning. I stand on the edge of the earth. I wander through the burned-up grasslands. Any fantasy of creation I understand as a fantasy of destruction, too. In every spark of life, an ember of death. 1 trillion little deaths a minute, quickly collecting around your ankles, tethering you to the beach, dividing you from the sea, off the cliff over the Mediterranean, and onto the cliff over the Pacific. 2:15 a.m., 850 acres burning.
You know, your wife is a smack addict. Like, it's like a tortured soul. It's not a high literary quality. Just convey the deep soul. Like Tempest. It's like you're fucking like heroin addict. Who cares?
You're dating. You had a sexting affair with a smackhead who's like trail of dead ex-wives and girlfriends is like, of which you are merely the latest casualty, and should probably be counting yourself lucky that you got out with just getting fired from New York Magazine.
Oh yeah. Wait, what's the deal with him? He's had like one of his ex-wives like died under quasi mysterious circumstances,
and that's the other thing that annoys me is at the end of the New York Times
maybe more than one.
She writes here, I made a joke about how Adams, she's saying like, what better way to memorialize Zohran Mamdani's win than to capture it through the eyes of the evening's ultimate loser, its incumbent mayor. I made a joke about how Adams had seemingly thrown away his life just to fly business class. Nuzzy shrugged. I destroyed mine for less, she said. You were just made head of Vanity Fair on the West Coast. Like, you haven't destroyed shit. It sounds like you had a year vacation in Malibu and are now right back at it. Price of the pack just went up, Olivia.
Dude, but like by destroying,
yeah, this was what I was talking about. Like her career didn't seem to, get crushed the way that she writes like Hunter S. Thompson. No, she writes like somebody that wants to be. I don't know. I see what you're saying though. The embellishment, yeah.
In my life, does she means like broke her engagement with Ryan?
I mean, yeah, obviously he's very influential, and she's a journalist and a writer, which kind of. Is she doing gonzo? Maybe some could say you could maybe make an argument that this is gonzo journalism.
Like, oh my, I had it all. Another thing. Okay, first of all, like, is Cheryl Hines the rare woman with a humiliation fetish?
She's got a book out now too.
Oh my God, she's like, if she was younger, she would be the only woman who does this thing that I've only ever seen guys do, where they will find like a girl with a big account on Twitter, Instagram, and send them a picture of their horrible mangled cock, and be like, "Oh, isn't my dick pretty pathetic?" Cheryl Hines would be the only woman who's like, "Isn't my pussy gross?" I hope you don't make fun of it on the timeline.
I've seen RFK Jr. It was a shirt off, right? And his nipples is very, very, very disturbing. Imagine like the dick, like a corkscrew thinking.
It's like a duck.
Yeah, no, thank you.
One time, I won't say who this was. So a friend showed me this guy who was like really, really trying hard with her in DMs once. And she said, brace yourself. This is the most horrifying dick pic you will ever see. And no joke, this guy's cock looked like a bonsai tree. And I think that if I had to bet what RFK's setup looks like, it's probably that.
It's like viewing rotten.com.
Oh, come on.
Without Rotten Encyclopedia or Library or whatever the fuck it was called. One more thing though, just while I was hearing this incredibly overwrought passage, I thought about Nausgard and how much I love those books. Those and like those books.
Chad, I'm sorry I'm adding little noises here, but it's weird. I kind of expect them to talk about there's one poem, there's one particular bit of I don't know, poetry, prose, I don't know what it's trying to be, written from RFK to Olivia, relayed to us by Ryan Lizza, that is, you know, the thing that everybody's talking about, right? Oh God, that's why they got a picture of Lizzo down here, because they think they're saying Lizza, Ryan Lizza, and the YouTube thinks they're talking about Lizzo. I just don't know if they're actually gonna get this, like a 48-minute long thing. It's okay. I mean, I hate to do this, but let's go to the Kyle thing.
All right, y'all. I'm going to apologize in advance for delivering this story to you because bottom line is I had to read it, so now you do too. It's that simple. I was dragged down into the pits of hell, and so you now need to join me there to know what it's like. So I don't know how many of you guys have been following this, but there's this journalist by the name of Olivia Nuzzi, and she, in the past, was following RFK Jr.'s presidential campaign. And in the midst of that, she kind of snuggled up to him a little bit, got a tad too close, and Olivia Nuzzi was engaged in basically what they say is a texting affair, an emotional affair, where
and what RFK Jr. calls an unrequited love that, you know, had her using her power, her position as a journalist, to access him in order to sexually harass him. That's RFK Jr.'s claim, is that it was unrequited. He wasn't interested. This stuff relayed by, you know, Ryan Lisa, and in addition to making Olivia Nuzzi look bad, like a bad writer and a fucked up person, also kind of proves RFK, or, you know, lends itself to the interpretation that RFK was lying and that there really was
they would
relationship,
sort of sext each other. Now, by the way, Olivia Nuzzi, I believe she's younger than me. I'm 37. I think she's around 32-ish, somewhere in that range. RFK is fucking 70 years old, bro. 70. Now, the Kennedys are sort of known for having, you know, prominent libidos, I guess is one way to put it. But this motherfucker's also on testosterone replacement therapy, dog, which is just a fancy way of saying he's a
Oh, I forgot about that.
70-year-old juice head, pumping himself full of fucking steroids. And so when you're naturally already too horny and then you add the fucking steroids on top of it, oh my God, forget it. Forget it.
He's kind of like the male version of Mar-a-Lago face, right? The overindulgence in plastic surgery, in the pursuit of a look or aesthetic that is, you know, what everyone in every woman in Trump's orbit seems to be going for. This is like the male version of that, right? Where it's like you could maybe stop with like some of the plastic surgery and look okay, maybe even look better than you did before, right? But you take it to such an extreme that it's just really obvious what you're doing, and it's not good, right? Same thing with RFK Jr. He's unnaturally cut for a however old he is.
A mess ensues. Pun intended. All right, so take a look at this from the Daily Beast. RFK Jr.'s vile poetry to lover published by her scorned ex. Journalist Ryan Lizza says Kennedy only knows what felching is thanks to his former fiancée Olivia Nuzzi's affair with the Health and Human Services Secretary. Okay. So this
it is definitely a Chapo episode for the ages. I'm sorry I can't stick with it any longer. it's too long, unfortunately, and I've
guy Ryan Lizza
been doing 6
journalist. He was
hours,
basically
30 minutes.
Gonna get married to Olivia Nuzzi, and it was during that.
What I'm trying to do, chat, is get to bed earlier so that I wake up earlier, so that I start streaming earlier, so that we actually have time when it's warranted to do a 7-hour day without like cutting into me being able to get to sleep for the next stream, right? That's what I'm working on right now. Wish she was writing poems about him working out in jeans. Yeah, what is up with that? That seems so uncomfortable.
Affair that he found out. He was able to find stuff of like her cheating with RFK Jr. Oh my God. All right, here we go. Oh, we'll get to felching. Don't you worry, we are getting to felching shortly. The scorned ex-fiancé of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s former lover has spilled the tea on the Health and Human Services Secretary penchant for self-penned erotic poetry. Your mouth awaiting my harvest. Your open mouth awaiting my harvest. The scion of the Kennedy clan is alleged to have written to former New York Magazine star reporter Olivia Nuzzi, according to a new Substack article on the salacious saga published Saturday by Nuzzi's ex Ryan Lizza, himself a journalist formerly at Politico. Quote, drink from me, love.
The cutthroat world of political journalists that date other political journalists and the subjects of their reporting.
Kennedy is understood to have gone on in his poem. Quote, I mean to squeeze your cheeks, to force open your mouth. I'll hold your nose as you look up at me to encourage you to swallow.
This is giving 50 Shades, isn't it?
Quote, don't spill a drop. I am a river. You are my canyon. I mean to flow through you. I mean to subdue and tame you, my love. Bro, you're 70 years old, bro. You're 70 years old, dog. You should be having the fucking breakfast special at IHOP in this bitch. You should be fishing. You should be watching reruns of Murder, She Wrote. You should be golfing with your fellow old guys who are going to die within the next 2 or 3 years. What are you doing?
Look, there's nothing wrong with the older people, embracing their sexuality. I hope I'm, interested in sex at that age, right? But yeah, no, you don't have to to write this poetry though, to create this fucking whatever the fuck this is. I am the river, I mean to flow through you. You are my canyon.
What are you doing? And Olivia Nuzzi, what are you doing?
River Keeper has a new meaning.
Man, these people got problems, dog. Olivia Nuzzi, and you can see her here, by the way. This is her here. It was brought to my attention
Nuzzler.
That when she was 16 years old, 16, she made a song, and the song is called Jailbait. And she sings about how she's jailbait, and all the old guys want to fuck me. By the way, you know who else gets a little fucking catches a stray in this whole saga? Keith Olbermann.
Oh my God,
Olbermann
no.
was 50 years old, dating 18-year-old Olivia Nuzzi.
Bush era MSNBC journalist, MSNBC host, right? Used to be a ESPN sportscaster. One of the first people maybe to come out strongly against the Iraq war in cable news.
Keith Olbermann. This is just a who's who of people I never want to know. I never want to know them. I never want to talk to them. I never want to know somebody who knows them. This is like, Jesus Christ, these people are fucked up. Drink from me, love. Kennedy is understood to have gone in the poem. I mean to squeeze your cheeks. All right, we already did this. We're not going to do it again. All right, let's keep going. Liza has titled Kennedy's ode to his fiancée, American Canyon. While the former political reporter does not divulge how he obtained the poem, he says that it and many others, too explicit to print, changed everything in his relationship with Nuzzy. Jesus Christ. So he stumbled across, like, all of the fucking, like, there was a lot of shit. There were more than one poem. Oh, my God. Quote, thanks to Bobby, I am now aware of something called felching. Liza added Saturday. The Daily Beast has researched the term and urges readers not to do the same. Okay, so I read the original Liza post.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this the one that involves a straw? Is this the one that involves a straw being inserted in a place that you'd never think to put a straw in order to consume a drink that you'd never think most? Is this what? Am I understanding this correctly? Is felching the one with the straw?
On his Substack. And now I'm going to tell you what felching is because I had to learn what it is. Felching, ladies and gentlemen, is when you're having sex with somebody, you come in their vagina or their asshole, and then you eat your own cum out of said vagina or asshole. That's what felching is.
Oh, so it's not the one with a straw. Without a straw.
70 years old.
Maybe makes it a little bit more gross? I don't know.
He's 70, and he's asking somebody to felch with him. Hey, do you mind if I nut in your ass?
Oh, stop! Stop, Kyle! Don't do it! No! Stop! Shut up, please! No!
One I've ever tried it with.
Holy shit!
The idea of it. Is that cool with you, my love?
Oh my God!
Oh my God. Again, I apologize for sharing all this with you guys, but as soon as I learned what fucking felching was, I knew I had to tell you what fucking felching is, and you have to understand the fucking depravity that goes on inside this political world. What in God's name are we talking about here? 75. I can't get over it. You're 70 years old, bro. When I'm 70 years old,
Am I thinking of boofing? Isn't boofing when you put a controlled substance in your rectum or your colon to make it absorb there?
Once a year. Like, once a year I'll nut. How about that?
Like right, it's the idea that like there's more absorption from the, rectal cavity than there is by consuming. I don't know, Chad.
70 years old? Like, you should be.
But people, the Greeks, Romans back in the day when they'd have orgies, they would drink as much wine as they could, and then they would insert the wine nozzle into their butt and pour some wine into their butt to try to get a little bit more drunk. What's the idea?
Hey, I'm wise now. I'm old. I'm wise. I'm not like bogged down with the same carnal passions as like a fucking 24-year-old is, right? Like, what is this? Lay off the roids, dog. It's not necessary.
Like, boofing is like MDMA, for instance, right? Somebody inserts MDMA. It's when you take it like not orally but anally, right? That's the it's using a drug like a suppository, I guess. And yes, people do that.
Who are you trying to impress? I know who you're trying to impress. Fucking Olivia Nuzzy, apparently. God damn it. The whole sordid saga is back in the spotlight after Liza alleged in part 1 of his tell-all account that Nuzzy had not only cheated on him with Kennedy, but also with former South Carolina Republican Congressman Mark Sanford. What the fuck? Okay, so for those of you who don't know, and I'm sure most of my audience is honestly probably too young to remember this, but this was like when I was young. There was this governor, Mark Sanford, and he randomly just disappeared. Gone, out of nowhere, like that, gone. Nobody knew where he was. And his staff was like trying to cover for him, and they were like, oh yeah, he went hiking in the Appalachian Mountains, I guess. And come to find out, no, he was having an affair, and it was like I think it was some Brazilian woman or something like that, some Colombian woman, something like that. Somebody like that. And he was like cheating on his wife, having that affair, and he just disappeared to like basically be with that person for like a week and then eventually came back. And obviously nuked any chance he had of ever trying to run for higher office.
But yeah, I guess he was looking to run for higher office.
Apparently, Nuzzy was sleeping with this dude too. I would say, was she the one actually that he was cheating with? But I don't know. That was a long time ago. Nuzzy would have been like a fetus. Well, not that young, but she would have been young. She would have been young at the time. Nuzzy, who has now taken on a new post as West Coast editor at Vanity Fair, has meanwhile released extracts from her upcoming memoir, American Canto, in which she describes grappling with her desire for Kennedy amid concerns that a parasitic worm may have eaten parts of his brain. 70 years old. 70. What the fuck, bro? Her affair with Kennedy is understood to have begun while she was covering his ill-fated 2023 presidential campaign. She later acknowledged an emotional relationship with him, but said it was non-physical and that it did not affect her reporting. No. No, I am not buying that, not even close.
To be fair, though, she was still critical about Kennedy, right? Her articles on Kennedy were predominantly of a critical tone, right?
To buying that. And me and Crystal were talking about this. Could you imagine? They go, oh, no, we didn't actually have sex. Like, we weren't actually together. Really? So you went from 0 to felching?
I mean, maybe they had sex. I don't know.
You went from 0 to felching in the fucking text conversation. That was the chain of events? So I know you wanted to know about that speech I gave the other day when I was at Columbia.
There is like a phenomenon that I'm like vaguely aware of where guys, if they've got a very niche fetish, something that they're into that most people would find gross or distasteful, they will try it out or propose it to somebody that they're not like at the end of a relationship, for instance, right? They will be like, hey, you want to try XYZ? I guess the idea being that they're not gonna like ruin a relationship, like, you know what I mean? If they are like, want to try XYZ and the person's like, ooh, you're into that? Gross. Like, I'm gone, right? Then it's no big deal because they were going to leave the relationship anyway. I don't know how prevalent this is, but I have, you know, I guess what this means to me, him divulging his most extreme fantasies to her, if I had to guess, probably indicates that he's not placing a lot of importance on the relationship, be it online or otherwise.
Columbia University for my presidential campaign, but before we get to that, do you mind if I come in your asshole and then...
No! Can you please stop it, Kyle? God damn it. Oh my God.
Who believes this? Nobody believes it. No, you only like, get to the point where you're...
Bro, we get the point. We get the point. All right, you don't have to repeat it.
Texting about felching if y'all motherfuckers are felching all over the place in real life. All right? They were a felch for you, a felch for you, a felch on the front, a felch in the back. You were felching all over.
I feel like you should lead with the piss and shit, the piss stuff. If that you're into that, that's probably a good idea, right? If you want that as part of your, like, you know, if you want that as part of your love life, then yeah, you want to find somebody who's who reciprocates your that's also into that. Then yeah, you know, say it up front. Maybe, I don't know. But I guess the fear then would be that they'd go and tell their friends, do you know what Tom asked me to do? Yeah, we had dated once or twice. Then all of a sudden he's like, hey, I got this crazy idea, you know. Have you ever heard of a Cleveland steamer or something like that? And then all of Tom's friends find out that he's into giving Cleveland steamers to people.
The fucking place. If you were at the point where you're texting about felching, bro. Let's be serious.
Yeah, it is. That is a whole, a whole nother thing. I was just giving that for the, you know, sake of demonstrative of something.
No, we just had an emotional relation. I'm sure Bobby was emotionally eating his cum out of your ass.
No,
that's what it was.
Stop.
Jesus Christ! I gotta take a shower. I want to take a shower.
I'm gonna take a shower. I'm literally gonna take a shower. And I'm not going to get Legionnaire's disease, right? Because I had to research that when I was trying to figure out what the fuck was wrong with me. And I figured out that I don't take a shower from any shower that hasn't been used in a long time. So, or that is connected to like a large hotel system, or like, you know, like, or sorry, an air conditioner that connected to a large hotel system with cooling towers. So very likely I don't have Legionnaire's disease or a brainworm or anything. God fucking damn it. Like, God absolutely fucking damn it. All right, chat. So, I'm gonna, oh, no, I told you I was gonna show you one more thing. All right. I mentioned this earlier. This is We Are Charlie Kirk.
Kirk song has been racing around the internet since AI producer Spalexma pushed it only
Oh, it is AI.
days after the man passed away. It certainly has become a meme since, as the largest criticism of the song is that it was churned out quickly via AI without effort and seems to be made simply for the sake of exploiting those who liked Kirk for cold-hearted profit. As a result, many on the internet have picked this up and seem to be using it ironically, as the song has gathered a "so bad it's good" reputation. It isn't as if an artist sat down and took their time to craft a song about Charlie Kirk that really gets into the essence of who he was or why they liked him. It's a pretty generic song that could have Kirk's name replaced with any God-fearing Christian who has passed away. It's likely this was done on purpose in order to make it as marketable as possible to as large a demographic as possible, although because Spalexma's song has the comments turned off, it's difficult to know the true reaction to it, as 99% of the time it seems to be used in memes. Then you have the company Vivo, not to be confused with the music company Vivo, that churns out AI-generated videos often accompanying music by Spalexma, as the two seem to be related, or at least collaborating in the same areas. Spalexma and Vivo seem to specialize in using the likeness and voice of celebrities in order to deepfake music, starting with the likes of Justin Bieber and Rihanna last year, but now focusing on political figures like the Kirks, JD Vance, and of course Trump's family.
I wonder if this is, so there was one, like a Baron, like they're AIing Baron singing and playing on the piano a song about "I'm gonna be president after my dad is." I wonder the people that are, I get the feeling Spalexma was like putting it out, even though it is AI slop, as like a, an ode to Charlie Kirk. I wonder about this video. Oh my God, I'm tempted to look at it now. Oh, this sounds like a rabbit hole, chat. The exact thing I don't have time for towards the end of a stream.
Culminating in Trump and JD Vance singing "We Are Charlie Kirk" together.
Oh, that's awesome.
The industry is getting weirder and weirder, and it makes one wonder just how legal all of this is, as the political figures seem okay with the extensive use of AI,
Oh my God, the scary little Bible kids.
as demonstrated by the White House's posts, but high-profile
You don't need AI to Photoshop a goddamn golden arches onto the White House, chat. You don't need that shit. You don't need an AI to fucking Photoshop Donald Trump on a McDonald's cross, right? This is all stuff that can be, easily accomplished without
celebrities
AI.
who make their careers off
Kenny Loggins, oh, danger zone, he doesn't want it.
the uniqueness of their voices may have a bit more to say about it. Meanwhile, there's the Kirkification trend that seems to be taking the
So the Kirkification is when you take any video or any type of thing and you like superimpose or edit Charlie Kirk's face into it. That's what, simply put, that's what Kirkification is.
"We Are Charlie Kirk" lyric literally, taking his face and turning everything into deepfakes. Perhaps these memes have become an indirect commentary.
Here, I'll give you an example, all right? Let me give you an example of Kirkification. All right, image. See if I've got this still. I don't know if I do have it. Did I put it in? Ooh. I have to grab it from somewhere, I guess. I haven't even given you the Charlie Kirk song yet. All right, here we go. Save this. So yeah, you take a piece of media that people are somewhat familiar with, like, right? And oh shit, fuck. This is the wrong one. Fuck me. All right, there it is. All right, so you're familiar with the cultural juggernaut that is Sonichu, right? Sonic meets Pikachu. Sonic combines with Pikachu all of the fly, right? Sonic and Pikachu become one. This is a I guess you'd call this like outsider art from the early 2000s. The creator has since transitioned and redone these artwork, with without the misgendering. But yeah, if we take Sonichu and we add a little pray for Charlie Kirk here, I mean, like the real way to Kirkify this would be to replace like Sonichu's face with Kirk's, but I don't know. I didn't have the ability to do that. But yeah, here we go. Like add Charlie Kirk into issue 1 of Sonichu as if he was, part of the cinematic universe. And that is simply put, Kirkification.
On the fact that a man who passed away in such a visceral and violent manner has been constantly beamed across social media to the point that it's
and the key is that it's not like taking a shit on right, it's not like it's not done in the spirit of like fuck Charlie Kirk or something like that. It's just done, the real target is people's like false veneration and pearl clutching over Charlie Kirk, right? So it's just a little jab of like, hey, we're going to take something that right-wingers are like holding as sacred and use it for a meme. That's Kirkification.
almost impossible to escape his face. After all, the existence of AI has allowed some like Vivo to make music videos in which footage of Kirk that never actually existed pop up, which actually became traumatizing for some like Zelda Williams, who witnessed people doing the same with her father, the late Robin Williams. In short, the We Are Charlie Kirk song seems to have attracted the ire of many and become a meme because it exists as a clear exploitation of a man who has passed away, as AI has allowed some companies to churn out music designed seemingly to exploit fans of the deceased for profit. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next?
Oh my god!
Let me know in the comments below.
I remember! I can't believe that you went through that whole... I think we can watch... It's an AI song, right, chat? Can we watch it? Oh my god. Full song lyrics.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his.
Anyway, honoring his name with AI slop. There we go. So that's the song. That's the meme. That's what we're talking about, chat. And you know what else I like to talk about? You know what else I really like? I like trains. I think I maybe alluded to this earlier. I'm a big fan of trains and train content. And, you know, there's a content creator on Twitch who also likes trains. I don't know much about this streamer other than some people in my chat like him. And I thought we would, since he is watching some train content right now, I think what he does is like watches train content and then talks about politics. So I'm gonna raid in, and while we're raiding in, I am going to thank my Patreons, right? I wouldn't be able to do any of this without you. I really appreciate you. And if you support me at the at the $5 level, let's not sell here. If you support me at the $5 level or above, I even give you a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So let's do those now. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Stephen Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral Solipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zera Xerix. All right, with that being said, chat, I'm rating you out now into Struggle 4, who's a pretty cool content creator. And I want to see, yeah, Struggle 4, you got it. You got it, Kitsune Cavalier. You knew exactly what I was talking about. Hate the 2 ways that Kyle was reacting. He had a problem with somebody. Yeah, I agree with you. Had a problem with somebody in the age of 70 being sexually active or interested, and or at least indulging in a fetish. Yeah, exactly. Who cares, right? The only problem is that like this has been codified in a poem and just spread all over the internet. Like I really don't want to hear about, the intricacies of RFK's sex life in general, and certainly not with Olivia Nussey. With that being said, chat, we've rated them out. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my content out for more people. Thank you, everybody that interacts with my posts on Blue Sky. I didn't do a tweet today, but I'm going to try to get that in. If people have memes, right, that are pertinent, especially to what I'm covering, or just pertinent to something that's in the news, I'm going to try to start doing the blast off thing that Hasan does. So, if you want to bring a meme to stream, I might very well tweet it out if you will let me, right? It's a great way to get the word out to more people about the stream, and to also have a little fun while we're doing it, and for me to be able to use my medium-sized Twitter profile to to show your meme work to other people. So much love, everybody. I will see you again